They'll be running alongside the beach here in beautiful Miami Beach. We've got a, I don't know, do they have a marine layer? Is that what they call it here in Florida, or is that just reserved for California?
No, of course they have a marine layer. We're by the beach, man. And it looks like it's starting to mellow out a little bit, which is nice for us and for the fans. Not so nice for the athletes. They, like you said earlier, they want to keep that nice cool weather on them so they can get through this sand. Because you know what? It's not just a run. It's a weighted run when you're out there in the sand. It's difficult, and it's going to add up.
Athletes, it'll be an out and back run, so they'll run left along the shore, take a loop around a second lifeguard stand from the competition floor. Speaking of the competition floor, Bill, we saw this in SoCal earlier this year, but when we say we're on Miami Beach, we are literally on Miami Beach. We are standing in the sand. They have built an incredible atmosphere here, not just for the athletes, but for the spectators as well.
Man, all the years that they had it over at Bayfront Park, I loved it. Great spectacle there. It was super fun by the marina and seeing all the boats. But I'm sorry, man, I'm a California kid. I love being at the beach. So if you can put my feet in the sand, I'm happy, and I'm happy right now. I'm happy.
Athletes working on that 1,000-meter run on the beach. Again, they're all wearing those 20-pound 511 tactical vests. That'll just be for the first round. But as we talk about the run, in front of us are just a row of 20-inch wooden boxes. Is at the end of each round will be 150 box step overs or box jump overs. Player's choice, but I tell you what, it's not just the box, it's not the volume, but it is the tight quarters these athletes are going to be in once they get to the box.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight, and I think that's going to change a lot of the athletes' strategies because we are going to see some bumping, and I want to find out who's the one that's going to say, no, I'm not going to change my style. You're going to change your style. So I'm going to throw my butt in there. I'm going to throw my shoulders in there. We're going to see some changes, I know.
Chuck or Bill Grumler wants to see athletes contact each other in the middle of an event.
Steve Mayeros, Austin Hatfield, Luke Parker, Harry Lightfoot.
So the athletes are on the return
Alexander Perone.
Now, one thing to note is that though we have the 150 box step overs to end the round, for the second round, it'll be
Good race there just to start things off, Chris. Everybody knows what Mr. Sprague can do in those boxes a la Chad this summer.
Nola running in. Multiple athletes now into the fight here, Mike. But this is just your first round with a 35-minute time cap. These gentlemen pacing it out here.
Connor Volts right there with your leading group, rounding out the top 5 gentlemen. Volts from my hometown up in Ohio. Anybody here from Ohio? OH! There we go. How about them national champs? Sprague and Lightfoot leading the way. Here come the rest of the gentlemen. Once they're done, 150 box step overs. Well, Pete mentioned that they're going to drop those 511 vests and head back down their lane. Mount back up on those road echo bikes for another 50 calories. Then we're going to do that run all over again. Finishing up with another 150 step ups. Chris, I think you can call that a leg day.
Yes, sir. Starting their day off great here in the morning. That man Sprague still holding the lead, looks like it so far. He's got Gerard there, he's got Bellner. We'll see. With a stack of individuals here, 59 strong. Working here at the Rain Sandbox. 2 rounds, 2 many.
Nice to see our elite gentlemen and our LATAM Cup gentlemen all battling it out here on the same competition floor.
Got George Sterner down here near me at the 36 red mark in lane divide. In the black shirt, blue shorts.
These final 150 box jump overs. The clock in the upper left corner of the screen, not exactly right. We're just past the 11:15 mark in this event. Your top 2 coming in. They're in the middle part of your screen. James Sprague, the far right of your screen, in the light flows, as well as Ricky Gerard behind him. But you've got a whole slew of athletes here. Luka Jukic just takes a misstep on the box. Wow, he's coming off his first win at the Dubai.
Right side. Right. Man, I tell you what, if you can keep your eye on James when we get him on the camera there, his tempo has not slowed down at all this entire race. He's kept that pace. He hasn't bobbled. He hasn't stopped. Whereas I've seen a lot of the other athletes, Ricky Gerard has kind of slowed down, a couple little bobble steps, same thing with Yona. Pat looks like he's right in the mix, just kind of like relaxing, but man, James has got racked back great speed. He has not slowed down.
And what it is, Bill, is that technique that he is using, is that slide off the box. It's about 30 reps left to go for James Sprague, and that it's great. It's fast, it's efficient, but it's also there's not like you're not jumping, so the exertion isn't there. You're also not stepping, so the stamina isn't getting affected. It's a tap dance.
It really is, but he's using his length to his advantage, his height to his advantage. That outside length, he stepped up all the way to the other side of the box. So he virtually is not stepping on the box at all the way over, and the inside leg goes to the very top, and that becomes the new outside. So he's not doing any little double dance. That's a great step.
James Sprague leading the field, hand in the air for the judge. Looks like one more step over the go. He's going to drop the vest and make his way back to the mic for round number 2. 2 rounds too many. It probably does feel like once you get off the 150 box step overs, we are just past the 13-minute mark as James Sprague, your 2024 CrossFit Games champ, is leading the field here at Miami Beach.
You know, we were talking earlier about what the keys of the workout was. And what it is, that first part is the party way. Just want to hang out. You want to find that pace. That's what a lot of these athletes are going to do. James just went out there and didn't do what I said to do. He wanted to go out and win the first round, but that's going to be your thing. Do it. But we talked about owning the box. And that's exactly what James did. See a lot of these other athletes that are doing the same thing. The ones that are out there in the front, like Ricky just came off as well. You have to own that box, which means you really need to push the tempo on the box.
Ricky about 20 seconds behind James. They'll go way together. The best in the second round is just plastic as it can be.
Your number 3 athlete. Going to be your number 3 athlete.
50 pounds on the echo bike once
50
again.
seconds. 50 seconds. From your leaders, you have 1, 2, and 3 gentlemen.
They're saying it's
Working on
you would think it'd be easy to get back in the second round, but the crowd was literally right.
Well, I think about it. I mean, you're almost doing the same push on the bike as far as distance and range. Most of you're doing this stuff for a lot of tall athletes, so you're doing the exact same thing. You just went and did the calories on the bike. You did the 100 step weighted, so you like to suck that juice out. And now you want to try to push, but it gets really hard to push if you don't have that strength anymore.
Athletes all in there. You got Wodapalooza, Pat Miller, Thompson, Hatfield, Chase Creed is over here at 33. He's in the mix with these athletes just on the outside. Now, along with these individual men competing, we also have the Latin American Cup, which is an individual and team competition exclusively from athletes out of South and Latin America. All one giant mixed team today to start off with the men. So you're talking about maybe figuring out how you want to piece this out in the first round and maybe perfecting it in the second round. What can they learn in the first round of the finals that should either help them or maybe deter them in the second round of 50?
I think every woman is smart enough to know not to go all out on the bike before they got into the run. But they're going to find out, was the pace right from the run? Could they go right off the run, right into the box jump or the box step overs with a good enough pace? If they push too hard, then they felt it on that box step up. So they're coming in on on the bike right now thinking, okay, was that the right pace? I mean, yes, I'm unweighted now, but I'm fatigued. So was that the right pace? I need to pull it down a little bit more on the run so that I can push it more on the bike.
Roldan Govan. That's your top 3 LATAM Cup gentlemen. Just shy
For his second run on the beach. We'll see who's off the bike next. It looks like Max Creed is about 20 seconds behind him. So Max had just moved ahead of Ricky. Gerard off the bike as well. Max Creed making his way.
Wow. Man, James was fiery fast.
Behind James, but he's about 30 seconds back. James Sprague is just all alone on the beach as Ricky Gerard makes the turn. Now, Ricky made up a lot of ground on the first run. We'll see if he can do the same here.
Everybody else. Crossing over the 17-minute mark. 17 minutes in, gentlemen. Day morning. Sun coming out, warming things up.
how many times have we said, if you jump out in front right away, that's probably a bad sign.
Probably a bad sign.
Unless this is completely your event like James. Because he's doing kind of the old Samantha Briggs style where it's like, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I have the capacity to go and push, so I'm going to jump out there, come and chase me. Show me what you got.
Well, the other thing to that, too, is Chris Henshaw mentions this a lot, is that breaking the band, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's any type of endurance race, whether it's, biking, running, swimming to a certain extent. If there's a field of play to be running on, is that being tethered to someone just being like, I'm in an eye shot, therefore I think I have a chance. If you can break that band, it just means if I can get to the box before you get there, you have no idea what number I'm on.
Right.
So you might not be as incentivized to try to run me down if I get just enough ahead of you.
Well, we saw that with Max Krieg. Max couldn't see James anymore as he was coming in. He was in that number 2 spot, but Ricky was right behind Max. Ricky had that more intention to his run as he was heading out. So I think that we'll see that shuffle between Ricky and Max out in the sand out there.
Ben Sprague about a 30-second lead as he hit run number 2. See if he can extend here on the second run.
James Sprague about to make his way into the Rain Total Body Fuel Sandbox as we have an all-sand competition floor, and we are at the 21:20 mark as he'll make the turn and run to his box. And this is where James really separated himself from everybody, is this technique he's using on these step-ups or jump-overs or this hybrid between the two, which we didn't really see anybody else do.
Not to that extent. Again, the way he steps all the way across the box, the time he's actually on top of the box is not even a second. So there's a little bit of push off the ground and just kind of hops himself over.
He doesn't even look tired.
Not even remotely. Not even remotely.
We talked about Ricky making up room on the run. He made it up on the run. He passed Max Krieg. He's still behind James Sprague. He's behind by about 40 seconds. Make that 50 seconds. So that could be about the pace that James was going earlier. He's about doing 10 reps every 23 seconds. So give or take a 20-rep lead on Sprague that Sprague has on Ricky at the moment.
That's wild. Look at the difference between the stepping that we were talking about that James has right up in the front, the black shorts, and Ricky in the white shorts. Ricky's almost taking an extra step at the floor every single time. And even with that tempo, look at that. James is already, every single rep of James is about 1.5.
It's not often we say this in a CrossFit competition, but, it pays to be tall.
It pays to be tall in this event.
In an event like this.
Well, especially if you know how to utilize it.
Pat Fellner, 4th place in the heat. Right at the 23-minute mark. 12 minutes until we hit that 35-minute cap. James Sprague, your leader. Ricky Garrard in 2nd. Max Krieg in 3rd. As you see Pat Fellner in the middle.
He's trying to do that little shuffle.
Hey, that's what it is, right?
You gotta learn it.
You got to adapt on the fly.
Yeah.
We talk about it all the time. 10 general physical skills. Throw it in that 11th one. Adaptability is one of those key things. If you want to have success in this sport, being able to adapt on the fly in an event at seconds notice is huge for an athlete to be successful.
Well, it's crazy because I really think you have to really understand your body and know your body's abilities and the different capacities to be able to make those adjustments. Pat, we know the kind of fitness he has. We know what his strengths are, and he's a very intelligent athlete. So if you see something that someone else is using, if you can kind of slide in there and give it a shot, go for it, and he's doing it.
See, Aniolo Kai.
Yona with some jumps.
Yeah, Yona Kosi with some jumps. Now, here's the thing you got to look is that what's the timing on this? Is it worth, the juice worth the squeeze? And can I really go faster in a box jump? Because what I'm looking at James right now is that his hips don't even move as far as vertical elevation. It just stays exactly the same.
No, well, I think Yona, again, we were talking about like adapting and trying to try something out. Yona tried that. Okay, let me see if it works. Didn't work? All right, we'll slide back into the step.
Like,
that's okay.
Never mind.
It's okay to have a couple plans in play.
James Sprague on the right, 2024 CrossFit Games champ, your leader. Had about a 20-rep lead on Ricky Garrard as he took a little moment of pause. Ricky Garrard on the left in the white shorts in 2nd. Your 3rd place, at least coming in, was in lane 33 to the right, Max Krieg. And it looks like Sprague, Gerard, Krieg, all about 2 seconds a rep. Krieg a little bit faster, 1.9. Koski 1.8. Now,
wow.
They're like, 0.2.
Well,
what's that going to do? It's like, it's 150.
Right.
So we're talking over the course of that, if they can keep that pace, you're making up maybe 10 to 15 every 50 reps.
But I also think that when those were taken, he was doing the jump at the time. So the jump is faster if you can do it, if you can get that timing in. But I think he's settled in now where he's not going to have that 1.8 second because of the jump. He's not jumping anymore. He's not going to do that anymore.
James Sprague's third appearance here at Tier Wodapalooza. Best finish coming last year, where he took 7th place. Ricky Gerard, this is his third appearance. He was there in 2023, 2024, has won every year he's competed here at Tier Wodapalooza, and I don't think we've had a 3-time consecutive individual champion at Wodapalooza.
No. You know, this is always a great time for Ricky, honestly, in the season because it's not heavy training. He hasn't gotten himself into doing other things where he might get himself injured. I mean, the guy's gotten hurt so many times. But it always seems that this time of the year is when he's healthy. So it's nice to see that he has in the past been able to have a lot of success here, kind of start off a nice little bit of momentum. And, you know, with the injuries that we have seen him have, I really hope that he does have a good one here.
And right across the middle, the classic celebration from James Sprague, right about 26-25. And that will be his second win here at Wodapalooza.
Who's going to be next? Ricky Gerard.
And to add insult to not injury to everybody else, it just looks like that was a great warm-up for the rest of the day, boys.
That was a warm-up for him. Jeez.
Now, Ricky Gerard got to the box in second place, about 40 seconds behind Sprague. Max Krieg was about 10 seconds behind him. Krieg was off the bike first in the second round of Ricky Gerard, but Gerard, hand in the air, so 5 reps left for Ricky.
And his hand in the air first, just ahead.
Ricky Gerard will have to cross the finish line.
Final rep,
It'll be
and
his
let him hear
50th top 10 finish here at Tier Wodapalooza. James Sprague will take the win. Ricky Gerard will get second. Those are your top 2 athletes you're looking at to do well here, and they finish in the top 2. Bill, you should do this. You should do this more often.
That was an easy pick. That was kind of a gimme. That was a gimme.
Looks like hand in the air race between Pat Fellner and Max Krieg, and you got to get to the red flag, and it looks like it's going to be Pat Fellner just ahead of Max Krieg. So Pat Fellner put on the Jets on these last 150 box step-ups.
You know, it was a brilliant race. He did exactly what we talked about as far as, like, just hanging out in the first round and then pushing that last round. That's what he did.
Koski is done. You see the red flags in the center of the sand. That's going to be the finish line. George Sterna is in.
Looking to finish up here. He can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Judge's hand going in the air. And
George Sterner crosses the finish line.
4 more to go.
As we are just past a 28-minute mark, and Yolo Kai may be your next finisher. As in Yolo Kai, his second appearance here at Tier Wodapalooza. His first time was in 2023, where he got 23rd place. Harry Lightfoot. As we are just over 7, or just under 7 minutes until we hit that 35-minute cap.
Just about 6 minutes remaining, athletes. Hands are up for Austin Hatfield. Box 27.
It's a wonderful teal backwards ball cap we're looking at. Austin Hatfield.
He will run across the line.
He'll be in there. Austin Hatfield is one of the, I'd say, favorites, not just for a podium favorite, but potential winner.
Oh, yeah.
If you ask senior analyst John Young, you'll say Austin Hatfield will never lose a CrossFit competition for the rest of his life. Koski, his first appearance here at Tier Wodapalooza. Luke Parker. Luke Parker will cross the finish line. Luke Parker, there's an event stacking up later in the day here that could be dark horse Luke Parker. It's the old interval toes to bar one. We'll see if I'm right. We'll see if I'm right. We are approaching the 30-minute mark. 5 minutes left to go. As you see, Alex Catoulis crosses in the center part of the competition floor. The top right part, those gentlemen on the box, that'll be your Lat-Am Cup athletes. So they are going at the same time as the individual men to start things off. Alexander Caron will get in. Enrico Zanoni is done. Lago Giraldes is also in. As some athletes that are left, you got John Wood crossing. We see Nick Matthews still in the box, Guillermo Harrell still in the box, Saxon Panchek, Moritz Fiebig. It's about half the field's in. Enrique Moreira, maybe the first man to finish for the Lat-Am Cup. So Luka Jukic is done. Kaik Servanet, the new hairdo. I was like, is that Christoph Horvath?
31 minutes in. Now we got more hands.
4 minutes left to go. Saxon Panchek's hand in the air. Moritz Fiebig as well, and it'll be Moritz. So Moritz is done. This will be Moritz' first time at Wodapalooza. Saxon Panchek, 1 rep left to go. He'll come across the finish line. So we have about 3.5 minutes left. Couple hands in the air. Tanner Belaz. Brandon Shipper.
Tanner Belaz and Pedro Martin's running across the line down here in lanes 10 and 8.
So you guys see the clock on your screen. That is up to date now. So upper left corner of your screen. Time cap's 35 minutes. We're approaching the 32-minute mark, as a couple of athletes in the Lat-Am side are also finishing up. But 4 athletes make that 5 or 6 for the individual men. One of those being Guillermo Harrell. Now, we do have a lifting event later tomorrow, which usually he excels at, but this is one of the chinks in the armor for Guillermo Harrell over the years.
Well, and I'm wondering if he just kind of knows that, so you just kind of do what you need to do. You know, you don't want to crush yourself for this so you don't do well in the one in your home run hit. But I don't know. Man, all that jumping, I don't know. There's a lot of switches in the last 15 box step overs that he just did.
Athletes left on the field, Miko Liorg, Joshua Hong. Looks like Brandon Shipper might have just crossed the finish line. Bottom right side of your screen, a couple athletes left. You have Ruan Potgieter. He'll get across the finish line. Guillermo Harrell now switching to box jump overs as we have less than 2 minutes before we hit that 35-minute cap. Final rep for Guillermo Harrell as he will get across the line. And tough start for Guy. Had a top 10 finish last year at Wodapalooza. Not the best start here for 2025.
Well, he knew that was going to happen, right? He knew that was going to happen. Wait for the big lifts, and then he'll get those points back.
Show him a little bit of love out here. Keep him going on this Thursday morning.
3 individual athletes left. Lane 35, you have Miko Liorg. Lane 14. Trayvon Benton.
Time cap. Just say we're gonna throw to a 5:11 ad. Just say we'll be back with the winner after this. Winner interview in a minute.
20 seconds on the
20 seconds before we hit that 35-minute cap. So we're looking at Jane Sprague sitting just in front of us. Just if a puppy could be in human form, it would be James Sprague.
3, 2, 1, time.
And that'll hit our 35-minute cap. That is it for individual men event number 1. We'll be back with our winner after this.
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses.
Oh, you're so cool.
Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
James, it's always good to see you, and it's even better to see you when you're winning heats, winning events. Congratulations, event 1 done for the day. Talk to me about what's going on. It's a run. We're in the sand. You said the energy here was amazing. What's so special about it today?
Oh man, a new venue. It's so dang cool. I mean, I was just telling you, it feels really intimate here. It's like this, I think they call it the sandbox, and it's like, man, you're surrounded by just people screaming at you. You can hear everyone. Usually the music's too loud so you can't hear people, and this time around I'm like hearing all my friends and my fam, and it's like, man, I feel like I'm just broing out with all the boys here. And all of us are stepping up to the start line just like, oh, we're doing this. It's like kind of like warm up your nervous system, warm up your body. Hey, event started. Let's get to work.
2024 was an absolutely massive year for you, not only as an athlete, but also as a man. You got married.
Yeah.
What has life looked like now that life has kind of settled down a little bit? What's 2025 going to bring for you?
For sure. So I got a new community at my new gym. It's called Launch Mode CrossFit. Got a bunch of my friends that moved to the area in Spokane, Washington, specifically Liberty Lake. Shout out to my people there. And, man, we just show up every day with tenacity, with energy, and we just want to all push each other to be our best versions of ourselves and encourage each other in the Lord to come closer to each other in brotherhood and come closer in faith and friendship and all the good stuff.
Now, 2025, a big year for you for fitness. What is something that I can look forward to seeing you do?
Oh, man, I'm going to be at a lot of competitions this year, strategically competing, not doing too much where my body can't handle it, but doing enough where I can show up and feel like I have a good chance at winning. So a lot of things on the agenda for me this season, and looking forward to seeing how this young body can hold up. Starting to feel a little older, doing 10 years of this now, but this is my 5th Wodapalooza. I'm looking forward to many more.
Makes me feel so old when you say
you're not.
I'm on the older side. We're approaching 30 here. Congratulations. Day
Thank
one's
you.
just getting started, James.
Dang right. See you back at the sandbox in a few hours. Let's watch these ladies kick some butt. Thank you.
Crushed it as always.
Appreciate you.
Your calories into the rig. You go and you make a right. You will run through the middle of the rig.
It'll be the women's turn here at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza as we are in the sandbox to kick things off for event number 1, day number 1. Bill, just called 2 rounds too many.
2 rounds too many. I wouldn't want to do any more rounds than 2, if by at all. So we're looking at 2 rounds. We have our 40 cal bike for the ladies here. That 1,000 meter-ish run out and back down in the deep sand, and then we come back for that row of 150 box step overs or box jumps. Weighted when we start with that weight vest from 5'11", and then we get to unweight that and finish it up after that with the 35-minute time cap. We saw earlier what it looked like, that it really comes down to the box step overs. I mean, it's not the bike. The run is the run, and that's going to kind of suck the life out of you, but it really comes down to those boxes.
Look at the whoop keys to the event, Bill, and you have, party.
Don't laugh at my words.
Party wave and own the box. But what did we learn from the men taking this on? Because we can predict what it's going to be all day until it actually goes and you see it happen in front of you. What do you take away from that the women could use for success here?
I will still go with my party wave attitude with this, and where the person, especially from the men's side, Pat Vellner, you got to take James Sprague out of it because he just went out to the front and just won the whole thing. So you got to take him out. But generally speaking, you have to find a good pace. Just kind of be with the group in that first round. Don't worry about winning the first round. That's the party wave mentality on that. You're just in the mix with everyone, but you got to own the box. That's really what it comes down to. In the first round, and then also that second round, you have to find how you're going to step, what your pace is going to look like, and how you're really going to utilize that, and then be able to really close hard on that last 150.
And we look at the field of athletes. It's a full field of women, along with the Latin America Cup women as well. They'll all be going at the same time. We saw the same thing for the men. Now, one little bit of a difference here, even though it's the same, is that everyone is using a 20-inch box on the men's side. That's great for someone who's about 6'2", 6'3", like James Sprague. However, it's the same height on the women's side. How does that change how they race these box step overs different than the men?
Well, with the men, they could utilize that length, so you could see that quick shuffling that James Sprague was doing. There's going to be a lot more leg that's involved with this for the women's side. They have to step up higher. There's going to be a lot more hip flexor, getting those legs up. And you're really going to find that this is where it's really going to be important about how you do your run and then the box. You cannot get to the box and be blasted. Otherwise, you're ruined.
Women are getting their bikes set. They'll reset back to the middle of the field. If you look at the red flags in the center of the Rain Body Fuel Sandbox competition floors, that will be the start and stopping position for this event. As you said, it is 2 rounds. The first round will be done with that 14-pound 511 tactical vest. And in this field, you have the 2023 CrossFit Games champ, Laura Horvath, who's coming off another win herself. Previously in the off-season, took second place at the Rogue Invitational to Tia Toomey, who won the 2024 CrossFit Games. Tia not being here in competition, but 2 athletes in particular, as we talked about, that we saw for the men. One of those being, hey, it's long, it's a run, there's some box step-ups. Why not Emily Rolfe?
I mean, how could you count against her at all? We already know she's a great endurance athlete. We see her do so well in all of those, but she also won the Chad event at last year's games. So you have to look at her and you have to pick her as being someone out to as a favorite.
Another athlete is maybe not at the top of people's list and top of mind, but it's Amy Kringle.
Amy Kringle also did extremely well at the games, 5th place in Chad at last year's game. So, I know that this is going to come down to the box step overs. It's going to come down to that level of capacity. So if you have that, that's going to be a good thing. Now, remember, when they did it at Chad, they did it weighted with more weight than they have here. So that is a plus in their little feather in the cap, knowing that you have that ability.
About 20 seconds to the start. Clock will be in the upper left corner of your screen. Bill, you have one more athlete that may be a dark horse for this particular event.
Yeah, Caitlin Bernardin won and was actually first place in the semis after doing the 800-meter runs and the cleans. She is an endurance machine. Not a very technical athlete yet. She's been getting a lot better, and no one knew who she was, but came out and was in first place after one event, then third in the next event. So I think she's going to be someone to watch. This is a great event for her, especially if she wants to kind of get herself into the mix. She came in as a qualifier, so I hope she does well on this one.
And to all Caitlin's parents, friends, and fans around the world, we will say her name differently, probably every single time.
Sorry,
so
guys.
Send Bill and I maybe a DM of is it Bernardin? But
I'm going Bernardin.
I like Bernardin.
I'm going Bernardin.
I'm going to go Bernardin. I like the way that rolls out. But
I'm just going to say Caitlin. Go get him, Caitlin.
CB. Bill, 40 cals on the Echo bike. We talked about the 20-inch box being the same for men and women. Different heights, different strengths, different abilities. Now we move to the Echo bike. A different, even though it's less cals, still, for something like machine work, it pays to be bigger and stronger to move a machine well. When you look at these 3 components, right, for the men, it looked like, okay, the bike's the bike. If you can handle it well, great. Really focus on changing some positioning on the run, and then you're kind of stuck in your pace on the box step over. So you're either fast or you're not, and you're just kind of stuck in your ways. What about this, the Echo bike portion for the women?
I think that you are going to have the ladies that classically do well are really going to do well on the bike. So you have an athlete like Laura Horvath that is a powerful, powerful athlete. Even if she is going easy, she's going to be well ahead of the group. And that's one of the things about the bike is the difference between really pushing and sort of pushing could be a lot of time. And if you have an athlete that's going to be able to move well on this, I think that it's going to at least give you a nice head start before you get to the deep sand run.
Good look at the Rain Body Fuel Sandbox competition stage. Amy Kringle. That looks like Emma Tall is already off the bike. So
Wow.
Emma Tall, who we saw earlier at the Rogue Invitational this past November, she's off the bike first, right about the 2-minute mark.
Man, and look at Laura just making that push around that turn. This is one of the things we were talking about. Look at the difference. Laura looks completely relaxed, and that's something that's going to be a great position for her. Even though she has these other girls behind her, they will always chase the champ like that.
You have Laura Horvath, Amy Kringle, and then Mariana Meza, who is actually the reigning champ of the Latin women's division, in the mix with some of the best female athletes in the competition.
Well, and again, I hope this is not one of those, hey, guess what? You're going to have your 15 seconds of fame if you push real hard on the first implement of a long event like this.
Hey, sometimes.
I mean, hey, you got to get your name out there. But I do see a lot of jostling back here as these athletes are coming off the floor, getting out into that deep sand. Because guess what? It is hard. For a lot of athletes, they'll settle into the run and not really push because you can get really tired running in deep sand. It is so much different than running on hard pack, so much different than running on the road. And that's one of the things that if you aren't used to it, it can sap a lot of energy from you.
Most athletes are now all off the bike, one remaining. Actually looks like two more on the LATAM side, as they will take off for their 1,000-meter beach run in classic cross-it distance fashion. Ish. Right? It might not be exactly 1,000, but we're going to say ish.
And it doesn't really matter what the distance is.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. You're going to go out to
I'll
that.
tell you what.
You're going to go to that lifeguard tower and you're going to come back. How about that?
It might be shorter than 1,000, but it's still longer than they want to go. We'll just say that.
Twice. Twice.
First round's done to the 14-pound vest. As athletes finally getting off the bike and making their way onto the run. And all athletes are on the beach here. As we are in Miami, Florida, on Miami Beach. For the first time in 13 years, Tier Wodapalooza has moved from Bayfront Park to Miami Beach. The sun is starting to come out.
Yes, thank you.
And Bill and I are currently in sweatpants.
I can probably take the sweatshirt off. Almost. I'm right there.
The feeling in my fingers is starting to return.
You're thawed out? Good.
As it looks like a little bit of rain yesterday. Rain has always been a part of Tier Wodapalooza over the years in many forms and fashion, but it looks like the bad weather is moving out.
Yeah.
The sun is coming out, and it looks like we are going to have a beautiful 4 days here at Miami Beach. Just past the 5-minute mark, time designated in the upper left corner of your screen. As all athletes are out on the middle portion of 2 rounds too many. Once they get back from the run, they have these wonderful rows of boxes welcoming them back to the competition stage. 20-inch boxes, 150 box step overs, and everybody should have been paying attention to what James Sprague was doing.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if we'll be able to see the same thing that we did with the guys because of the height difference. I mean, you're going to have some of the athletes, the tall athletes. Okay, I get it. But it's going to be different the way they step.
Look at this view. There you got a good shot of the main stage here at Miami Beach. The spectacle that this has turned into. At Bayfront Park, beautiful place, iconic.
Yeah, I love it.
Can't beat Bayside as a competition stage. One of the best ever in competition. However, this stretch of beach, this stretch of sand, the stands in the sand, the competition floors, and you can just see in the background the strip here in Miami Beach is just absolutely iconic in and of itself, and the fact that we have athletes competing here right in front is absolutely fantastic.
Man, look at that. You know how many years I've wanted to come down to this beach every time we've come down?
We've had no time.
I know, we've never been able to.
And here we are, feet in the
it.
sand, mic in front of our mouth as we watch some of the top athletes in the sport of fitness taking on the second portion of this round. It was Emma Tall first, but if it's anything like we saw for the men, a lot of things can change on the run.
Keeping an eye out on our running course as we cross over that 7-minute mark. 35 minutes.
I think the lead has changed
for this event.
Of who is in first. I'm not sure who that athlete is. But remember, not Emma Tall. So we already have a lead change on the first run. And you can see the competition stage that we'll see later this evening. 2 rigs on both sides. Something that's always great here at Tier Wodapalooza is just the very Miami vibe when it comes to this. Lights, music, entertainment, and it's
the only time of the year I wear pink, dude. It's the only time of the year I wear pink and light blue.
And that's saying something.
That is saying a lot. And I'll do it. It's all good.
Just past the 8-minute mark. Time cap's the same for both the men and the women, 35 minutes. As you see Vendor Village.
She's always on the Butcher's Lab team. She's like 5'10", Danish.
And it looks like your leader is Astrid Peterson. Been on team a lot for Butcher's Lab. Astrid being one of the taller athletes that we were talking about who might do well in the toes to bar sled pull one. One of the taller athletes in the field on the women's side.
And you know that's going to play huge when we get here to the box.
Coming around the corner right there. Then multiple athletes following
her.
Astrid, 5'11".
Horvath as well in the mix.
So Astrid, lane 44.
Coming on in. And now
and
the
is
action
looking
will
down
heat
the
up here
line
on
as
the
Amy
competition
Kringle
floor,
gets
Mike.
to her box.
Astrid making up a lot of time out on that run.
Just ahead of Laura Horvath, Emily Rolfe.
Space.
Halen Bernard.
Halen Bernard.
Look at that.
And right behind her in the blue shorts, welcome
So
back
Astrid all the way
to the
from Denmark.
competition floor, Lucy Campbell.
Yeah, Lucy.
Lucy Campbell actually won one of the endurance events in the past back in 2022. That was also the year that she made it to the games for the very first time. Has been dealing with a wrist injury for nearly the last 2 years and has finally made her way back into competition, as this is the biggest competition she's been in since the games back in 2022.
And look at the tempo of her in the blue shorts right there. Just rapid fire. Lucy, wow.
Lucy has a elite swimming background, so endurance, long fatigue.
She knows how to enjoy the suck. Yeah, she can sit in there for sure.
And just in front of her is Astrid, who is your current leader, as they're working on the step overs, as more of the field is starting to fill in. A little bit of a misstep on the box for Emma Tall, who was first off the bike. As you see Emily Rolfe, Laura Horvath. Emily Rolfe, a great performance in Chad at the games this year.
Right.
And Laura Horvath back in competition here. Saw her performance at Rogue.
What I really liked is the way Emily Rolfe is moving her feet. There's not a lot of crisscross. It's up, step, and down. There's not a lot of like extra movement, which is really good. You're seeing some of these other girls are trying to find a rhythm up on top of the box or even down below. But I really like the way that Emily is just very rhythmic.
The thing we don't see is that tempoed pace, that little toe tap, side-to-side hop that James Sprague started doing. And then the men started copying, especially once they got to the second round without the vest.
Here at the tail end of round
150 box step overs. Athletes are also allowed to do box jump overs, and we're starting to see some athletes misstep on the box because they're stepping almost too far on the edge and allowing that box to tilt a little bit. So there's a bit of a component here. We don't usually say accuracy is a big part of what we're testing, but making sure you place your feet in a good position, not to tip over that box. You see Emily Rolfe in between Emma Tall, Laura Horvath. Alexis Raptis to her left is an athlete that is a podium favorite here, with Claudia Gluck behind her in the yellow top. Ariel Lowen just to the right. In the center part of your screen, in the all gray, facing away from us, is Astrid Peterson, who is first to the box after the run.
Can we talk about the use of your height? Look at her. Staying nice and slow. It's very similar to what James is doing. Doesn't have the hop. You're talking about the keeping the hips level. That's exactly what she's doing. She's not standing up too tall. Lucy doing the same thing, trying to keep her hips level all the way through, bring her legs up, and she's really fast on top of the box too.
Yeah, Lucy's pace. Lucy's in the blue shorts right in front of Astrid. Lucy's pace is actually a bit quicker than her. And when you think about 150 total, just a half second here, even a tenth of a second there, will add up over the course of the volume that they have. Now, we still have another entire round of this, but the athletes will be dropping that 5'11" tactical vest after the first round.
You know what? It's going to feel good. I mean, even though we talked about how much painful that second round is, it's going to be really nice, if for no other reason, just to be able to breathe. You know, everyone knows how bad it is to breathe with that vest on. And you can tell all these ladies have it all really loose. But even with that, there's a lot of weight on that diaphragm that you can get rid of.
Just past the 13-minute mark. Laura Horvath in the Red Bull hat. Your 2023 CrossFit Games champ, competing here at Wodapalooza individually for the very first time. As we have a lot of first-time athletes in the competition as well. Some big names in the space and those that are trying to make a name for themselves as some up-and-comers.
I really wish I knew what Lucy's rep set was, because she just really hasn't slowed down at all. She's kept that pace the entire time. And if you look at the way she's done to try to help with her breathing, she's completely unstrapped her vest. Super smart.
Very smart. Also, just to let the arms rest in a certain position as well to possibly get a little leverage, right? You can't put your hands on your knees, but just being in that crouch position.
Well, she's attached to her vest, too, with her hands, so she's holding on to that. But I don't see any other athletes out here that have completely opened up her vest like that. But we do have a hand up in the air here for Astrid.
Oh, Astrid and Lucy off at the same time. Vest is off. Separated by seconds. Got another hand in the air. Looks like it could be for Amy Kringle. Kringle is done. Astrid and Lucy onto the bike. Pat right about the 14:20 mark. Kringle about 20 seconds behind, having a lot of trouble with the vest, actually. Just got tied up with the vest, trying to take it off a little too quickly. Laura Horvath just behind her.
About to do the same one final rep here in 23, and she will head back for round number 2.
As we make our way into round number 2, 40 cals on the Echo bike. Emily Rolfe is off the bike. She's making her way back across the sand.
Just slightly in front of Emily Rolfe.
That girl, Aline Virts, is an amazing runner in lane 12. Watch her on the second round.
Aline Virts onto the bike at the same time as Emily Rolfe. Aline Virts, some of her top movements, run being one of them. So if Virts can stay close to these top athletes in the field, see if she can make a move on the run. But who made a big move on the run was actually Astrid, because I don't even remember her getting off the bike, and there she was well ahead of everybody on the run.
Yeah, I didn't see her she must have been in the field somewhere, I mean, obviously, but I didn't see her in a pack anywhere, you know, and just all of a sudden appeared up at the front.
The number above your leaders is 15. Nico, where are you going? They're going to be running triple.
And Astrid with her size, again, tallest athlete in the field on the women's side, 5'11", and that really pays dividends on two movements, especially in this event. Echo bike being one of them, box step-ups being the other. But as we saw, fitness still needs to be a part of the equation because the amount of distance that Lucy Campbell closed on Astrid, and that should give Lucy some I don't know, confidence maybe going into the second round, knowing it's like, hey, even if she gets me on the bike, maybe a little bit on the run, I know I can catch her on the box.
What's interesting now is that we saw because those two athletes were so close together, it wasn't like all right, now I can kind of see what my pace was and I can kind of adjust and they're racing now. We know how bad this second round feels. Now it's who can endure in that suck realm, who can take all of that pain. And with with the three athletes that we see down there, we see Lucy, we see Caitlin in the mix there too, we see Astrid right here on screen. Those three, this is going to be a battle coming back off the run and on that box.
Hand in the air for Astrid. Hand in the air also for Amy Kringle, who's in the center part of the competition floor. And Kringle was about 30 seconds behind Astrid and Lucy. Hand in the air for Lucy Campbell as well. So look to see Astrid first off the bike. No, it's going to be Amy Kringle. Kringle is off and ahead. Astrid just ahead of her, followed by Lucy Campbell. Neck and neck. And that's the last thing you want going into a run.
Oh, my gosh.
And we saw this
in the first round
on the men's side,
right?
exactly.
But we also saw this in the first round. Amy Kringle was, one of the first off the bike as well. But, man, she's really pushing hard here.
Astrid, Kringle, Campbell, 1, 2, 3, all lockstep with each other at the 17:40 mark. You still got athletes on the box. About half the field is still not done with their 150 box step overs. That cheer you heard from the crowd, that is Laura Horvath getting off the bike. So Horvath is in fourth, right to the 18-minute mark. And now the question is, can Astrid repeat her run performance that she had on the first round?
I want to see the fact that she's pushed. You know, where she was before, she was able to reel people in, but now she's having to push the pace with two people right on her tail. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a whole different run for her.
Emily Rolfe off the bike. If anybody can close in on this group, it is going to be someone like Emily Rolfe.
Well, and we need to see her do that too. This is an event for her that she needs and really wants to do well in, not just to just place in the field, but to really put her foot down and make something big happen.
Top three runners making their way down the beach. Astrid Peterson in front, Lucy Campbell behind her, Amy Kringle in third. Kringle, one of those athletes that were one to watch in this event, along with Emily Rolfe. We didn't have Astrid or Lucy at the top of that.
No, not at all.
Lucy's been out of competition for the last 2 years. Again, she had a wrist injury that derailed her training. And think about that, a 2-year road back where there was a lot of question if she would ever compete again. We've got to hear her do some commentary.
Yeah, we got to steal her for a while, right?
Stole her for a little bit. I tell you what, I was like, hey, if this whole competition thing doesn't work out, you got a bright future in commentary.
For sure.
Lucy Campbell got an event win here in Wodapalooza. She actually finished fourth in 2022. Got back to competition this year. Took first place in the Marabella Championship at the end of 2024. As we are approaching the 20-minute mark.
You know, the hardest thing about this run for these three ladies is if you're on an open field or like a road or a track, you're not thinking that there's anything difference between what my floor looks like and what your floor looks like. But here you do. You see someone, they're running a certain path in the sand, or are those divots better? Should I be right behind them? Should I get into step with them? Should I run up next to them? And it just feels different. So trying to fight through here, it's not just where, is my other athlete tired? It's, am I picking the right line? Because that could count.
And another thing to couple with that is, do we push each other here in the sand?
Right.
Does one of us make a move? You see that cat and mouse game all day.
The time,
and it might be, it's like, look, we talked about this for the men's side. This is a one-heater.
Yeah.
Right? So we know we're the top three in here. Maybe I feel great, and I'm listening to the people around me.
Breathing hard.
Who might be breathing hard. It's like, all right, I'm just going to make you feel, I'm either going to park behind you and chill, or maybe I'll start pulling on the group a little bit. Maybe I'll take off for a 20, 30-meter sprint. Bring someone with me.
Pull them out of
the
fun.
Yeah.
The game is so fun. Like if you were in the lead, and I believe Astrid was sitting in that lead spot, if she was to hang back just a touch and actually slow down to watch and see what the other two athletes do. Do they keep step with that, or do they try to make their move and pass? fall back just a little bit, ride their coattails a touch, knowing that you're taking a rest and they think that they're mentally break. Like, there's so many fun little games in there. I like it.
Just past the 21-minute mark. Your top 3 leaders making their way back at the turnaround for that 1,000-meter run in the sand. No vest on the second round.
Thank goodness.
Had to rock the vest on the first. And it looks like we will have a 3-horse race on 150 box stepovers. As you see some athletes still getting out the box. Chloe Govan David, Ariel Lowen, making their way to the run. Just to show how far ahead this lead has stretched out between your top 3 athletes, Astrid Peterson, Lucy Campbell, and Amy Kringle, on the rest of the field.
So I said it before, Mike, I'll say it again, that sand coming a factor. Usually this is where these athletes could probably catch up here in the workout.
Good look at the rain body fuel. They call it the sandbox here at Miami Beach. This is one of 3 competition stages along with a gauntlet stage, which there'll be a live stream for that where you guys can just look. There won't be any commentary on the gauntlet stage, but you'll be able to watch your friends if they are taking on that challenge.
3-minute mark, 35 minutes.
Bill, we talked about the weather earlier being a pretty – I'm going to say pretty cold. Cold for Miami.
It was cold.
It was cold.
It was cold.
It was cold. Listen.
It was.
I'm from Texas. Bill's from California.
It was cold.
It was cold. But for an event like this, perfect.
Oh, it was needed. It was needed. And actually, I would say that for the ladies, even right now, I think that they were wishing that they had what the men had. A little bit cooler. A little. Yeah. I mean, these ladies look a lot warmer than the guys did. You know?
But it's running on the sand box, like that cool air just helps the body temperature stay cool.
Oh yeah,
to stay calm. That freshness, that light breeze, as you said, the men had earlier.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if I'd want that side wind whipping off the the ocean here, but beggars can't be choosers.
I mean, I'll take it to cool me down before I have to do 150 box stepovers. I'm all right with that.
Looks like our 3 athletes are making their way into the sandbox as they're about 30 feet away from entering, and it is Astrid Peterson.
Man, pulled away.
Who has already entered the sandbox and pulled away greatly on Amy Kringle and Lucy Campbell. Same thing we had, though, and it looks like she's picking up the pace right off the bat. Amy Kringle's in second. Looks like about 7 reps behind Astrid. Here comes Lucy Campbell. Amy Kringle, who had a great rookie performance at the games this year, and it had a heck of a start but a tough finish. Does pretty well in these endurance events, which is why she's one of your top athletes to watch. As you see Lucy Campbell and Astrid Peterson just face-to-face here on the box step-ups. Lucy Campbell is actually able to close that distance.
She needs to. She needs to. It looked to me, as the 3 were coming in, Astrid looked the most fresh coming off the run. Lucy was looking like it took a little bit out of her, but she made up a lot of distance on the box, and so that's why she's got to pick up that tempo.
Lane 40, it looks like. Sorry, lane 41, Caitlin Bernadin.
Telling you, the run, man. She's a runner.
Now, what helps here, Bill? Because Amy Kringle's alone in the center of the box. Laura Horvath is about to join her, but you've got Ashton and Lucy literally face-to-face on these box stepovers, and it looks like Campbell is starting to increase her pace and slowly chipping away at the lead that Astrid had coming into these box stepovers.
Oh, man, that's so mental. I love it. I love it, and I think that's a great position for Lucy to be in, is to be facing that direction. One, because that's where her pattern was last time, but also she looked directly in the face of
I know I'm going faster than you now.
I can tell you. I know that I'm doing more reps than you.
I hope you know.
That's a mental thing. Right, that's a mental break. Like, you broke me on the run. Okay, cool. You can have it, but I'm going to get you on the box. But what's crazy is look how close their heads are coming together. Like, you can't see it from this angle in the shot, but there's literally like 3 inches from dome to dome that these women are going to be headbutting each other.
Doing a little headbutt across the boxes. It looks like Lucy Campbell is still slowly cutting into the lead that Peterson had going into her, but don't count out Amy Kringle. Amy Kringle in the center, red top, black shorts. She was second place coming in after the second run. Astrid was in first. Campbell was in third. That lead got separated a bit on the second half of this. They basically all came off the bike at the same time.
Man, Kringle is moving. You can see her back there, the black shorts and the red top. Nice low. You can see her head staying in the exact same position. Man, she's moving so fast.
Caitlin Bernardin, she's in the black tights behind or in front of Astrid and Lucy, who are on the right side of the camera, trying to close the gap as well. You got Laura Horvath, Alexis Raptis, Lydia Fish.
Here in lane number 11 as well into the fold as we look at the action unfolding here on the range.
You can see Lydia back there in the back purple. She's got the CEO, the Sevon shirt. Doing some jumps, and that's pretty aggressive. Changing it up, going to some step overs.
It looks like, if I can read lips, which I can't, but I'm going to try to anyways, that Lucy just hit 90.
100 reps for Astrid.
Astrid hit 100, so Lucy, 10 reps behind Astrid, 50 reps left to go. Can she close those 10 reps? Astrid's looking, trying to pick up the pace. She's starting to notice, Lucy got me on the first round. I can't let it happen again on the second.
Dahlman now back to her box, moving fast.
Oh, man, the timing is so close. And you can see that Lucy is really pushing the pedal on this.
Lucy hit 110. Lucy still pacing a bit faster than Astrid. 120. Lucy just gained 8 reps. Sorry, 2 reps in the last 20. 120 for Lucy.
Crazy
128 for Astrid.
Oh, my gosh.
Lucy's going faster, but she might be running out of reps. Last 20 reps for Astrid. Lucy's at 130. Trying to close the gap. Is she running out of room? 140 for Astrid, last 10 reps. Top right corner of your screen. Astrid Peterson coming in here. Trying to take it to the top athletes in the field. And in her rookie debut here at Tier Wodapalooza, Astrid Peterson's going to take a win. But Lucy Campbell, with 1 rep left to go, welcome back. Second place here for event number 1.
Nice.
Hand in the air for Amy Kringle. 1 rep left to go. They'll have to cross the finish line in the red. That'll be in the middle. Those are your top 3. Astrid Peterson able to hold off Lucy Campbell. And it was just a matter of not enough reps left to get her because Lucy was closing in.
Man, she was moving so fast. And what a great way to do it. I mean, you got to play to your strengths, right? So that's what you had to do. That was a great race between the 2 athletes.
Coming up on the 30-minute mark, ladies.
Coming up on the 30-minute mark. 5 minutes left till we hit that 35-minute cap.
We got a tight race.
And the
rest of the ladies trying to get everybody
distance between your top 3 and the next to finish.
Around the 116 mark.
And in the air, lane 35. Aline Wirtz. Laura Horvath is in. So a top 5 finish for Laura. Crazy to say, Bill, but this is Laura Horvath's first appearance at Tier Wodapalooza.
I know. How wild is that?
In Switzerland.
Aline Wirtz is in.
One thing we know for sure is we are very global here at Tier Wodapalooza.
Another hand in the air for Emily Rolfe.
Of the earth.
2 reps left to go for Emily. She'll be in the center lane in the red. Emily Rolfe will get a top 6 finish. Emily Rolfe, who's competed here 4 times in the past. Alexis Raptis is in. This is Alexis Raptis' first time competing at Tier Wodapalooza. Four minutes left. Lydia Fish, her rookie debut at Tier Wodapalooza. Made a name for herself at the Crash Crucible.
Oh, yeah.
And it's good to see her out here at the bigger stage.
Well, big stage, big names, and actually that was a great finish for her. You know, way to start off this event.
A lot of cool things you'll see in these off-season events throughout the year is that athletes making a name for themselves in that local smaller market and then bring it to the big stage. And Lydia Fish has made a name for herself at the Crash Crucible, and now we get to see it at the bigger stage here at Tier Wodapalooza.
Yeah, and I really want to see, she's got some great grit, and I think that's one of the best things about her right now is as far as a young athlete goes. And she just loves to mix it up, so I'm stoked.
There's a couple of events that line up well for her skill set. That gymnastics chipper that we have coming up. Actually, I think that's a little bit later, so maybe another top finish like that, you might see that name not just on the leaderboard, but near the top.
Get her up to the top 10.
Now, most athletes on the men's side finished inside that 35-minute cap. As we are 2.5 minutes in, before we hit the 35-minute cap for the women, Zoe Warren just crossed the finish line. Emma Tall was first athlete off the bike to start this event, well ahead of other athletes. Abby Dummett just dove across the line to try to out-sprint Claudia Gluck. Claudia Gluck, her first time here at Tier Wodapalooza. 6th at the French Throwdown last year at semifinals, making her debut at the CrossFit Games last year. Tell you what, at the French Throwdown, French athlete, the cheers that she was getting
unreal,
in that
right?
arena was absolutely unreal. French Throwdown will be back this year as an in-person CrossFit Games qualifier, and it is going to be a massive event. So if you guys are in that area, not that I have to tell Europeans to show up to go watch a CrossFit event, but the team that puts that together is second to none. 90 seconds before we hit that cap. One more hand in the air. Lane 42, Nicole Torgiani. All pink. She'll get across the finish line. Bill, it looks like we are going to have a lot of capped athletes.
And some names, too, in that group of capped athletes. The Wells sisters, I still see them out here.
Yeah. Brooke Wells, Sydney Wells, Ariel Lowen, Haiti Canyo. 45 seconds. Obviously, the tiebreaker will be the number of reps you've completed based off the time cap itself. So it will get sifted, but we might not know exactly where everybody stands after this is all said and done as far as time cap's concerned. 30 seconds left to go.
Come on, Miami, let's make some noise for your top ladies.
Hand in the air.
Get behind them if you're going to fan them out here. We got about 20 seconds.
Looks like it'll be lane 14. Chloe Govan-David sneaking in. Chloe Govan-David, who had made the games, gosh, I can't remember off the top of my head, 2016, 2017, made it back last year as an individual for the first time.
By far one of the biggest comeback names ever.
A lot of big names that got capped, but one name that we haven't seen on the individual stage, that is Astrid Peterson, will take event number 1, and we'll be right back after this.
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered.
Patrick, congratulations on an event win. Starting off your first ever elite individual competition here at Wodapalooza. Talk me through the emotions. How are you feeling?
I'm just so proud of myself. Like, yeah. I mean, I knew I was good at running, but I knew these girls were like really fit as well. So I'm just proud I finished first.
I've heard you have a 6:30 a.m. run club that you do back home. Is that something that you think paid to your advantage into this event this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we run every Tuesday, like no excuse, weather or like it's dark in Denmark now. So we just show up every Tuesday, and yeah, I think that definitely helped me through this one.
Some of those things that we're looking forward to in Wodapalooza, always a beach workout. You don't have necessarily the same kind of sandy beaches at home. Was there anything you did to prepare for this, or was it just we're going to get here and we'll navigate that as we do?
I mean, actually we do, because Denmark is surrounded by beaches, so I'm actually used to run on beaches. It's not my first time, but of course it's not every Tuesday, but I have definitely run on beaches before. Yeah.
We have a lot of competition left to go. Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back home that are tuning into the stream and watching you?
I just want to say thank you to the 6 a.m. running club and the morning cardio club. So they always help me through my workouts, and yeah, I'm very happy about them.
Congratulations. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
The workout was a burner. It was a lot. The assault row was super cool.
The assault row was rough. It's hard. Going into each interval, you just kind of got to pace it. So that's what you do. Hope everybody else did the same.
I like the assault runner a lot. It's very taxing on your hamstrings.
I love it. I love the assault runner.
It's my first time with assault rower. It was good, and I like it.
Whoop. Sleep better, train smarter, recover faster, and feel healthier. Understand and optimize.
The Latin American men take the stage for the second time this morning as event number 2 is getting underway. The Ocean Drive Drag Race as a Latin America Cup presented by Whoop continues. One event down, changing gears quite dramatically. Long, arduous box step-ups to a fast, furious interval workout.
Oh, it is completely different. If you're going to go from long to the interval style that you work out, might as well have elements that you are forced to do all unbroken all the way through. So we're starting off with a row, then we're going to get into some toes bar, and then we have a drag. You'll have a minute of time rest in between there, and we'll do that 2 more times with increasing weight on the sled, which is going to be really interesting.
Reps are going to go down. Weight is going to go up, as you just said. They'll start with 21 cals on the assault rower, 21 toes to bar, and then a sled drag in the sand with 2 plates on the sled. They'll take a minute rest, 18-18 heavier weight. Minute rest, 15-15 heaviest weight. And we were told that they decided to increase the weight just beforehand because why not?
Because why not? So you see a bunch of 2 plates out there on the sled. Then we'll go to 3 plates. Then we'll go to 4 plates. And I'll tell you what, it's not even just the weight of the sled. You're in the sand. And not only do you have to go down and back, I mean, you're pushing that pile of sand up in front of you, but like what kind of trench are you going to start to build as you do that? And I'm not talking, I mean, if I had to do it, I'd rather be in the first heat.
Yeah.
I wonder what's going to happen when we get the next heats out here.
First round is pretty fast, as we heard. As you can see on the left side of your screen, the event for event number 2. They'll pull it forward. Feet must get onto the mats on both ends. You can pull the sled any which way you want. And it seems over the shoulders is the method that is most popular at the moment. And then once your feet hit the green turf, your minute, I would say in quotations, rest begins, because not only do you have to turn your sled around yourself, but load your sled as well.
Well, thank goodness if the reps go down on the movement, so you get that little reprieve, you know?
Now, what you can see in the sand, Bill, is not a trench yet, but a smoothing of the sand. And it seems like, to me, if I smooth this out, I want to make sure that I stay in that on the second round.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to use that, what you just had. The other thing you want to do is you want to make sure, and we saw who was in our first in that first heat is trying to look at an angle of that sled. But when you look into the keys to this event, but sponsored by Whoop here, you got to build your bank. You need to get out fast when it's light. You know, usually when I say, like, don't kill yourself on round 1, this one you kind of want to, because you want to build a little bit of protection once you get to those heavier weights, because you're going to start, as we're seeing across the floor, if you're first, that means you get to start first in that next round and then in the next round. So you get ahead of the field, even though you have that built-in rest.
Your top 3 athletes in lane 4, 5, and 11. That is Mateus Ferro, Michel Montalvo, and in lane 11, Roldan Goldbaum. Again, this is the Latin American men for the Latin America Cup presented by Whoop. This is a classic event here at Tier Wodapalooza, but the first time we're really bringing it to the screen for these athletes. 1 heat of the men, and we'll also have 1 heat of the women before we get back to individual action for the elite side. And now we're into the 18-18 round. Added another plate to the sled. We talked about the first round being fast, try to make as much time up as you can.
Yeah.
You can really afford to get the most bang out of your buck. What's this middle round like? Is this classic middle round of a 21-15-9 or the second round of 3?
Yeah, absolutely. It is the one that's going to hurt the most. You don't feel rested. I mean, the first one, you're excited. You can come out and go guns a-blazing. This one you have to think, okay, was that the right move? Am I pushing hard enough? I need to make these unbroken. But the other key to this is you got to be smart on your transitions, because that's where you're going to be able to make up a lot of time, like the toes bar, like we saw right there with Roland, and that's how he was able to get up into that top position out of those toes to bar.
Roldan Goldbaum in the yellow shirt ahead of Mateus Ferro. As we have 3 plates on the sled, and we already see a massive difference between 2 plates and 3 plates, with a 4th waiting to be put on for the final interval in this event.
I really like the straight arm hold, which is shortening up that strap, getting a higher angle, so it's keeping that front end up.
Yeah, because what we've
smart.
seen is I saw a picture of someone testing this out, and the sled is basically buried into the sand. And you make a great point, is that shorten up the straps across the shoulders, lift the nose of that sled up so it doesn't get buried in the sand.
So you want it to plane over the sand. And that's one of the things I was really worried about, like what it was going to look like with this sled. And you can see the athletes that have their hands up by their shoulders and they're really leaning forward, that strap back to the sled is really low, and you want that as high as possible.
Now, to all the coaches out there, if you would like to make yourself look better than you are, you should be in the stands right now watching events and heats like this and secretly, quietly go back to your athlete and tell them exactly what they should be doing. Your leader so far is in lane 11, sitting on the rower in the yellow top. That is Roldan Goldbaum. As we work into our final interval, they'll have a 1-minute break in between each set. We're now dropping to 15 cals, 15 toes to bar, and then 4 plates on the sled. Very choppy, short strokes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's trying to save his legs or something, just wants to use his back. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, you're definitely not saving your arms.
Nope, you're not saving your arms at all. Well, you don't really need your arms for anything after this, right? I mean, you're just trying to hold on, support as much as you can. What I really liked what Roland had and where he really made his move was on the toes to bar. But, man, I would have gotten a lot more out of each one of those pulls if I could have. That would have been my suggestion.
Roldan Goldbaum, your leader in lane 11. Off the rower for 15, down to the rig for 15 more. And then one final sled pull, and that'll do it for this event. So a very fast-paced interval-style event, much different than what we opened the morning off with.
You can see that nice tight midline that Roland has, not letting his legs come back too far.
Mateus Ferro in lane number 4 trying to keep pace. Roldan is done, and we'll see what 4 plates on a sled looks like here in the sand.
Now watch, he really likes to go that straight arm, standing up nice and tall. Look how short that strap is. That's over 45 degrees, and he's keeping the nose of that sled up, which is helping him to keep as much sand. Oh, there's a little bit of a bump there in the front. That's that wave of sand. That's not what you want. That's extra weight.
Foot has to touch the mat on the way out. Feet have to get to the green on the way back. Goldbaum still leading. I will say that Ferro looks much better on the way out than he did with 3. So there is an opportunity for Mateus Ferro to possibly make a lead, but it looks like he's slowing down a bit, and Roldan is not. And Roldan Goldbaum will take the event here for the Latin America men at 7:46.
Nice job. That was a great effort. Great effort.
Lane 7, Marco Saldana might have snuck in against Ferro. As well as, God, I remember this guy's name, Geronimo.
Ah,
yeah,
Geronimo.
bro. I know that's not how I say it, but that's how it's spelled. Geronimo Bodine. That just sounds like that's someone I want to hang out with.
Sounds like a cool rock and roll name right there. Oh, man, and you can just see the struggle with, the weight, but look at the pile of sand in the front of some of these sleds. It is unreal. We talked about what that divot was going to look like. If you look across the floor, you can start to see how deep and how crooked some of these sleds are sitting just because of how deep that trench is getting.
Well, not just that, Bill. What I'm starting to see is a lot of athletes losing their footing. And when they lose their footing, they fall deep into the sand. And when they fall deep into the sand, they create divots in front of the sled. And then the sled gets buried because of the divots.
Look at how much sand is being pushed here. And he was struggling trying to get that sled out of that trench that
So there's the fall I see, all right? So you fall, you jam your knees into the dirt, and then once that sled gets there, it dips down in the divot,
into it.
Picks up more sand.
Man, evil, evil, evil event.
All right. Now, Bill, you're a man of the sand.
I am a man of the sand.
Shoes or no shoes?
I would go no shoes.
All right.
I would go no shoes. Like, I mean, basically, in all reality,
I mean,
almost anything I would do if I'm. If
I will
I'm
say
Vincent, I would
toes
do
to
it.
bar may be a
it's
little
not that
unpleasant.
bad. It's not that bad. Unless you kick the bar.
11 minutes of this time cap. We're about to approach the 10-minute mark, and a couple athletes left out on the floor. That is lane number 5, Michelle Montalvo. And in lane number 14, Bernardo Costa. Costa will get in. 1 minute left to go.
One athlete remaining down here, lane 6. It'll be Pablo.
Come on, Pablo, get it in there, man. He's been really having a hard time with that sled, trying to move it through. This is honestly the best it's looked. That last little bit with the 4 plates, because you see the angle?
Yeah.
Again, it comes back to the angle of that strap.
All right, Latin America.
Note to self.
Note to self. Note to the elite athletes waiting in the wings, getting ready for this.
I'm telling you, everyone's going to try and just push hard and go fast. And they're going to bury it.
Well, that'll do it for the Latin American men. The Latin American women for the Latin America Cup presented by Whoop will be up next.
Drop the classic, thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic, got a mask, who was that, living on, lead the way, just give me a second to let them know I'm the headline, I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master, minor, big time.
As we are on Miami Beach still here at the Rain Total Body Fuel Sandbox, getting ready for the Ocean Drive Drag Race. as the Latin America Cup presented by Whoop continues. We've already had one event earlier this morning, 35-minute run through the sand bike, 150 box step-ups. Now we're going speed, speed, speed.
And I'm just so happy that they're having this event like this in the sand. I think it's so fun. I mean, like, cool rowing, cool toes to bar.
Cool.
Do something crazy and weird and just unique, like dragging a sled in the sand. I mean, we saw what it did to the guys, and I just think it's super fun and entertaining. I can't wait to see these ladies attack it.
3, 2, 1, go.
21.
Workout number 2 for our ladies of the Latam Cup.
18
calories on the row.
I was like, wait
a minute.
18 cals on the row, set 1, 15 and 12. This being the most volume of cals, most toes to bar,
Right.
where you can make the most out of the opportunities that you have if you're good at both, and then the lightest sled, because a lot of times where you might not be the strongest sled individual on the gymnastic side, might be the opposite.
Well, if we're talking about our keys to this particular event sponsored by Whoop, I talk about building the bank. And this is, you have to go out hard. You got to go out hard and fast. You can see the scores there for some of the ladies with the calories as they're rowing. But you got to build that bank so you get ahead of the game so you can build into where it's going to get heavy. And you got to maximize the efficiency of every one of these reps. So when you're doing your rowing, get the biggest bang out of your buck for those. When you're doing your toes to bar, be quick on that. Don't necessarily do the big, long swing if you don't need to, so you can get yourself over to that sled and really start to really make that work. And then keep that angle of that strap up as high as you can.
1 minute in, 18 cals done. Back to the rig for 18 toes to bar. And then that sled drag down and back. It's about 90 feet in total.
21 reps here.
No issue we should see for any athletes of questioning whether they should go unbroken or not. Really, unbroken or not means is you chooses to win or lose at this point in time.
Yeah.
And then off the rig first, Mariana Meza, who is the defending champ here for the Latin America Cup. Saw her off the bike early in event number 1. It was curious if that was good pacing or bad pacing. And so far, good pacing to start things off for event number 2. Lane 15. You have Thais Franca holding second place, but actually moving into second in lane number 9 is Natalia Freire. Now, once the athletes' feet get to the green, their 1 minute rest interval will start. They'll have to turn around their own sled and load their own sled before they can start the set of 15.
Yeah, and I think, loading the sled, not a big deal. They made it nice and easy to where you only have to add the one weight to make it easy for the weight purposes. The turning around of the sled, it's crazy because the heavier it gets, the deeper that divot gets that you have to pull the sled out of, and when you're making that turn. So, I mean, it is a rest. You're not working really hard trying to get it turned around or anything like that, but it is you don't really get to rest.
30-second mark for our winning time for our gentlemen of the Latam Cup.
After that minute, athletes will all basically be on their own clock.
Yep.
And in lane 11,
importance that they cannot go slow. And sometimes when you're going slow with a unique movement or something that you're not used to, you'll see big implosions. I mean, we saw that at the semi. Remember the sled drag that was happening at the semis?
Yeah.
Well, I think that we will see a lot of the same types of things here. The other thing is this, and I don't know if you guys can actually see the ground. There are divots that are happening. There are up and downs that are starting to happen.
And it's going to get more and more,
And it's going to get more and more. So we're going to start to see just the not the event has its own issues with it, its own strategies and tactics, but what you're going to have to deal with environmentally wise.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a big difference
That's
for this
the unique
heats,
part about this. And like I said, it's cool to see. We saw people driving stakes with sledgehammers in 2008.
I mean,
at the CrossFit Games in Rome. We've seen all kinds of things.
Wheelbarrows, sandbags.
But that's the thing you get at these, and that's the thing I love about a lot of these off-season comps that are outside of the CrossFit Games seasons is that they bring their own uniqueness to that.
Yeah.
And either the stages are unique or the the demographic of athletes that come to that competition, whether it's local or across the way, and you infuse the environment, as you said, and the landscape as part of the overall test that is this competition.
Well, and when you have, and one of the things that Tier Wodapalooza has really done well is they hold true to their mantra of fitness, community, and life. They want it to be fun. They want it to be about fitness, and that gives them the ability to practice and experiment. You know, it's not the games. I'm not trying to find the fittest. I'm trying to have a good, fun competition.
All right, that'll do it for the Latin America women. The individual elites will be coming up next.
Rumor has it, I'm a savage, drop the classic, thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic, gotta mask it, who was at it, living legend, leave the way, just give me a second to let them know I'm the headline, I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, big time.
The sandbox for the second time today as we are getting set for event number 2, the Ocean Drive Drag Race. Bill, we got to see the Latin America Cup take this on for both the men and the women. The women will be taking the stage first. The men took it first earlier this morning. And your top 2 with Astrid Peterson and Lucy Campbell will be in this heat.
And they're going to be right next to each other. And I think it's going to be another great battle because length always is great when you're rowing. We talk about the power and even the length with Astrid and the height of Astrid for that sled. I think it's going to be great. But the power drive that Lucy has and that we saw on the box step up, I think this is going to be a good battle between these two again.
And what we talked earlier is that, hey, what are the outside of fitness and speed, but what are some of the, anatomical advantages in an event like this? And I remember we were talking earlier when we were previewing these events, looking at certain athletes, and Astrid jumped off the page as 5'11", which when you think about a rower, that is going to be a massive advantage if she has the power behind it. Right? We saw she did well on the bike. She crushed the run. Right? Toes to bar, cycle rate will be a little bit slower, but you're going to get more power in distance on cows than you will lose on reps on toes to bar. So then it all comes down to the sled in the sand.
Right. You know, and for her disadvantage on the toes to bar, that's going to be minimize every single round because the rep set's going to go down. So that is not going to affect her as much. And then we're going to have to see, like, can she use the height to her advantage? So we talked, a little bit about, like, what the angle of that strap is going to be. How is she going to hold that? Will she know to hold her arms straight? It's going to be interesting to see how they adapt on the fly.
Athletes getting set. Now there's 2 bar heights athletes can choose from. Obviously that just depends on preference or height of the athlete. The first round of this interval will be 18 for the women. So the women's reps go 18, 15, 12. That'll be both 4 cals on the row. But the toes to bar will keep the 21, 18, 15.
I like that.
So the only difference between the men and the women will just be cals on the row. Now the weight on the sled, they'll all be 1 45-pound plate. The women will add an extra 25 each round after that. A minute break in between all of these sets. And I am curious to see how fast some of these athletes start because they have to.
They have to. They need to do that. You talk about this being an interval. You know it's fast, but now it's not just about being fast. It's about banking time further up ahead for when the weights get a little bit heavier. Now, they did switch the weight for the men, the Latin American Cup.
Yeah, men.
I honestly believe that they should have switched it for our elite ladies here to bump it up a little bit because we saw that what the field looked like before with the Latin American women, and they didn't have a problem moving it. So I think that it's going to be easy for this, it's going to be pretty easy for these ladies to move the weight here. But your keys to this event, sponsored by Whoop, got to build the bank. Get out there fast on this first round while you can. The weight is light, so bank as much time as you can so when it gets heavy. And you have to be very efficient. Efficient on how you move on the toes to bar, efficient on the pull that you get on your row, and then how you're going to move that sled down and back and what sort of divot you either make or don't make as you pull it up and back.
30 seconds before we start. And athletes, 18 cals on the assault rower, 21 toes to bar on the rig, and then a sled pull 90 feet, 45 down, 45 back with that 45-pound plate on the sled.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat number 1 of the elite individual women here at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. We'll keep our eyes on who will be first off the rower and onto the rig.
And I love this. Look at the difference in tempo that these women are rowing versus how they were on the bike. The bike was like, okay, let me just warm up. Let me just kind of get through it. These ladies are getting after it, and that's what you need to do. You have to get through that set of calories of 18 calories for these guys to get off this and get over to the rower and get your hands on that ski. Or I'm sorry, on that sled.
Hand in the air, no surprise. Lane 16, Astrid Peterson. Lucy McGonigal. Lucy McGonigal, a teen athlete, trying to keep pace. Astrid's up to the rig first. McGonigal second, followed by Lucy Campbell. Your top 3. Lane number 6, Ariel Saunders as well.
Look at the difference in swing. This is what I was talking about. Astrid has that long, flowy swing. Lucy a lot tighter at the bottom, very snappy, so she's able to make up a little bit of distance there, a little bit of time on Astrid.
21 toes to bar. And it looks like Campbell is making a push. Once their feet gets to the green, their clock will start. So it's a 1-minute break. So Campbell looks to have a 3-second lead on Astrid and McGonigal.
Man, I tell you what, did you see the rivets in the lane for Lucy Campbell? That was impressive. And she felt that too when she was running.
On round number 2 after that 1-minute rest.
Now, athletes will have a minute rest in between where they will reset their own sled. load their own sled, and then get ready to go. So the judges are keeping their time for them. Lucy Campbell, far top right part of your screen in the blue shorts, got second place in this morning's event. To the lady on her left, Astrid Peterson. She has about a 3-second lead. Lucy McGonigal in lane 11. She's in the center lane in the red top. She's also a couple seconds behind Lucy Campbell. This is Lucy McGonigal's first time here competing at Tier Wodapalooza. Had a lot of success in the teen division and looking to maybe be one of those next female athletes to make the jump from the team to individual competition. She got 19th at the French Throwdown last. Handle this final sled pull.
You know, really on the sled pull between both of them, Astrid and Lucy, they're pretty much the same. And so that's something that if Astrid is getting beat on the row and on the toes to bar, this is where she can make that up.
Lucy is off. Lucy Campbell, top right corner of your screen. There goes Astrid. Astrid is 5 seconds behind Lucy Campbell. Now, if you're Astrid, do you just go for it here on your basically your best chance to make up the most time?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? It's the last round, man. Of course I am. I'm a second behind.
Bill Grundler just looked at me as if that was the dumbest question I've ever asked, knowing full well that it's kind of part of the job.
I mean, yes, that's absolutely what she needs to do. Now, even for her, I know that she can do it. Most of the time when you're a taller athlete for toes to bar, you just don't train to have that tight midline. You want to go as much momentum because you got long legs. That's just what you do. But she could do that here and actually make up some time on Lucy. I don't know if she will.
Lucy's got about a 5-rep lead. She actually looks like a near 10-second lead on Astrid. So Lucy, now what's important for Lucy Campbell is that this is heat 1 of 3. There are 2 more heats left to go, so it is just absolutely valuable to just get as much time off the clock as possible. Final sled pull. Lucy Campbell just past the 7-minute mark. Astrid Peterson's on the sled as well. Campbell slowing down a little bit at the turn.
Oh, that was a smart little move, not to bury the sled.
In the back, Lucy McGonigal in the red top. Still holding on to third, just slightly. Lucy Campbell is gaining losing a little ground. Lucy Campbell got out-touched in event 1. She gets it back in event 2. Lucy Campbell will take the heat. Now the battle's for third place. Lucy McGonigal just made the turn. Ariel Saunders is trying to keep pace with her. McGonigal halfway there. We're at 11. We're at 8 minutes. We have 3 minutes until we hit that 11-minute cap. And it looks like McGonigal's going to be able to hold on. Caitlin Bernardin is trying to chase down Sanders for that 4th place position in the heat. And it looks like Bernardin will do it.
Nice.
Sanders is done.
The top 5 ladies, here comes Erica Folo. Centers the competition for late number 9, where it all be.
Erica Folo will be next to cross along with Pernille Christensen over in lane number 5. Erica Folo, who drew our attention during the Open last year in her performance in quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah.
And in basically her most popular rookie year, to our knowledge, at semifinals, was just a hair's breadth away from qualifying to the CrossFit Games for the first time.
So close.
2 minutes left before you hit the 11-minute cap.
A few athletes out here still working hard, turning for that.
Athletes, we're starting to see the challenge that the sled pull can have, especially on these turns. We're just looking at sleds just piling up sand on them. And in the turn itself, Bill, you talked how the importance of keeping the front end up when you're pulling, keeping the front end up on the turn.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Really the biggest problem, because you'll see they'll go up and then it'll go down and
buries.
Then it doesn't move.
It goes down and gets buried.
We're going to count them down. Stay moving, ladies.
Say you're in the next seat. Do you move your sled over to the side for quote-unquote clear sand?
Absolutely. Either that, or I would come over and I would kick some of those whoop-de-doos down, because I definitely would not want to deal with those at all. So you have to. Someone should be thinking about that. They have to see out there that that's coming up, and I wouldn't want to hit that. Absolutely, go to the side. Oh, but I do see a rake out there, but I don't think they're doing that for everyone. So you got to take matters into your own hands for sure.
We'll step away here. We'll do a come back with a quick interview for your heat winner.
Drop the classic, thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was at it? Living on baby. Just give me a second to let him know. Deadline. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master, minor, big time.
Lucy, what a performance. You crushed event number 1. We're back in the sandbox, event number 2. Talk me through how pulling that sled in the sand's going after that row.
I mean, it was quite bumpy. You can see them there. Like, I wasn't really expecting that. And like when we were walking out, I was trying to I don't know whether to go with it or whether to try and smooth them out as much as possible. So I was just sort of doing whatever I felt. But as you got heavier, the bumps just got worse and worse. You could feel it every time. So it was just a case of like trying to lift the front of the sled up as much as you can and just like grind through. So yeah, it was good. It was hard. I don't like sand, but I'm having a great time.
Well, something I have enjoyed watching you is commentary. This last year's been really fun seeing you start to shine as one of the team members for our commentary show for a lot of events. What is it like being back on the competition floor? Do you kind of think of it as a little bit of a color commentary? Because that's what I would do. I'd be thinking, oh, I know how to research. I know what I'm doing. Is that something that's going through your mind, or you just go full athlete mode now?
I think it's athlete mode. Like I'm trying not to think too much about that. At the same time, I'm just a lot more aware of like the cameras now, and probably that like I'm the one being talked about and all that sort of stuff that I didn't know before. So just trying to forget about that as much as possible and differentiate the two things.
We're 2 events down. We've got another event on the floor tonight. Can we expect another Lucy performance? I like this. This is fun.
Tonight's probably the biggest test on my wrist. Like there's a lot of stuff there that I've sort of been only doing for a few months, so it's definitely going to be a challenge, but just do the best I can. I'm looking forward to being able to test that out here and against this field as well. It's savage.
It's been fun to watch you, Lucy. Congratulations. I'll see you tonight.
Thank you.
Emily Lundberg. And rounding out the heat in lane number 17, Andrea Pinero.
Thank you, guys. Yep.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute.
Go. Tell him. I got it. I can talk to Matt. No.
All right, athletes, be ready to go. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
1 heat down, 2 more to go as heat number 2 for the elite individual women are underway. Lucy Campbell took heat number 1. And for those of you that watched the Lucy Campbell interview, that was not cocaine on the side of her nose. That was chalk.
Wow.
That was just chalk.
What are you saying about being down here?
I was just waiting. Well, you know.
I'll repeat it one more time. 11-minute time to beat. 7:38. 7:38, Chris.
Again, we're watching that interval setup that we saw in the last heats. Set of 18 calories and 21 toes to bar, and then we have our first sled drag, a minute rest.
Round 1, fine. Round 2, okay. Round 3, uh-oh, I can't do it anymore.
Well, I mean, you got to be smart about where you're taking that trail, you know, where you're going to go with that. Do you want to go just where everyone else has gone, or do you want to take some flat land, or are you going to be able to really watch and be able to keep the front of that sled up while you're riding it down the lane?
One round down, the start of round 2 underway. Lanes 4 and 5, your current leaders. Jenny Muir out of the UK.
That's what you want. You want to talk about, you know, squeezing as much out of every single rep and as every single transition and every single movement that you're doing.
UK representing hard here.
And one thing that I think is maybe unknown about sprinting on the row is the taxing it is on your core as you sprint, and now you have to go right into toes to bar.
Yeah. And I think that the only way you can really kind of mute that is if you take a really bad row technique and kind of lean back. Because you're right, if you are pulling from the back and having to have that quick recoil as you're recovering back into that pull position, that catch position, you're right. It's like stomach the whole time. It's just abs are turned on the entire time.
Jenny Muir had the lead, but Nicole here has caught up, and Sydney Wells in lane number 10. And at the turn, here's moved into first place. Here comes Sydney Wells.
Into rolling right in the middle.
Yeah, looks like we've seen that in lane 16. That's Emily Lundberg.
Crossing over the 5.5-minute mark, halfway, 5.5 minutes remaining, ladies.
1 interval left to go. All these athletes are chasing the time by Lucy Campbell in heat number 1. This is just heat number 2 with 1 more heat to go for the individual elite women.
Very quick. Third and final round if they're going to beat that time.
11 minutes to cap. I don't think we'll have any issues if anybody getting capped. We didn't in the couple in the first heat, though. And it was all about that sled drag.
So athletes adding that final 25-pound plate. And there they go, your top.
Sydney's off.
Sydney Wells in lane 11 in the red top, black shorts.
So we've talked about banking time. We talked about like trying to build into this last one. Smallest set of reps here now, heaviest sled. It is time to go all out because you know that you can and get yourself out on that sand.
Now in lane 5 in the bottom left part of your screen, Nicole here was behind Jenny Muir barely.
Yeah.
But it looked like Jenny Muir maybe forgot to set her sled up right before it was her time to start.
Ah, really? I mean, I know she had a hard time with the sled on that on the return of that last heat. So, but I didn't see her have a fumble there.
And Bill, I'm looking at the sleds in the sand, and it is somewhere halfway in, halfway out, buried in the sand. As Sydney Wells and Nicole here are working into their final set of toes to bar, 15 reps on the rig. As Sydney Wells made up a lot of her time on the sled pull in the second round, and with an added 25-pound plate for the third, we'll see how she handles it.
Nice transition, running out to the sled. She did have she struggled on the rollers in the sand. You can see how it dips, but she's holding her arms out straight, keeping the angle of that sled nice and high, which is good. God, still picking up. Look at all the sand she's picking up on the front of that.
It's not just that, but it's the footing as well. But Sydney still holds a slight lead over here. Nicole here is trying to stay with Sydney as Sydney makes the turn. Athlete's got to go down and back, and here comes Sydney Wells. Nicole here making the turn. Annika Greer has actually moved into third place. And in lane 12, Elizabeth Wishart. Wishart, another one of those cross-it crash athletes.
Yeah.
Along with Lydia Fish and a lot of these athletes. I mean, Austin Hatfield made a name for himself at crash to begin with. And it looks like it's going to be Sydney Wells in this heat. It's got to get to the green mat, and it'll be 8:21 for Sydney Wells. So Lucy Campbell's time is still in the top times in the first two heats with one heat remaining. And what's big about that is that it's a two-day competition for the elite individuals. There's a two-day competition for the team competition. Lucy's in heat one.
Oh, yeah.
You want to make sure that you're in that final heat to start the day for day number two.
Yeah, you do.
And as it stands right now, Lucy's got a second-place finish in event one and potentially sitting in a top 5 position at the moment. But same with Astrid Peterson.
Yeah, I know. Which is, man, that's so great for Astrid.
We are less than 2 minutes, and Jenny Muir, just off screen, is now finding herself in last.
I mean, look at that.
In this heat, she was in first place after the first round. All right, so Bill, we figured it out. You can start too fast in this event, or
no, I think it's the sand. I think it's the sand. She is pulled. Look at how much sand is. You don't even see the sled.
There's sand on the back of her sled.
Right?
That's how much sand is on her sled.
She was literally buried by the drag. She did great on everything else, and when it was smoother, she could, and lighter, it was planing. But man, that really made it tough.
All right, all athletes are in just underneath the time cap. We'll be back with an interview from our heat winner.
Yep.
We love technology. We're not gonna go to the house. Oh God. Are you sure?
Rumor has it, I'm a savage, drop the classic, thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic, got a mask, who was at her, living on, leave the weapon, just give me a second to let them know I'm the headline, I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master, minor, big time.
We could talk about it.
Hey.
Congratulations, heat number 2. Your, I think, third official time going into the second heat. There's 3 heats. Were you looking at what heat 1 did, or you just decided, hey, I'm going to go my own race?
I didn't know where the clock was, so you couldn't really compare your times at all. So yeah, it was just me out there running against like these girls.
Well, your lane had a lot of waves to it.
Oh my god.
Looked like we're kind of going up and down. Was that something that you had prepped for when it came to a sled push like this and pole, or is it something that you've never experienced before when it comes to a workout?
No, I live in Nashville, Tennessee. We don't have sand like this. So yeah, the hardest part, I felt like I was going up and down, but figured it out.
You've had a really big year. 2024 was an absolutely massive year for you as an athlete. You just came 14th at Rogue. How does it feel now that you are in that top elite field, putting up a name for yourself aside from, the rest of your family?
Well, thank you. Yeah, honestly, it's crazy. I never really expected to be here. Just kind of happened one day. I just fell into CrossFit and then started training with Proven, and it's crazy to look at. It's only been 4 years. So it's been really fun and exciting, and I just never thought that I would be on this side of it, truthfully.
What's been really fun is actually you're competing on a team with your sister this weekend. Are you thinking about that already, or is that tomorrow's problem?
Yeah, I mean Friday, or Saturday. But yeah, I just focus one thing at a time. We're here to have fun, so we're here to compete in individual and do our best, and then when it comes to team, we just want to have a good time.
Well, Haley said she's excited for you guys this weekend, so congratulations,
so
and we'll see you later.
Thanks.
$30 seconds.
Good.
Yeah. 30 seconds.
Okay. Did they go out? Okay. My phone is working, okay? This phone is working as a camera, okay? If we need this. That's it.
10 seconds. So you live? Live. Go live. We have to get these heats. It's not an option.
1, go.
Third and final heat underway for the individual elite women. 18 cows on the assault rower, 21 toes to bar, 90-foot sled drag. Bill, we've seen it multiple times now, this being the final heat of the women. And it's really, we thought it'd come down to the sled. Now it comes down to how you navigate your lane.
Right. Well, it is the sled. Where are you going to go? How are you going to pull it? And what you prep up to that point. I really like the fact that they're forced to go so hard on the row and forced to go so hard on the toes to bar, and then we get to the other stuff here. There's a little bit more of a layout. It kind of has to play its game, but it's really fun to watch. These women really have to put the pedal to the metal.
Sydney Wells won the second heat around a time of 8:16. We are just underneath the minute mark. Clock on the top of your screen isn't active. We'll keep you updated as much as we can as this unfolds. And we talk about speed, power, rowing, sleds. Lane number 10, Laura Horvath, should be at the top of your list.
100%. I mean, and rowing, yeah, I just think that, if you put her on a sled anywhere, she's just going to be dominant. But we did talk about some of the different elements of the movement. Emma Tall was very strong, but Emily Rolfe, the way she was doing her toes to bar is faster than everyone else. She needs it now because she's not going to have that advantage later. So we have to see what it looks like on the sled.
Emma Tall looking to take down that
first, followed by Amy Kringle, Laura Horvath. Emily Rolfe, as you said. Your top 3. Laura Horvath making a push here in the final part of this pull. 45 feet down, 45 feet back. Laura Horvath ended up out-touching Tall by about 2 seconds at the 150 mark. Top clock at the upper left part of your screen. That's on as we're approaching the 2-minute mark. Athletes will get a 1-minute break, add some weight, turn your sled around, and get set for round number 2.
Yeah, and you have to think, in any interval race, Laura always does well in these sprints. She always does well when these sort of setups, and she looks completely rested right now and completely just ready to go. Okay, one done, easy. That was the easy one. And it was still super fast.
Very fast, but we knew the first round would be very fast without that weight digging the sled into the sand. So it's really your best opportunity to utilize your speed and your skill set when you can. Second round. Cal's on the rower, going to drop to 15. Toes to bar will be 18. Laura Horvath should have about a 1 second head start over Emma Tall. Horvath is off at the 2:49 mark. Clock on your screen's about 3 seconds off the clock on the floor. And it is Horvath who's just cranking on that rower. Emma Tall, Emily Rolfe trying to keep pace. Again, 15 cals on the rower. As soon as they're done, they'll move back to the rig. They've added a plate to the sled, which is a 25-pound plate. Hand in the air for Amy Kringle in the white. Kringle getting a top 3 finish at event 1, but it is Tall to the rig first. So Tall has a faster road pace than Horvath, but Horvath has the faster sled pull. And we've seen that it's the sled that is the game changer.
So you see the lady.
So it goes Emma Tall, Horvath, Amy Kringle, Emily Rolfe on the rig in lane number 9, right in the center between Tall and Horvath.
And look at the way that Rolfe is doing her toes to bar. That quick little turnaround at the bottom, man, that's good for her.
Tall to the sled first, about 2 seconds ahead of Laura Horvath. Amy Kringle and Emily Rolfe getting to the sled at the same time. Tall much better this round than she was in the first round. Tall makes the turn, so does Horvath. Tall still holding on to her lead, so a much better sled pull for Emma Tall this round, and she gets in at 4:35. Laura Horvath 4:39. Amy Kringle and Emily Rolfe. Kringle in the front, Rolfe in the back in the purple leggings. And it'll look like Kringle's in at 4:51. Emily Rolfe right at the same time. So you've got Emma Tall, Laura Horvath, Rolfe and Kringle at the top of this heat.
And Emma Tall, it was all about the row. I mean, we saw Laura ripping. She looked very composed as she was doing that hardcore row on that cable. We didn't get a chance to really see Emma Tall in the way she was pulling on the row, but dude, we'll watch it this time. Yeah. And I'll tell you, it is like she's reckless on that cable.
And one thing about that is that if you're going to save your legs for the sled, which is what you said, upper body pulling is Emma Tall's bag.
That's her deal. You know, and she's utilizing it as best she can, and she does it. Look at that. Look at the way she's pulling that. All back, all arms, save. I mean, it's a big drive with the legs for sure, but that's a frantic pull. If you talk to a rower, they'd be like, what the hell are you doing right now?
Yes, we understand.
I know.
To the purists out there.
I know, I get it. But that's what she needs, and that's what moved her ahead in that second round to give her the distance on that ski, on the sled.
12 cals on the row, 15 toes to bar on the rig. Tall's judge already has his hand in the air. Now, Laura Horvath's judge. Tall had a 4-second lead on Horvath coming in. The previous heat best time was 8:16. Tall's on the rig at 6:15. Here comes Laura Horvath in lane number 10. Hand in the air for Kringle and Rolfe.
Emma Tall, that transition is absolutely crucial. Off of the A-frame, right to the sled drag. Remember, we added 25 more pounds. Here comes the champ, Laura Horvath, right behind her. But Emma Tall at the turn. Down in lane number 8. 7 minutes in. Just about 30 seconds for that time to beat. She's looking to do so now. Miami, make some noise. Put your eyes out on lane number 8 for Emma Tall. She's going to finish up and take event number 2 unofficially.
On the second in the heat.
For Emma Tall. Cripple on the turnaround, trying to catch Horvath down.
Horvath will cross at 7:43. The best time in Heat 2 is 8:16. Lucy Campbell's time is still at the top there as well. Wells is done. So Wells, we hadn't mentioned her name the entire heat. She comes in and gets third.
Second place in the heat.
And about 16 seconds ahead of her sister Sydney.
Just about neck and neck. Who's going to stretch it out? Brooke Wells will come across the line just in front of Rolfe and Spiegel at the 8-minute mark.
Lane number 4, Myra Milligan.
Pringle will cross the line.
Sorry, that's Linda Casement. Linda Casement in the yellow top. Kyra is just getting to the sled. Ariel Lowen.
Emma, I need you for an interview over there.
Whose best finish of her 3. This is her 3rd year at Wodapalooza. She got 3rd in 2022. She's got 1 event win. Is sitting at the back half of this pack. We still have 1 more event to go today. 3 events today, 3 events tomorrow. Heats will stay the same today, but what happens today is huge for what happens tomorrow as we'll reseed. We have 2 minutes until we hit the 11-minute cap. And it looks like it is just Kyra Milligan who is by herself. And you can watch the sled, Bill. This is exactly what you're talking about.
Just under 2 minutes remaining.
These sand rollers. The Doom Dunes.
Okay.
The Dunes of Doom?
The Dunes of Doom.
We got to flesh this out a little bit.
Look at all of that.
But yeah, look, the down, he just bit the nose berries.
So hard to watch.
But this is what Lucy did. Well, number 1 was lift the nose up. And as she lifts it up, it's easier to turn and the sand comes off at the same time. Kyra Milligan, who made her rookie debut at the games last year in Fort Worth, Texas, is also making her rookie debut here at the 2025.
And look at the difference.
Just about a minute, 5 seconds remaining. Plenty of time, but she's going to have to stay moving. Danny coming out for a little encouragement. Ryan, you want to see a function say that? Make some noise.
Don't do it.
No, I think the head judge is telling her she needs to.
Really?
Yeah, maybe you got to keep your hands on the end of the straps.
You
got about 25 seconds left and same number of feet, and you can just see feet churning in the sand as Danny Spiegel is trying to cheer her on. Quad twisters trying to help each other out.
I mean, just
10 seconds to go.
Okay, that was smart. I would have put him down too. I would put him down.
And that will do it for the individual women for event number 2. Started fast, finished strong. We'll be back with an interview with Emma Tall.
Don't go anywhere. Our men are coming right up here. A quick reset of the floor. We'll be right back to the action.
Emma, congratulations on an event win. Event number 2 of Wodapalooza. It's your 3rd time here. How's it feel winning an event on day number 1?
It feels really good. Yeah.
We've had a big off season for you. You crushed it at Rogue. You've done amazing things. How do you feel prepared as an athlete coming into Wodapalooza this weekend? Are you feeling that you're ready and you're trying to show the world what you've done in the off season, or is this kind of a barometer of maybe we'll see where we need to be?
Well, actually, I haven't really had an off season because I didn't do the games.
Right.
So then training continued after that to do the qualifier for Rogue, and that's a tough one. So I needed to stay fit for that. And then after qualifier, I needed to stay fit for Rogue. And then after Rogue, I decided to do Wodapalooza. So then I needed to stay fit for this. So it hasn't really been an off season for me at all. So I'm looking forward to it after this.
The off season for everybody else has still been your season, but it's clearly paid off. What have you done this year to really train and prepare, not only physically, but mentally and emotionally, to be ready for 2025?
I would say I've done the same thing the last 2 years. And it's just like a lot of focus on training, recovery, mentality, and eating.
For all the athletes that are here and that feel inspired by you and your perseverance in the sport, what would you tell them to do to keep going?
I would just say to follow your heart. Like, you need to do what you're passionate about, and that's going to make you happy, and that's going to make you succeed.
Emma, congratulations. I'm happy you're here, and I'm excited to see you on the floor tonight.
Thank you.
Of course.
Sleep better, train smarter, recover faster. Never miss a second of data with a wireless and waterproof.
2 minutes, athletes, 2 minutes.
Expect all new features all the time.
Dude, you can't have one guy raking.
Individual women are done. It's the elite men's turn as we have 2 big heats to cap off event number 2 for the men, the Ocean Drive Drag Race, and it is aptly named. I'm Chase Ingram. Alongside with me is Bill Grunler. Bella Martin will be joining us shortly. And Bill, we thought it was going to be fast, and it is, but now the weights are going on these sled pulls are going to be insane.
I think that, you know, seeing what the women had to deal with, knowing what the men had to deal with on the sled in the Latin America Cup that we saw, we're going to see that nice blend. These guys are going to be ripping the cables, and I'll be shocked if we don't see that rig just get rocked everywhere. But I want to see what these guys are able to do on the sled. We start off 21, 21, 18, 18, 15, 15, calorie row, toe to bar, and then that down and back with the sled drag. Increase weights. We got 2 plates and 3, then 4 plates. It gets heavy. We already have divots in the sand. At least the LATAM guys didn't have to worry about any divots. These guys are going to have to worry about managing that sand in that sled.
First to the rig is in lane 11, Enrico Zanoni. Bill, what are your keys to this event?
Well, the first thing, you want to build your bank. You want to be able to be ready and have time ahead of the rest of the group for those heavy sleds. We saw in some of the other heats, you could be out in the front, but if you don't have that padding for that heavy sled and you're not able to move it, you're going to have a hard time. So do that first. Second is going to be maximize your efficiency. You want to make sure your transitions are fast. You want to make sure your movements are quick and snappy. And then you want to be very smart about how you pull that sled and where you're pulling it down the sand.
First off the rig is William Bennett. William Bennett coming out of the qualifier, although Enrico Zanoni has caught up pretty quickly in lane 11. As these athletes have 90 feet for this sled pull, 2 45-pound plates on the sled. 45 down, 45 back. And it just looks like absolute chaos at the moment.
They're waiting. So you have to go fast.
Now, athletes will take a minute break before they move to the round of 18. Time will stop once their feet hit the green turf. And within that minute, the athletes must turn around their own sled, place it behind the red flag starting line, and add their own plate. So not really a rest for them. It's just a minute break of time on the clock.
Well, and I don't know if you could really tell, but over in lane number 15, Lago Giraldez, he was dumping all the sand off his sled. He was digging out the front. He was smoothing out the sand, trying to do everything that he can to be as smart as he can for that sled. Also, if we get a chance to watch him, watch how he's holding the straps. We talked about the arms being straight and over the shoulder. He holds them straight up in the air.
So we had about 5 athletes all start at near the same time.
Red shirt, center of your competition floor.
Lane number 7, Ton Kingdom. Lane 8, William Bennett. Lane 9, Ron Potgieter. Enrico Zanoni and Lago Giraldez. All starting within 1 second of each other. We're moving to the round of 18-18. It's like Ruan Potgieter, rookie at the games last year, making his debut here at Wodapalooza.
Round number 2, he'll get a few reps in before the next man in lane number 8 jumps up. Instead it's Bennett and then Kingdom in lane 7.
5 guys up there on the rig right now. And again, I'm looking over in lane 15. He's the tallest guy out there.
Lago's got to be like 6'5".
He's massive. He's
that is
massive.
A big dude.
And, you know, we talked about the same sort of thing with Astrid, trying to utilize the length when she could or when he can. Try to minimize as much as you can on the Tozer bar, but watch what he does when he gets to the sled. He won't be the first one there, but he's pretty dang close.
Right now it's Ruan Potgieter.
Look where the hands go.
Ruan out first. Now there's 135 pounds on the sled, 3 45-pound plates. Now, the difference between Ruan and Lago, you just saw Lago in the back, is athletes had their arms down. Lago is going straight up over his head.
Standing it up, and we talked about what that's going to do, is trying to get that angle up as high as he can, keeping the nose of that sled off the ground. But it's keeping him out there.
Lago looking like the CrossFit version of Lurch out there.
Now watch what he does. He sets up everything. Gets a weight on there. He dusts out the front end. It's kind of like when you're golfing, you want to make sure all the little pieces of grass are out of the way.
Yeah, just don't touch your ball.
Yeah,
just don't touch your ball.
Not touching the ball. Cleaning up your trail, that's all. I don't know if he was going to be able to do that with 4 plates.
I mean, 4 plates on the sled for the final pull. We are past the 5-minute mark. And it looks like Lago, who has been to Wodapalooza multiple times in the past, and he's always been that look at that guy.
Because he's so tall.
Yeah, he's like sitting around in the first heat like, I didn't know someone that tall could do CrossFit effectively. This is his 2nd year in the elite division. He got 18th in 2023.
445 stacked on that sled. How this last drag is going to play out.
As we move into our final round, 15-15. And it is a 2-man race between Ruan Potgieter and Lago Giraldez. Lago Giraldez out of Argentina at CrossFit Villaro. I didn't know they grew that big.
Man, seriously, I'll tell you what. I mean, he's pulling tall and long. We know that. But Ruan is just a maniac on his rower.
Well, he saved enough energy in event number 1, so he should be somewhat fresh for this event.
He'll be joined by Lago Giraldez down here in lane number 15.
Now Back to the rig, 15 toes to bar. You see Lago in the center part of your screen. He's just about a rep behind Ruan. Enrico Zanoni on the rig as well, along with George Sterner. Lago to it first and still doing the straight arm overhead pull.
Crazy.
The big man's got the sled dialed in here.
We saw a head judge on the women's side demand that the athletes hold on to the end of the strap so you can't necessarily choke up. But keep an eye over in lane number 3, Diogo Freitas out of Portugal. I don't know if he has the same weight on the sleds as everybody else. Lagos made the turn. Diego now in second. Diego, right side of your screen, is trying to run down Lago, but not enough. At 7:38, Lago Giraldes will take the heat.
Very close. Nico, lane 1 behind you. Lane 1 behind you.
Diego will take second. Ruan Podcater should get third, and he does, right underneath the 8-minute mark. Next to finish should be lane number 1, George Sterner.
Chipper down here on lane number 18. Just ahead in the carnivore jersey.
And as we scan the field, as we now see what the sled really can do to these athletes.
18. We'll finish it out and shut it down.
Oh, we've seen so many of these guys are just going face first into the sand.
Looks like lane number 5, Nicholas Beeden out of Ecuador.
Trying to keep that sled above the sand.
Still have one athlete on the rig. That's lane 16, Joshua Hong. Joshua Hong coming out of South Korea. This is his second appearance at Wodapalooza. He was here last year in 2024.
And he had
took 37.
He had a really hard time with the sand on his sled on that last heat.
All men are now off the rig and into the sandbox.
Joshua Hong on his way for his final.
This stage, now unique to the Tier Wodapalooza competition. We saw it in SoCal a little bit. We didn't see it all but one event for the teams in SoCal. We've already had it in 2 events. And sandbox, you think playing in the sand doesn't quite look like the same kind of play that you might be used to.
Well, I mean, we saw a handful of the athletes dragging sleds. A lot of the rest of them are playing in the sand because they can't get out of the sand. So they're literally getting buried and dropping into the sand.
1 minute remaining. And apparently the sled can weigh anywhere between 180 pounds to 200, depending on how much sand you have collected on your sled.
These poor guys.
I mean, at what point do you just sit there and brush it off? Is it? They're not adding
honestly,
much weight.
Right away, no. Right away, you do that.
Okay.
Brush it off, and brush off what's in front of the sled. Because that's what's happening. Is you're pushing all of that in front of you. But I think that this is that adaptation part. Like, are they able to adjust on the fly? And we're not seeing as much of that as you'd want to see, competitively anyway.
First, we're going to count them down. Stay moving. Come on, Josh. Come on. 10 seconds to go.
10 more seconds
He turns around. 5 seconds.
as we wrap up heat number 1. And the time to beat.
Applause for all our athletes out here, ladies and gentlemen. Nice work.
Of 7:38 will be set for heat number 2. We'll be down with Lago in just a second.
Rumor has it, I'm a savage. Drop the classic. Thinking back, drop the classic. To establish that the magic is automatic. Got a master. Who was that? Living the dream. Just give me a second.
are just my old shirts. They're kind of dirty. If you could wash them and bring them back, that'd be great. Thank you to Dymatize and our swag crew out there.
Lago, congratulations on Heat 1, 7:37 unofficial. That is lightning fast. What's going through your mind trying to set a time to beat that's going to stand for the next 2 heats?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I really have a lot of fun in there. My mind was on doing my best. I know this was in my wheelhouse, so I had to push the sled and do as fast as I can.
You're one of the taller athletes. Did you feel like that played to your advantage in the sand? I was seeing a lot of our athletes that are kind of shorter like me really struggling pulling that sled in the sand.
Yeah, of course. I had to take advantage of the exercises I can, like rowing, sled, bike, running. So yeah, I think it was in my wheelhouse.
Now, the last time I saw you was 2 years ago at Wodapalooza.
Exactly.
What have you done in the last 2 years to prepare for this kind of performance now? What have we done differently?
Well, last year you saw me, you thought I was a Cinderella story. So I wanted to make sure this year that doesn't happen again. I prepare myself a lot. I change coach. I do a lot of handstand push-up, a lot of weight training. And I mean, I'm having so much fun in here. The crowd is amazing. My family is here with me, so I can't ask for any more.
I love that. Any words you want to say to your family and your friends that are still back home?
No, just thank you. Thanks for watching. Argentina is far away, and I know a lot of friends are watching me now, so I'm super happy.
Well, I'm sure
Thanks.
they're very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
One heat down, 1 heat to go for event number 2 here for the individual men, as 19 athletes will take the sandbox stage, all chasing the time of 7:38 set by Lago Giraldes in heat number 1. I'm Chase Ingham. Alongside with me is Bill Grundler. Bella Martin will be joining us after the event. And Bill, this is the last heat we have of this event. We've seen it for the LATAM, we've seen it for the women, we've seen it for 1 heat of the men. Where are we sitting?
I'm gonna say the exact same thing we've been saying. It's gonna come down to the sled. You have to make sure that you are prepped for your sled and be smart to adapt when you're on in a sprint mode like this. Because this is what it is. We have our intervals. We have 21, 21, 18, 18, 15, 15 of your calorie row, your toes to bar, and then that sled pull. We're gonna see people get reckless on the sled if they want to, on the rower if they want to get out there in the front. Toes to bar. Everyone's gonna go unbroken.
And Bill and I have officially renamed the event the Ocean Drive Doom Dunes.
The Doom Dunes, because that's what it is. You got to be smart about how you're moving that sled down there. You know, if we're talking about the keys to this event, sponsored by Whoop, you have to build the bank. You have to build the time for that sled pull at the end, because guess what? We've seen it bury people. And if you don't have some time built up, you're just gonna get last. You don't want that. Second thing, you've got to maximize your efficiency. We talked about getting on the row. We don't really care about your perfect row form. Which one can you get the most out of that? How are you going to be able to rip with your back and your arms so you can save your legs for the pull and then get busy on the toes to bar? Don't make it a big, beautiful swing. Make it fast. And then be smart about where you take that sled.
Jay Sprague won event number 1, but on the rig first is actually lane 14 and 15. You got Aniello Kai, Moritz Fiebig, and Luka Jukic.
Austin Hatfield. Lane number 8, Guy Maeros. Lane number 9,
21 cals on the assault rower, 21 toes to bar, and then a sled drag. This will be the fastest round you can possibly get. Yes, it's more reps, but with that sled weight, it's your best opportunity to have your fastest time.
And you have to do that. You want to make sure you get ahead of the field. Oh, and look at the top 2 to the sled first, Pat and Ricky.
Ricky Garrard to the sled first. He made up a lot of time on Aniello Kai. Aniello Kai still has a slight lead on Garrard. Kai will take the turn. So will Ricky. And looks like Aniello Kai has a slight edge on Ricky Garrard. Time stops when they hits the mat. And it's Garrard, Felder, and Aniello Kai, your top 3. well under 2 minutes, right around 1:42.
Hey, real fast, let's just take a look at where they drug their sled. Look how close their track is to the line.
You mean
they
when
went
you
up
said,
and down the middle.
You mean when you said, pick your own lane?
Pick a lane.
Oh my gosh.
Pick a lane, and our top 3 guys.
Where are your
all
coaches?
Outside of those whoop-de-doos, man. The Doom Dunes.
The whoop-de-doos.
The Doom Dunes.
The Doom Dunes. Yes, you can put your sled where you want to.
Wherever you want.
And what a better time to pick a place and with the lightest sled you can possibly have.
And you smooth out the field for yourself. Remember how fast those guys went?
Oh, man.
The Lat-Am guys went in the first heat?
All right, time to beat is a 7:37. Set by Lago Girardes. And Pat Vellner and Ricky Garrard are off. Just behind them is Anyol Okai. And you think interval events that have a row, Pat Vellner's performance at the CrossFit Games with that interval event with box jump overs and row pace and what he dismantled there, this is a great event for Pat Vellner.
So it's a fantastic event for him. And again, he's been here 6 times. Did you know that?
6 times.
6 times. In fact, he's been here the most out of everyone that's in the individual field right now. 6 times. 3 times did he win.
6 appearances at the CrossFit or at the Tier Wodapalooza. He's won 3, 19, 20, 22, so not consecutive.
No.
Ricky Garrard has won 23 and 24, looking for the consecutive.
But getting back to Pat, I think he's just such an intelligent athlete. He knows what he needs to do and what his body can do, so he can ride that line just so intuitively. It's brilliant to watch him work.
Vellner off the rig first. No one is off the rig yet, and Yolokai finally, as well as Ricky Garrard. So Pat Vellner is extending his lead on Ricky Garrard, and Yolokai has now moved into second. And Yolokai on the left part of your screen. Vellner takes the turn right at the 4-minute mark. 1 foot on the mat. Take the turn. Vellner staying on the side part of the lane, outside of where those small dunes have been digging in the last couple of heats, and Vellner will extend his lead on the field.
Wow, that was a fantastic round for Pat Vellner. He made up a ton of distance on that.
John Wood down in lane number 18 will cross the line.
So it's Vellner, Akai, Garrard as your top 3 in this heat. Vellner looks to have extended his lead by about 7 seconds on Anyol Okai, so he'll have a minute break before he gets into his 3rd and final round. 15 cals on the assault rower, 15 toes to bar. You got to load your sled, turn your sled. As Vellner, Ricky Garrard, and Anyol Okai are all opting to put their sled to the side of their lane to try to get as flat of a surface as possible for this final pull. Vellner's off. 15 cals on the row. 15 toes to bar. Anyol Okai has started. Same with Ricky Garrard.
Man, to have that 10-second lead with 15 calories, that's huge. That's almost 3 calories just in that alone once you get it rolling.
Pat Vellner and Garrard on the right side of your screen, and Anyol Okai to the left. Luka Jukic also on the rower. We're at the 6-minute mark. The time to beat 7:37.
Boom.
Vellner is off. Hand in the air for Anyol Okai. Garrard and Koski.
And look at the toes to bar, that little turn down at the bottom. So again, he's keeping the midline tight. You feel it in the midline, but it's a lot faster, and that's where Pat made up a lot of distance on the last round as well.
Quicker turnaround, maybe a bit more taxing in the core, but you can handle 15 at this elite level.
It's a sprint, man. It's a sprint. If it was 30, different, but we're only talking like 15.
Pat Vellner will start at the 6:30 mark. He has just over a minute to hit the time to beat. Akai is off the rig as well as Garrard. Akai will start 11 seconds behind Pat Vellner. Pat Vellner's made the turn. And Yolo Kai trying to hold off Ricky Garrard, but here comes James Sprague and Yonakoski. James Sprague challenging Garrard and Yolo Kai for third. Sprague makes the turn. Final 45 feet. In lane number 1, Max Krieg's making a move. Vellner will take the heat. Vellner will take the event. And now the battle's for second. And it looks like it's going to come down to the wire.
Wow.
Sprague, Akai, and Max Krieg all the way in lane number 1 were in the mix. Garrard's behind all three of them. But James Sprague
wow, that was an
closed
impressive
hard
closing.
along with Yonakoski.
And he really moved with there was competition on that. Like James was racing, where it seemed like Ricky just kind of mellow on the turn, and you can't do that when you're racing.
Imajero's trying to hold off Austin Hatfield. You'll see those two athletes going head-to-head on the lift tomorrow. Kaik Servanet is done. Jack Farlow on the left. Luke Parker's crossing the finish line. It's 11 minutes on the time cap. Morse Feebig looks down the line to see who's getting close. See athletes, not only are their feet getting buried in the sand, along with their sled. Looks like Alexander Caron in lane number 4 is doing everything he can. Losing his footing. You see that sled just trudging through.
Man, he's really trying to dig his feet in there, too, trying to get as much push as he can.
2 athletes left on the floor. You got Natalie in lane 20.
Mara now will finish it out in lane number 20.
Alice Catoulis.
Catoulis down in lane number 3.
This is Alex's first appearance here
Let's get behind him here.
at Tier Wodapalooza.
Trying to finish it out.
Catoulis has made a name for himself on the off-season circuit, one of those Greek athletes. Been in Dubai multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
Got 21st at the French Throwdown last year at semifinals, and that'll do it for event number 2. As Pat Vellner, your 3-time Tier Wodapalooza champion, gets his first event win of the weekend. We'll be back with an interview with your winner.
Rumor has it, I'm a savage, drop the classic, thinking back, drop the classic, to establish that the magic, it's automatic, got a mask, who was at it, living on, lead the way, just give me a second to let them know I'm the deadline, I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, big time.
Pat Vellner, if the time stands, this will be your 36th Wodapalooza individual event win. Nobody else can say that.
36?
36. I
There's
can't
no
even
way
count
that's
that
accurate.
number. Career event win. There we go. Career event win.
I mean, I've been here a lot,
I
but
still can't count that high.
That's a lot.
How does that feel for you, being that dominant in an individual field for that long?
It's a cool feeling, you know. I think I've been thinking about that more and more in my twilight years, why I still compete and, you know, what I'm looking to get out of still being here, you know, and I have a hard time justifying a departure when I can still put out like that. And I think it's, you know, it's still in some ways like these guys, this group, these competitors are my community, right? So I think it's a lot of fun for me to just come out, put the rest of my life on pause for a couple days and really immerse myself in something. So it's a cool feeling. It's awesome to know it's still in there. I think I take a lot of pride in
being able to teach these young guys a thing or two still. But yeah, I mean, I'm very fortunate to still be able to do this.
Well, you've been on top of the podium more times than anyone else can count. What goes into that performance this time of year every single year? What are you doing differently? Because it's clearly working.
It's a lot of disappointing family over the holidays, I think.
Yeah.
So you kind of like, you have to control your indulgences a little bit. And I indulge more than most, I think, but you just have to be able to know when to say no and still show up for your normal work duties. And for us, this is work, and I work through the holidays most years because of that, right? So that comes with its own sacrifices from family and from myself, and a lot of understanding from those people. And I think still, you know, people don't necessarily put life on hold like they do maybe for other parts of the season. For this competition, it still manages to maintain an air of fun, and it's nice that it keeps that energy. But it's a serious competition. Anytime you're lining up between like James Sprague and Ricky Garrard, like you can't be standing still, right? So that's a big piece of it. Is it's making decisions every day to try to drive towards your goals and not vanish into anonymity just yet.
Well, I hope you don't vanish just yet. Now, you come to this event all the time. What are some of the things about Wodapalooza that make you the most excited about coming back?
Well, I mean, I'm glad it turned around today, but often it's the weather. I get to leave winter
like
behind.
The weather?
I get to leave winter behind for like I'm coming from real winter.
True.
So, and I think most of North America right now is getting cold, so we get a little bit of it here, but I'm glad it smartened up a little today. I still managed to get nice and hot, so that's part of it. And I think, like I said, really, I mean, I train by myself mostly. I do this job alone most of the time. So any chance I have to come and see people, it kind of brings it back to life and re-injects some fun into it for me. Because if I spend 4 or 5 months in a row just training, doing nothing else, it's hard. Like, it's hard on me, it's hard on my family. Like, you're grumpy, it's not good.
Yeah.
So these types of things just let you enjoy it again. Even if it's a bad day, it's still a pretty good day. And you know, I grew up playing lots of sports, and that's what I always loved about it, was the camaraderie and the competitive, fierce competition on the floor. But in the back, like, everybody knows what it takes to be here and what it took to put that performance on the floor. And there's a lot of respect and a lot of fun that goes on behind the scenes. So that's kind of a big piece of it for me, right?
Pat, I enjoy seeing you on the podium more often than not, but it can't always be sunshine and rainbows. What are some of the setbacks that you've seen in the last year that you've had to overcome to put on a performance here this weekend that you're truly proud of?
Like, everybody's dealing with stuff, right? Like, I mean, my family just moved across the country. We had another baby. You know, I'm not young anymore, so most of my time is spent, it feels like, kind of patching together training, working around little things so that small injuries don't become big injuries. And it's like a lot of management. And it feels like at this point, that's kind of what my game is it's like, if I can maintain the level I have for a little longer, I don't necessarily need to get a whole lot better. And at my age, I don't know if I am willing to invest the time it takes to do that, willing or able, really. So it's just a lot of working around. You know, I got a knee thing, I got a back thing, I got a shoulder thing. Everybody's got stuff, so you can't feel too bad for yourself. But this was a big year, a lot of change in our family that led to a lot of stress. You know, the game season was messy, to say the least. You know, I think right now it's a big part of this season is trying to just fall back in love with competition and enjoy it again in a way that I maybe haven't allowed myself in the last couple of years. So yeah, you know, I want to compete well and I want to finish on a podium, but it's not my number one priority anymore, I don't think.
I love that, and I respect that. To all the dads that are at home watching you, that are inspired by you today and over the last years, what do you have to say to them?
Oh, if I can do it, you can do it.
I love that. That's supportive.
No, it's look, I mean, like I said, everybody's fighting their own battles, right? Like, some people, it's all they can take to even get to the gym a couple times a week. But you have to find your own way, and for me, it's a lot of communication with family and where we can get away with what. When I have to show up to do things, when I can get away with, do I have to train early in the morning, late at night? Like, we work around things, and it's all teamwork. So, I mean, family's hard. I was joking. My family's not here this weekend, and I finally get to get like 7 hours of sleep, and it's like a heroic effort, right? So, I understand people that are having a hard time, and like, you're not alone. So I think that's the biggest thing. Find your people, find your community, people that you can commiserate with a little bit, laugh about it, have some fun, and just do your best.
I love that, Pat. I appreciate the honesty. It's good to have you back.
Thank you so much.
I call them left, front, trust, right. Okay, go to trust.
Lane number 6, Mexico. Thank you. And we will continue. 3, 2, 1, go.
First person.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are final heat of the day. What we have 15-minute contest started with 75 double unders on the heavy elite group, followed by a 90-foot project. Facing 21 waters against their push-up. After that, they will move on to a 70-pound dumbbell and perform 12 dumbbell snatches each arm, followed by a 12-meter overhead run. Then they'll make their way to the ropes for 4 minutes of rope climbs, and then they will make their way back up the ladder, going to the dumbbell for 12 more dumbbell snatches each arm. 21 now facing the next one. 90-foot handstand walk, finishing with a 75 heavy double under. Final heat of the day for our ladies and the Cat Cup. All righty, so continue with the ladies. Got ring number 6 and ring number 7, Lydia Santana. Ring number 8, Sofia Braya. Ring number 9, Mariana de la Cordero. Y las naciones de aquí, México, Brasil y Argentina. Después, país Francia. Ring número 14, Isabel Orozco, de Colombia. Andrea Claudia. Carril número 10. Número 16. Vilma Fabián. Y para cerrar el fin de la cita, Saraí Rodríguez Camacho. We still have 3 athletes working on the jump. Lane number 5, lane number 6. He makes the go. Wall breaking Mariana Mesa, carril número 6, Emilia Dale. Ella Vita. Carril 17, lane number 17, also be happy of the Guamo ball. On the handstand touch-up. This is the Mexican America Cup. Each girl has been a champion. Which is active upon the Latin America, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, Costa Rica, Mexico, Mexico.
There's no way. Every event he's hey, at least you got shades.
Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, test.
Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Hola.
Center stage on the right side of the floor here arena. Jumping into that second place spot here in lane 17, Reina Rodriguez Camacho. About 1 step ahead of our lady in lane 6, Mariana Meza.
It's so funny because, like, I'm telling Chase, I'm like,
Test,
Dad,
test.
you want us to get out of your way? No,
Test, 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 test.
Yeah, come up. Okay, you got these on? Are these coming in? Yes. Reese is pretty good too. Reese is pretty good, especially do I have to turn something on? Oh, that's that one. That was that one. You're not showing it.
Yes, this is mine.
You see it now, right? Huh? See it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm replacing it either way.
When you're replacing it, tell me because I don't want to put it right
I got this one. Mine's good.
What?
I hear you.
Two minutes, Miami. Your elite women, first seed about to come out here momentarily for event number 3 of the day.
Every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built when limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here. Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Where every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built when limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Where every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered.
Got everybody filing in. Judges are coming out. Here come your elite women athletes at heat number 1. All right, here we go. Here comes the lane number 1. 1 minute afterwards. Seconds.
The 2025 Tier Wodapalooza continues as the individual elite women are getting set for their third and final event of day number 1. I'm Chase Ingram. Alongside with me is Bill Grunler. Bella Martin will be joining us on the floor shortly. And Bill, we are in the first heat, and Astrid Tind and Lucy Campbell are tied at 194 points.
Oh, what is that? Your leaders, the overall competition, are in the first heat, and when does that ever happen?
We have 5 heats of elite individual female action. We are starting with this event. 75 heavy dubs to start off, high stakes, tight ropes.
You know, and I love what this is. It's a long chipper. It's an up and down chipper with that middle crux being the 4 legless rope climbs that these ladies are going to have to contend with. But I'll tell you what, there is a lot of shoulders that are involved in this. Stability, heavy-weighted ropes here, stability, handstand walking, lunging, snatching, and then a little bit of reprieve as you're pulling. Okay.
We were talking to Pat Vellner after his event win in event number 2 with the sled drags about how to best approach this particular event. And though it is an out-and-back chipper, and these movements by themselves might be not daunting on paper, but he said is like, you better break it up early.
Absolutely. This is all about that front end buy-in. So if we're talking about the keys to success here for this workout, sponsored by Whoop, it's a big buy-in. That first half of the event is not about winning the first part of the event. It's about breaking it up early so that you have enough to come home with at the end. And then the battle of the bowling ball shoulders. Whoever has the capacity for those handstand push-ups, the strict handstand push-ups you have to do, all the handstand walking, the lunging, the supporting. Whoever has that's going to be your champ.
Astrid Tind, your overall leader by tie-break alone with 194 points, is leading this heat. This is heat 1 of 5. Lucy Campbell sitting in second place, tied at 194. Astrid has the tiebreaker because she has the event win to start the day off in event number 1. They're on a 90-foot handstand walk, and we've seen long, we've seen intense, we've seen intervals. Now we're going to see a lot of gymnastics in this particular event.
And I love the way that they set this up. You know, a little bit of fatigue in the front end, a lot of gymnastics, a lot of skills. I mean, we went from that first event, really no skill, just grunt work, and do you have the endurance? Here it's all skill.
Looks like Reese Littlewood in lane number 7 in the all red is your current leader, ahead of Astrid Tind and Lucy Campbell. Reese Littlewood, this is her first year competing at the Tier Wodapalooza. She got 27 at the 2024 Syndicate Crown.
And Reese just looked so comfortable on those handstand walks. Hopped right up, got right up in front of Astrid, and just blew right by her. Looks really comfortable on his handstand push-ups as well, those wall-facing handstand push-ups. They're strict, and I like the way that she's setting up to break. Now, a lot of these women, you can see them resting up at the top. Man, just come down. There's really no reason to do all that extra work to sit in that static position. Just come down now, especially on the front half of this event.
And what's nice, because back when wall-facing handstand push-ups first made their debut on the scene, in 2022 and then again in quarterfinals later the following year is that you had to do a wall walk
into it.
Here, you don't have to do that anymore. So the penalty for breaking is not as severe as it used to be.
Absolutely. Just come down. I mean, if you're going to sit up there anyway, again, you have to look at the end part of your set of 20 of the 21 handstand push-ups.
Lucy Campbell, center part of your screen, outside lane, tied for first in points, though she is second overall on the leaderboard because of the tiebreaker. Astrid Tind in the orange. Lucy is done, so she moved ahead of Reese Littlewood on the handstand push-ups. Now, these athletes are going to go 12 dumbbell snatches on one arm into and single arm overhead walking lunge. The weight on this dumbbell being 70 pounds.
It's hefty. It's hefty. And I like the way that Lucy's taking that little split leg in the back. That lowers her center of mass, so she's not having to move that dumbbell up as high. And look at that cycle rate. Again, being able to take that little dip doesn't take any kind of energy out of her. It makes it so she doesn't have to have as much power on that dumbbell to get it up overhead.
Lucy Campbell in the front part of your screen. Reese just behind her. You have two other athletes working their way forward. On the far end of the floor, in lane number 1 is Maria Quintero out of Colombia. She's currently sitting in third in this heat.
So 12 on the dumbbell snatch. Lucy going for 6 and then 5, that one rep, and then going into her lunges.
Same arm for the overhead walking lunges, and then they'll do the other side as they work their way down the floor. So the event flow is very
Campbell sitting in that
competition floor is set up. This is the main stage. This is the tier arena here in Miami Beach. We were in the sandbox earlier, the Rain Body Fuel sandbox, and now we are at the big stage. We've got matted floors there on the. It's hard to believe there's sand underneath this place.
It doesn't look like it out there on the floor because this is sea of black. There's a little bit of ripple out there, but they've done a really good job of making an actual arena out here on the sand.
Reese Littlewood, rookie debut here at Tier Wodapalooza. She's in second place. She's in the all-red. Lucy Campbell, your overall leader. If you guys missed it earlier, Lucy Campbell has been out of competition since she competed at the games in 2022 due to a severe wrist injury which required multiple surgeries. Actually required a bone reduction in her forearm to accommodate one of the surgeries.
The hardware.
And I saw her post the other day is that things that she was grateful for. It's been a long journey for her. I mean, you know the trials and tribulations through injuries and through surgeries.
Oh,
but
yeah.
She said up until 3 months ago, handstand walks weren't even a thing that she was able to do. And now she's out here doing the handstand walks, dumbbell lunges, wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Well, she's being very smart. Look at the way she lowers the dumbbell down. She uses her other hand, so she gets extension, gets the rep overhead, and then she assists that dumbbell coming down with her other hand. And just being smart, being very aware of what she has to do.
Now Lucy Campbell leading the way, back on the overhead lunges. See in the center lane in the orange just dropping. That is Astrid Tind, who is your overall leader. She's tied with points with Lucy Campbell. And it's wild to think in the first heat of 5, you've got your overall leaders so far with Astrid and Lucy. And then all the way into heat 5, you have Laura Horvath, who's currently sitting in third.
Right.
Now this is an event, though, that Lucy can still get points on Laura just because of the wall-facing handstand push-ups.
I know.
Laura's been serviceable when it's not at a deficit, but with the interference that this event has with the handstand walks, the dumbbell snatches, the first set of wall-facing handstand push-ups, the next set, that second set of 21.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. The one thing with Laura is she does have so much support strength. You know, like I said, it's the deficit handstand push-ups that have always been her Achilles heel. Has been decent with regular handstand push-ups, but it's the other handstand work that she's not bad with. So she can hang in the mix. And there is a lot of strength that is needed, a lot of power work that's needed here. So I think that she still can be in the mix, but you're right. This is an event that Lucy can really break that tie break and really put some distance between her and Laura.
Now she's going to need it because we do have a big lift coming up
right
in the clean complex. And not only do we know Laura is going to be fantastic at that, but Lucy just has been able to re-grip the clean position. 4 legless rope climbs in the center of this up and down pyramid chipper. And after 4, we'll work our way back down the floor. Dumbbell snatches, wall-facing handstand push-ups, handstand walk, and then finishing up with those 75 heavy double unders.
This is great because she's way in front, but it's like go her and then kind of come back, and then go her and then kind of come back.
Approaching the 9-minute mark. Lucy Campbell on the left. Now back onto the dumbbell. 70-pound dumbbell. 12 single-arm snatches. Overhead walking lunge. And then do it on the other side.
Again, going for that re-catch when that dumbbell's coming down. I mean, if you're allowed to take some of that tension and that pressure away with that dumbbell coming down, why not do it if they're going to let you? It also really helps her to reload up off the floor instead of her trying to airdrop it down to the ground and ghost ride it all the way down.
And the difference there is that if you're able to touch and go that dumbbell, it's so much easier.
Oh, yeah.
It's usually the first rep that's the hardest one because you're at a dead stop.
Yep. And you get to use that stretch reflex like you're talking about, get to use that recoil, and you're a lot tighter because you're under the weight of the weight still. You aren't having to redo that pressure or that tension.
Far left corner of your screen, Lucy Campbell, your overall leader in this heat. Second overall on the leaderboard with 194 points. Tied with Astrid Tind, who's outside in the orange, working on her 4 legless climbs. Now, the thing that slowed her up the most, Astrid at least, was the wall-facing handstand push. We said earlier, she's 5'11".
Right. There's a lot of distance to move there.
That's a lot of ROM
yep.
for Tind. See Lucy Campbell in the white top, black pants, left side of your screen, middle of the competition floor. She's done with her first set of dumbbell snatches. Now she'll switch to the other arm for 12. And all red by the rig, Reese Littlewood has moved herself back into second place. She caught Lucy and Astor on the handstand walk at the very beginning. Now there's another tool in your tool belt. Not only can you do the wall-facing handstand push-ups on the second round, but how is that second 90-foot handstand walk going to be after all of these things?
Well, that's what we were talking about, the second half of this event and how much shoulder fatigue and how much shoulder capacity do you need. I really like the way that she executed her handstand walk on that first time through. So I know that she's going to feel comfortable and confident when she gets to that. But I wonder if Lucy is too far ahead to even think about it anymore. I wonder if Reese is even thinking about, do I even have a shot? Or am I just trying to stay ahead of whoever's behind me?
Bill, one thing I like what Lucy's doing is that she's doing a little bit of a split snatch to get that dumbbell up.
Yep. Every step lowers her down, keeps her body, it makes it so she doesn't have to do so much work to get that dumbbell so high to get herself underneath it.
Past the 12-minute mark. Lucy's done with her 12 snatches on her final arm. Now a dumbbell overhead walking lunge. She finishes this. She will then move back to the wall for 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Gosh, she looks great. Look at the support. And I like that she actually is hanging that dumbbell back just a little bit so she can kind of work against the flexibility in her shoulder, not having to do so much muscle work.
How about that? Very quick transition for Lucy right in to the wall-facing handstand push-ups. Now you have that line there. That's that standard line we've seen in competition of 30 inches, 10 inches from the wall.
Right.
Lucy's taking a break. Reese Littlewood, right side of your screen in the center of the competition floor in all red, solidly in second place. Creeping up on the right side, just blocked by the rig on the right side of your screen is lane number 2, Lily Burkhead. She's in the blue top, black pants. And starting her first set of lunges on the right side of the screen in the orange is your overall leader, Astrid Tind.
And Lucy's still working on those handstand push-ups. Now, granted, she's out here all by herself. And this one of the things that's really tough is she knows who's out there in those top heats. She has to keep racing against them, not just against the people here on the floor.
Last rep for Lucy Campbell. She is off the wall and now on to the 90-foot handstand walk back to the other side of the competition floor, where she has 75 heavy double unders left to go. Now, part of this handstand walk, too, Bill, is like, yeah, we got a lot of markings on the floor, but you got to do these sections unbroken.
I know. And it does put the and take a couple extra seconds. Should I, or do I need to, or do I not have the option to take those?
And there's one thing that Lucy's been doing is she's been not taking those big breaks.
Right. Yeah. Again, just really showing her confidence, and what's really fun to watch is the fact that it's taken her 2 years to get back, and she still has that confidence.
Time cap is 16 minutes. Lucy Campbell, all alone here in heat number 1, has 75 double unders standing between her and the time to beat. Right side of your screen, in all red, just to the left, Reese Littlewood, solidly in second. Finishing up her last set of dumbbell walking lunges, and with just 45 seconds left to go, Lucy Campbell on the left takes her first break. Everyone else is fighting underneath the time cap. Now it's about how many reps can you get, except for Lucy Campbell. Lucy Campbell, been in heat 1 all day. Had the time to beat in event number 2. It stood up. Good enough for a third. A second place finish for Lucy. And at 15:53, Lucy Campbell sets the time to beat. And she is having a heck of a day for her second appearance here at Tier Wodapalooza.
Man, what an amazing race she had from top to bottom. Executed fantastically, showed how much capacity she had with those shoulders. We talked about how bad this was going to be on your shoulders. And, man, she just broke up everything perfectly for her, for what her ability and her capacity is, and just kept that. We talk about that all the time, like even in the class. Hey, short sets equals short reps, and that's exactly what she did all the way through.
That'll do it for heat number 1. We still have 4 more heats to go. Heat 2 coming up next. Heat 1 is done. Heat 2 making their way onto the competition floor as the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza day number 1 is coming to a close. We are at the Tier Arena here on the sand of Miami Beach. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grundler. Bill Martin will be joining us a little bit later as we get deeper into these heats, but all eyes are now on Lucy Campbell's time of 15:53.
You know, it's not normal that you have your first heat that gives you that true time to beat. Not to say time to beat, but probably the time to beat that really is going to set the stage high. We've seen that. We'll see what these ladies here in the second heat can do. But that is a very, very aggressive time, especially look what it did with the rest of the women that were in that field. I mean, minutes ahead of them.
Time cap for this event is 16 minutes, as there is a lot of work ahead for these athletes, starting with the heavy 75 double unders, going into a 90-foot handstand walk, 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Some heavy dumbbell work in the middle, and just a whole lot of shoulders.
Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat number 2 of 5 underway. 75 heavy double unders to start.
Man, this is really just the primer for the rest of the event. Heavy rope, feel that in that shoulders, kind of wake them up a little bit. And man, it is cold out here, so you definitely want to have that warmth. But I tell you what, this wind.
It is.
And it's freezing. I wish I was out there jumping on a rope right now.
Lack of a better phrase, the wind sucks.
The wind is sucking right now.
The wind's being a real jerk right now.
But for these ladies, once they get about halfway through, so it's going to be really nice for them. You know, we talked about what this is going to be like. We have a lot of work to do. We have those heavy dubs. We have the 90-foot handstand walks that have to be unbroken, 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, and I think not only is that the crux of the event, but the second one is definitely going to be that, because after that we have our 4 legless rope climbs for the ladies. After our dumbbell snatches and the lunge, there is just a lot on the table and a lot of shoulder work that these ladies have to do.
Athletes in this heat: Caitlin Bernardin, Zoe Warren, Lucy McGonigal, Victoria Campos, Jenny Muir, Andrea Pinheiro, Mary Helen Saunders, Erica Folo, and Jessica Androsic. After those heavy double unders, you got a 90-foot handstand walk across the floor. Green line to green line. It's got to be unbroken. Lucy McGonigal, red top. Had a great finish for her in event number 2. We're talking to her parents prior to this, and she's just fired up. Little bounce back after event number 1.
Wow, look at that. Handstand walk right to the handstand push-ups.
McGonigal on her handstand push-ups. Jessica Androsic is on the handstand push-ups as well. Androsic, one of the smaller athletes in the field, and is making very quick work of these 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, which are faster than I can do regular push-ups. 21 reps here. The only standard is with this tape line, it's 30 inches in length. The outside edge 10 inches from the wall, as long as hands are on the tape in any capacity. You can go as wide as you can if you can keep your hands on the tape.
I mean, you know, you gotta
be nice.
You gotta work what you got, right?
Must be nice.
So if you're a rower, you're wall balls, you want to be a tall person. If you are shorter arms, and you want to have that for the handstand push-ups, gotta use what you got, man. Use what you got. If you get one in the bank, cool.
And it looks like Jessica Androsic and Lucy McGonigal are off the wall at the same time, as we'll move into 12 single-arm dumbbell snatches at 70 pounds. And then they will lunge across the floor on the same arm before they switch sides.
Jessica taking a little bit of a break in the front, but man, I'm really impressed with Lucy McGonigal. Look at the way she's moving that dumbbell. No step back like we saw Lucy Campbell doing, but a big, powerful pull. And a great break. I like the fact that she's being very aware of where she's wanting to do breaks, very deliberate. Again, short sets means for short rest.
Well, a couple of those breaks is we were talking to some athletes and says, I'd rather break right before my last set so I can go right into my first set of dumbbell overhead lunges.
It's that DT strategy, right?
Yes.
Right? You got to use that the one rep right into the next one.
11-1.
Right. Yeah.
8-1, and then I'll do my 6.
There you go.
Lucy McGonigal, Teen CrossFit Games champion, representing the great country of Ireland.
God, her mom had such a cool accent.
Way better than this Peter guy. At least I can understand her. Jessica Androsik at the bottom part of your screen has now moved ahead of McGonigal as she is done with her first set of lunges, and now she'll move to the other arm. Dumbbell snatches and lunges must be done on the same side before you can switch.
Jessica down at the bottom middle of the screen there. Took a nice little break, looked over to see where Lucy was, and that's great. Use that time, kind of assess where everyone is, see how hard you have to go. I mean, again, we're still just getting to the halfway point here. So you want to build into the
kinda
right. Build into the peak of this pyramid with those rope climbs. And I think for Jessica, that's going to be, for her, this is because she's a shorter athlete, that's going to be a tough movement for her with those four-legged rope climbs. So she has to be aware and get out there to the front, you know?
Just past the 5-minute mark. Clock is in the upper left corner of your screen. We have moved from the rain sandbox competition floor to the Tier Arena. Tier Wodapalooza has changed locations for the first time after a 12-year stint at Bayfront Park. And we have moved to the sands of Miami Beach. This competition floor is built from the ground up. The process itself, seeing those videos come together, is absolutely incredible. Now being here,
yeah,
it's kind of like one of those things like, oh, I'm at the Grand Canyon, let me take a picture. Like, oh, this picture does not quite display how incredible this is. This whole layout is fantastic.
I mean, we've seen the layout for weeks already, you know, with being with our teams and our crews and everything, and you can't even tell how big this is the way it's laid out. It is a long, large event floor, so it's really cool.
Lucy McGonigal in the fore part of your screen, caught up a bit on the dumbbell snatches as Jessica Androsik is trying to hold her off on this second set of lunges. And McGonigal,
ooh.
Now here's one thing to think about, Bill. We got a strong side and a weak side, right? I'm right-handed, therefore my single arm work on my right side is usually better.
Oh yeah.
Right? That was a much better lunge for Lucy. Thinking is like, while I'm fresh, do you use the weak side or you use the strong side?
Oh, you go for the weak arm first. Go for the weak arm first. That you don't want to be fatigued and then go to your weak side.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you want to do.
Right up the rope. Lucy McGonigal on the right side of your screen. 4 legless rope climbs. Jessica Androsik just behind her. 15 feet to the beam.
Lucy had a swing and a miss, stayed up there, and went for the repump and then hit the buckle.
How devastating can that be? Just that little hiccup on your grip and your upper fatigue.
I mean, luckily it was the first one, but like if you were really fatigued, yeah, that could do damage. And the thing that's really great, this is one of the greatest things for Lucy, is her youth. Because a lot of times when you're young, you just don't think that stuff. It's like you don't think like, oh, that took a lot out of me. You just, oh, I missed it. Okay, I'll go back up and hit it. Whereas when you're older and you analyze all that stuff, you're like, oh, that's a lot. So I like the fact that she was able to pull that off, and it doesn't seem to have slowed her down at all.
That's really where my fitness level lacks, is I just overanalyze. It's not my inability to do these things anymore. I just think about it too much.
I'm thinking about it too much.
Lucy McGonigal's 3 reps down, 1 left to go. You can see at the back right corner of your screen, Jessica Androsik sitting in second place. She has 2 reps left to go. 4 legless climbs at the peak pyramid point of this chipper. McGonigal is done. Androsik has 1 as McGonigal works her way back to the dumbbell.
And that was a great and aggressive push for Lucy. Just through those rope climbs, through the lunges, before that.
We have a 16-minute cap, so we are over that halfway point. As we see athletes still working on their first set of dumbbell work on the complete other side of the competition floor. 12 dumbbell snatches. Single arm overhead lunge across the competition floor on the same arm. And McGonigal starting with her left hand, she did the same thing on the other side.
Yeah.
You said maybe not start with your weak arm. This may be more just it's the fatigue coming right off the legless climbs than anything.
I mean, obviously there's going to be that. Now, granted, you're pulling on the rope climbs, but it's anything in that upper joint. And you have any sort of tension that's going on there, there's a lot of this support. Got your lats that are engaged, your biceps are engaged, you're trying to move that. Plus, you've already done a lot of dumbbell work and the handstand push-ups, and you know you got more of that coming up. I still think she's being very smart about her breaks. Look at that. Did 6, 5, had 1 left to go, so she can take her rest to get that last dumbbell snatch overhead and right into the lunge.
Definitely less stable on the left arm side for Lucy McGonigal. We saw the same struggles on the first half. So she's definitely having a stronger second half when she switches over to the right side. But she has pulled ahead of Androsic a bit more. Androsic has 1 dumbbell snatch, and she will start her lunges. Jessica Androsic on the bottom right side of your screen in the gray top and tights. McGonigal taking a break at the top middle. Again, not necessarily a break of fatigue or failure, that she did the same thing last time.
Right. Well, and again, you know, she did great on the handstand walk before. She seems very comfortable here. And again, we still got a lot more work to go.
Androsic has caught up and passed McGonigal. McGonigal started with the left arm, now switching to the right. Quick chalk up.
Put the back in the boot pocket.
Listen.
I mean, you know, you got to keep it. You don't got pockets in those leggings, Chase.
I was going to be a suggestion, like maybe a chalk pocket for some of these fitness apparel companies. Just, you know.
a little one.
Or not.
Little one.
12 dumbbell snatches. Androsic using her left arm, McGonigal her right. McGonigal and Androsic will take a break.
Ooh. As you can tell, you can see Lucy's actually counting her rest. I can see her mouthing some counting there. But I did see her look at her hand, and that was one thing that always starts to make me curious. Like, okay, all the rope climbs and that dumbbell, there's a lot of tension on your palm. If you start to tear now, that could be something that's going to be bad, not just for this event, but for the rest of the competition.
The time to beat's 15:53, set in the previous heat by Lucy Campbell. We have 5 total heats for the women. This will be the third and final event for day number 1. And we have 3 more to close out individual competition tomorrow. And then we have what has come to be the most exciting competition here at Tier Wodapalooza, and that is the 3-person same-sex teams. Androsic, McGonigal. McGonigal is going to break. And Androsic is able to hold on as she has a couple more steps to finish out her lunge.
You know, we already saw what Androsic has with those handstand push-ups, so this is a great position for her to be in, to make that push across that lunge and then get herself to that wall with those handstand push-ups.
21 handstand push-ups, wall-facing handstand push-ups. Jessica Androsic, this is her second time competing at Tier Wodapalooza. Got 16th last year in 2024 and has 1 top 10 finish. Androsic taking a break. Lucy McGonigal on the rig. So McGonigal and Androsic, they're way outside the left side of your screen. They're on their 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Rest of the field's trying to keep pace. We are just over 3 minutes until we hit that time cap. We have the 21 reps here, a 90-foot handstand walk, and then 75 double unders. The best time is also held by the only athlete to finish underneath that time cap of 15:53.
Man, and this right here is the chunk of work. The last 21 handstand push-ups, after you've already done all of these other support and pulling movements with that single arm. We saw how Androsic is so powerful on those and still starting to get stuck.
3 reps left for Lucy McGonigal. 5 make that 4 for Androsic. So McGonigal has reclaimed the lead. No wasted time right into the handstand walk. Upper left side of your screen. Here comes Lucy McGonigal. 90-foot handstand walk. Green line to green lines, 45 feet. It's got to be done unbroken.
Oh.
2 minutes left before we hit the time cap.
Oh.
Yeah, she's got to go all the way back.
She knows exactly what that meant, too.
And Drosik's going to fail.
Lucked out on that one.
Now, Bill, hard pressed to say you're going to finish this now. How much rest do you take to make sure you get a chance to at least get to the rope where you're going to get quicker reps at the finish?
You know what?
This is the hardest thing to do in competition, is to rest at a failure linchpin in an event.
You know you have to. You can't think I'm racing. You have to think, okay, where can I go to where I know I can be unbroken? Because if either come down, like, that's it. Like, that's going to be done.
And the thing, too, is a lot of the athletes are pretty blind to how far they have to go and where they're at, right? There's no real discernible markers other than yellow means you're almost there, green means you're trying to get to. So you have to hope that you have some idea how far you've got to go. 1 minute left to go. 45 feet for Jessica Andrusik. Andrusik's looking to the side, watching the clock.
And I think she's looking to see exactly how much time there is. And this is just what you're talking about. This is real important because you have to be very calm. You have to calm your nerves.
10 feet from McGonigal at the top part of your screen. Cannot come down. Cannot come down. You got to get across, and she does it. Now it's a race to the rope. How many reps can you get? Lucy Campbell's time of 15:53 is going to survive one more heat. Oh, even more so. It looks like the clock on the floor is about 13 seconds ahead of the one we had on our screen. So both athletes cutting it down to the wire.
There was a big smile on Lucy's face when she came off that handstand walk and grabbed the rope.
And that's
well
big,
deserved.
And that's big for McGonigal and Andrusik, as those are probably the two second and third best scores we'll have so far. But Lucy Campbell's time of 15:53 survives one more heat. Heat number 3 up next.
Two minutes.
Okay, this camera is working.
Lane number 3, Alvarez. Lane number 4, Angela Eustace. Lane 5, Elizabeth Wishart. Lane 6, Chloe Govan David. Lane number 7, Lydia Fish. Lane number 8, Georgia Pryor. Lane number 9, rounding out the heat, Nicole Hoyer. 30 seconds.
The floor mic was bleeding into it.
2 heats down, 3 heats to go as heat number 3 has made their way here on the competition floor for Tier Arenas. Event number 3, high stakes, tight ropes. Time to beat 15:53, set by Lucy Campbell in heat number 1. Bill, we got a lot of work to do in a little bit of time because only one athlete has finished underneath the time cap.
You know, I have to admit, I love when you have just a lot of hard work to do. It's not you can't really find a pace in this one. Like every single piece is different. So you have your heavy dubs, then you have your handstand walks, then you have your snatches, you got your lunges, you have your handstand push-ups, you have your rope climbs, and then go back down again. Every single piece has a different pace to it. All you have to do, though, the entire time is be very aware of what your shoulder capacity is doing the entire time. It's a meaty one. This whole event is a meaty event.
This one, look, and based off the movements, too, strict wall-facing handstand push-ups, long handstand walks with 45-foot unbroken sections, a heavy dumbbell, legless rope climbs. It's not about speed, but it's also not about racing. And it's just like, can you find that fine line of constant, consistent movement?
But it's crazy because, like, you can't – every single piece you have to attack differently. How are you going to attack your snatches? How are you going to attack your handstand walks? Are you prepared to get into your handstand walk? Are you going to break up your handstand push-ups? What are you going to do on your rope climbs? Are you just barely going to make it, or are you going to be able to push it? There's a lot of little micro strategies on every single element, and there's a lot of them on this up and down chipper.
A couple things you saw in heat number 2, especially with Lucy and Jessica Androsik, was we had elements of failure in there. Dumbbells coming down in an overhead lunge, messing up on a handstand walk. There's no room for that in here. Chloe Govine-David leading the charge early. She's in the center lane in the maroon and black. She'll be in lane number 6, Lydia Fish. Now there's a name that you should start to know. If there's gymnastics on the board, watch out for Lydia Fish.
And this is really, I think, an interesting part, this whole first 21 handstand push-ups. One, because you want to know, does someone think that they can do it, so they are going to go and trying to go as broken as possible? Or are they confident enough to be like, okay, I'm going to do sets of whatever, 7 or 5 or whatever it is, so that you can have that quick rest and turn right around. Now, Lydia took a little bit longer of a rest there than I would have liked to have seen. I mean, she kind of sat down, which kind of disengages herself from the event. But still, we got a lot of work to do. So, take that rest now until you really need to start pushing the pedal.
Lydia Fish will come down. Chloe Govine-David will kick up. And she'll work her way back into these 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Wall-facing handstand push-ups made their debut at the CrossFit Games in 2022 and now has become a staple in competition. That is lane 2, Nina Vragovic.
We saw her crash doing a lot of the same type of stuff, but there's handstand work, dumbbell work. She's very strong, very powerful, very confident.
3-athlete race, now make it 5. As we have Georgia Pryor on the right side of your screen in the yellow and black, Lydia Fish to her left. On the left side of your screen, you have your current leader in this heat in the gray and maroon pants, Nina Vragovic. And to her right is Emily Lundberg. Looking at some strengths and weaknesses of these athletes. Emily Lundberg, some of her best movements do come in events that have handstand push-ups, but not so much on the lunges.
Right.
So a little bit of blend there. Chloe Govine-David done with her first set of 12 dumbbell snatches at 70 pounds, right into the overhead walking lunge. When she gets across that, she'll switch arms to the other side.
Nina right there on the right-hand side. She's onto her lunge. And, again, very strong overhead. Was great on the handstand push-ups. We've seen her do that before, like I said, in the crash that I saw her compete. Looks very confident and stable here as well.
Scan the QR code and find out more about Reign Total Body Fuel, the official energy drink of Tier Wodapalooza. 0 sugar, BCAAs, and 300 milligrams of natural caffeine. The official energy drink of Tier Wodapalooza Miami. 300 milligrams of caffeine sounds real good right about now.
As long as it's warm, I'll take that. If it's warm, I'll take it.
No one's really separating themselves.
Now we did see Chloe just get a no rep, and that kind of broke her a little bit. She put it down and then disengaged, came away from the dumbbell for almost 30 seconds, which gave Nina over here in lane number 2 a little bit of an advantage to get a couple reps on the books and try to get herself a little bit closer.
Seems like she's found a rhythm now. Chloe Govan-David in the center part of your screen. 1 rep left to go. Now, we've seen this before. That's a break to set up the lunge. There's no need to do 12 snatches, drop it, and then a 13th one to go in. With the amount of volume we have.
You don't need to add any extra reps to this.
Clock in the upper left corner of your screen. We found out it's somewhat unofficial, but we are slowly approaching the 6-minute mark as we have a 16-minute time cap in this event. Lucy Campbell still has the time to beat, all the way from heat number 1 at 15:53. Chloe Govan-David on the right side of your screen working on her second set of lunges. When she is done, she'll move to the rig for 4 legless rope climbs.
Saw Nina up at the top of the screen there. 2 reps left to go. Went 1 rep, put it down, rested. She even had a big rest before that, so you could tell that those snatches really started to put a little bit of pressure on her, and she really wanted to be prepped and ready for these lunges.
And when you think in total, that's 48 heavy dumbbell snatches.
70 pounds for these ladies. 70 pounds.
Chloe Govan-David is done, and she is up for her first legless rope climb. Ooh, a little bit of a double clutch at the top of the rig. Just waiting to see if anybody is going to join her, and it looks like Lydia Fish in lane number 7, left side of your screen, along with Chloe Govan-David. Govan-David is on to her second climb. Here comes Lydia Fish. 2 down for Chloe.
Man, that was a great rope climb by Lydia. Big, big, big reach up at the top, and she made up a lot of distance on that lunge over Nina.
We're approaching the 8-minute mark. There's a 16-minute cap. This is the midway point of the event. So these athletes are going to have to be clear of that 8-minute mark if they want a shot at finishing this event. Now, they don't have to repeat the rope climb, so you have maybe a minute to spare in there because these climbs are taking a little bit long, maybe about 2 minutes for some of these athletes. So you got some buffer time, but you don't have all the time in the world. 1 more rep for Chloe. Georgia Pryor's got 1. Two reps left for Lydia Fish. You have Nina Vragovic and Emily Lundberg side by side working on their legless rope climbs. Chloe Govan-David is done. Right side of your screen, moving to the dumbbell. We'll work our way back to the other side of the competition floor. 12 dumbbell snatches on one arm in an overhead walking lunge. 12 on the other, and lunge your way back to the wall. Nothing like being greeted by 21 more wall-facing handstand push-ups after you walk 90 feet to get there.
I mean, that is really the crux of this whole event, is that 21. But Lydia off the rope. I like the way she attacked that, and she honestly took a kind of a roll the dice sort of swing to get up at that top, so she didn't have to take an extra pump up the rope and an extra stroke. But here she is on the line with the dumbbells, and she made up a lot of good distance on the way down. I want to see if she's able to kind of get a little bit closer to Chloe, or at least kind of hang in the mix. She's also doing that little split back so she doesn't have to pull the dumbbell up as high. So you can see that little split snatch.
Emily Lundberg on the left. She's done with her third rope climb, as Nina Vragovic is off the rig and going back to the dumbbell. Chloe Govine-David in the center lane, maroon short black pants. One snatch to go. Now into her overhead walking lunges. Lydia Fish, Georgia Pryor to her right, trying to keep pace with her. Lydia Fish in the teal and black taking a knee. 5 reps left to go for her. Chloe Govine-David making her way down the floor. 6 minutes left before he hit the cap. About 2 more lunges for Chloe Govine-David, and then she will switch to the other side for her final set of dumbbell work. But we still have 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 90-foot handstand walk, and 75 heavy double unders in. That time of 15:53 by Lucy Campbell in heat number 1 at this pace might stand for another heat.
I'm telling you that it's the time to be. It's always nice to have that in the beginning. You really know where the rest of the group is standing and what you're really supposed to be hitting, from your top athletes.
We still have 2 more heats left to go after this. We have 5 heats of elite individual women. 5 minutes left to go in this time cap. As in the center part of your screen, Lydia Fish and Georgia Pryor are now done with their first set of dumbbell snatches and lunges.
Now, let me tell you what's going to be great, seeing these 3 women side by side as they get through this last little piece here into the wall. Then they're going to be racing that second set of 21 handstand push-ups, which means now they're going to be pressed into going to right up against that line of failure, and that's going to break it's going to break someone.
1 more rep for Chloe Govine-David on the right. Left side of your screen is Nina Vragovic. Nina came out hot early in the beginning part of this event, has fallen back just a little bit. This is Nina's second trip to Tier Wodapalooza, 20th last year in 2024. Competed at the Syndicate Crown at semifinals last year as well. 4 minutes left. Clock in the upper left corner of your screen. Chloe Govine-David on the right, working on her final set of overhead dumbbell lunges. Emily Lundberg on the left is still on her first set. And Chloe Govine-David, who has yet to lose the lead she gained after the first set of 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, she is returning for the second. We have 3.5 minutes left before we hit the time cap. 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 90-foot overhead walking walk. Listen, guys,
it's all right.
It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. We'll get there. And, man, she looks just as fresh as the first set.
Yeah, we talked about how much shoulder capacity this is going to take. Chloe, you got lots of shoulder capacity. My goodness.
3 minutes left. Lydia Fish, just outside on her right, is done with the dumbbell. That's good for her. The dumbbell is going to be the more challenging part for Lydia, but can she make up ground here on these handstand pushes? We saw her take some big breaks in the first set as Chloe Govine-David has just a handful of reps left to go. In fact, that'll be it. Chloe Govine-David is done as Lydia Fish stops, and she wastes no time into kicking up into her handstand walk. We saw Lucy McGonigal do the same thing in Heat 2, and it ended up biting her a little bit.
Got to know your capacity. My, look at that. Look at that.
And Chloe Govine-David, who basically went team after her first year at the CrossFit Games, would say she accidentally made it back last year with no real intention. Oh,
oops. Sorry about that.
I didn't mean to be this fit.
I didn't mean to be that awesome.
And it looks like we have a resurgence of that individual career. And we're getting close, Bill. 75 heavy double unders. She has a minute, maybe a minute 15 to possibly get that time by Lucy Campbell. But it's going to take an unbroken set. It's a heavy rope. We're highly fatigued. And they're going to have to be pretty flawless to see if we can get that time to beat. But definitely a potential to be the second athlete underneath the 16-minute cap.
Well, but look at the way she's operating here. I don't see her really struggling or fighting. Her arms look nice and relaxed. The jump looks nice and relaxed. Not a whole lot of wasted energy. You can tell she's really using her hands, not using her shoulders.
1 minute left before we hit the 16-minute cap. Chloe Govine-David has been leading nearly this entire race. The time to beat is 15:53 by Lucy Campbell. Chloe Govine-David, first miss, and gets right back into it. 30 seconds before the time to beat. Lydia Fish trying to hang with her. Now we got 30 seconds until the time cap, and with a sprint across the floor, Chloe Govine-David will now set the new time to beat in heat number 3. Lydia Fish, right side of your screen, has just 10 seconds. The reps will still count. In 3 heats, we've got 2 finishers, and we now have a new time to beat. Chloe Govine-David, time around 15:37.
Ooh,
Lucy Campbell's time at 15:53, still second best we've seen. 3 heats down, 2 heats to go. Heat 4 coming up next.
Every 2-ounce bag of beef chips got an insane amount. 52 grams of protein, not to mention all those micronutrients. Quality beef snacks. As Performance Snack is at its finest, make sure you stop by and check out their booth. Go to highgroundchips.com. Don't forget to use the promo code TIRWAZA25 for an extra 25% off of your order. Bring your invoice to the booth and receive a free 2-ounce bag of beef chips and the sauce. Everybody knows the sauce is the boss. High Ground, the official beef chip of Tier Wodapalooza, Miami. I know you protein heads out there, 52 grams of protein in each bag. You might as well eat 4 of them. Get all your protein in for the day, you muscle heads. That's a lot of protein. Thank you, High Ground. Two minutes. Lane number 1, Chance of Career. Lane number 2, Susan Wells. Lane number 3, Hattie King.
Well, Bill, it took 3 heats to get a new time to beat, but we have it 15:37. I'm going to say ish, around there.
Approximately.
There's only 2 people have finished this so far, 16-minute cap, but heat 4 is making their way on the competition floor. One thing to note, the seeding of this coming into the event was all based off the Apollo World Rankings set by our good friend Barkley Dale.
Yeah, Barkley Dale.
Who has the numbers upon numbers of all numbers when it comes to statistics here in the CrossFit space. So make sure you guys follow that if you like to nerd out along Bill and I. But he used their competition experience in the season to rank these athletes to seed them coming in. So we do have some of the better, deeper fields as we get into later heats. Now, the reason why Lucy Campbell is crushing in Heat 1 is that she hasn't had any stats in the last 2 years.
Which I think is okay. I mean, she even said, so when some of the analysts were out there making their predictions, like Brian Friend did his thing, she actually contacted him and said, hey, I don't like your ranking because I'm better than that. And he's like, well, you didn't have anything for me to rank, so I didn't know where to put you. But we'll see that change tomorrow when they reseed.
Heat number 4 getting set as we are at the Tier Arena here on the sands of Miami Beach, Florida. one more heat after this. We've only had 2 athletes complete this underneath the 16-minute cap.
Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
9 athletes on the competition floor. You've got Annika Greer in lane number 1, Sydney Wells in 2, Eddie Canio in 3, Alyssa Fuliano in 4, Abigail Domit, Linda Caseman, Kira Milligan, and Lexi Neely. Sahir Kaya was to compete individually but had to withdraw earlier this morning. 75 heavy double unders to kick things off. High stakes, tight ropes.
I love this starting little warm-up to this event.
I need it. I need to do 75 heavy double unders right now.
That's what I'm doing in between the breaks because I'm bouncing up and down too. But like I said, I think that this is a really nice warm-up for them. With the temperature that we have out here, with the cold wind that's blowing on these athletes right now, warm up the shoulders because they're going to need it for the shoulders. And we talk about how much shoulder work there is in this particular event. If you look at the keys to the workout, sponsored by Whoop, it's a big buy-in. This is a beginning, opening set. Don't kill yourself on the first part, up through and to the ropes. But it's the battle of the bowling ball shoulders. You have to think about what sort of capacity do you have in your shoulders. The jump rope warms them up. A lot of support and stability with the handstand walks. Then you get into the overhead lunges and the handstand push-ups. There's a lot, so you need to be very smart and very aware of what your shoulders are doing and how they're responding.
First of the handstand walks, first 45 feet is lane 3, Hattie Canio. She's in the green pants, kicking up right to her right. You have Sydney Wells and Annika Greer. We do have an Annika Greer sighting in this competition. Had a tough first 2 events. Hoping to bounce back in this one. And then lane 9, you got Lexi Neely.
Man, Annika with a big headbutt to the floor. Look at that. Bam.
It's like watching handstand push-ups in 2011 all over again.
Oh, wait, that's all I know how to do. That's why I try not to do them that much anymore.
Just a lot of things bending.
There's a lot of legs moving. It's almost like I'm gonna kip my strict wall-facing handstand push-up.
21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Left side of your screen is the lane assignments for the event. Hand in the air for a couple athletes. Hand in the air for 4. Hattie Canio, Sydney Wells, Annika Greer. And all the way in lane number 9, should be no surprise as Lexi Neely has now pulled ahead of everybody. Lexi Neely displayed her gymnastic prowess at the CrossFit Games last year in push-pull 2.0.
Yeah. Just very strong on her shoulders. Man, I mean, I'm telling you, if you have this particular movement and that's one of your strengths, it's crazy how you just see athletes really jump over the field, get that wheelhouse event.
Lexi Neely, 3rd appearance here at Wodapalooza, both 23 and 24. Got 11th last year. She also got 11th at the Syndicate Crown, which punched her ticket to the CrossFit Games. And I believe it was sneaking ahead by a handful of points on Annika Greer, who's in this heat. Sydney Wells in lane number 2. Back into your screen in the all black. 1 rep left to go, and she will be first to the overhead dumbbell lunges.
Wow, she made up a lot of distance, a lot of space on that dumbbell snatch from those handstand push-ups.
Bill, one big thing about this event in particular is that it seems like you have to have everything in your tool bag to be successful here. The light skill, fatigue on the rope, okay, not so much, no big deal. 75, these guys are used to it. But handstand walks, 45 feet at a time, wall-facing handstand push-ups, and you couple that with a heavy dumbbell at high volume.
Right.
You can't just be a one-trick pony. You got to have all your boxes checked.
Well, the thing is that if you have a deficit somewhere, then you're held up there and everyone else is passing you by. I think generally speaking, for the most part, everyone's going to have, 4 of the 6 boxes pretty well checked, but the ones that we've seen that have either finished or gotten close to the end had all the boxes checked.
And the thing with that is that if you don't have one of those things, it's not a small thing
you're
you
hung
don't
up.
have. You're like, okay, what's the one thing I don't have? Wall-facing handstand push-ups? Well, crap.
Right.
That's 42 reps of them. I'm not good with the dumbbell. 48 reps of them.
I mean, and you're looking somewhere between just 3.5 minutes of time, possibly, maybe even 4 minutes on that particular movement that's going to bury you in the field.
Just past the 5-minute mark. Lane assignments on the left side of your screen. This is heat 4 of 5. As we have one more heat of athletes left to go. Of the 3 heats we've had, only 2 athletes have been able to finish this underneath the 16-minute time cap, and your time to beat of 15:37 is held by Chloe Govan-David.
I'll tell you what, Sydney Wells looks fantastic. The dumbbell snatches, I mean, that's where she made her move off the wall. She still looks great going through these lunges. A lot of support in that shoulder.
After these last 2 dumbbell lunge steps.
Nice little reach.
We'll now hit the pinnacle point of this down and back chipper. 4 legless rope climbs.
Now, Chase, we were talking about the halfway point, the 8-minute mark, about how much time we have. We're safe right now. So, she's got a lot of time. She can take some rest to be ready to go, and then she's got to get after it.
And a good amount of time. And you got to think about, okay, how long did it take me to get out?
Yep.
Right? So Sydney Wells was done right about 6 minutes out fresh in the first half of this. If she wants an opportunity to finish this event, probably should be coming off this rig at least around 9 minutes in.
Without a doubt.
With 7 minutes left to go. And I think that's still pushing it a little bit.
Oh, well, there is that for sure. It really will depend. Honestly, she's slowing down a lot more on the rope climb than I thought she would. But she did go really fast on the dumbbell snatch and on the lunge. So I'm also curious the way she's doing those rope climbs. You see the way she's piking on the way up? It's a lot of extra energy that you're just wasting in your legs. You don't need to use that.
4 legless rope climbs, 15 feet. Alyssa Fuliano working her way through these rope climbs in the middle. Fuliano, this is her second appearance here at Tier Wodapalooza. It took 7th in 2023. As Hattie Canio's working her way through the legless rope climbs. Annika Greer in the light teal to the left side of your screen. Now there's one thing that does pose a challenge for Sydney Wells as well as Brooke Wells is something like a legless rope climb. Right. A high volume, upper body, difficult pull.
Right. The nice thing for Sydney is it's only 4. But we talked about what does that little chink in the arm are going to look like? How long is that going to take to do that? And look how much time. She's bent over. She's taking a lot of rest here. That's letting the other athletes come up.
Now, Annika Greer is done right at the 8-minute mark, and that was probably some of the better legless climbs I've seen her do. That movement alone has derailed some of her opportunities to try to qualify for the CrossFit Games. Georgia. So it's Kira Milligan in the yellow and gray. Lexi Neely in the front part of your screen in the light blue. Now, Neely made a big move on the wall-facing handstand push-ups and handstand walks, slowed down a bit on the dumbbell portion, which is what these athletes are facing next. 12 dumbbell snatches at 70 pounds, overhead walking lunge on the same arm, and then switch sides and make their way back across the floor until they get back to that wall. 9 minutes in, 7 minutes left as Lexi Neely is working through these legless climbs. That'll be her last rep, so she'll be moving to the dumbbell. Now, we said about 7 minutes is what they'll need if they want to make the return trip back. Sydney Wells has already moved up ahead of Annika Greer, so you taught it. Every box needs to be checked. Every box, and the box that you don't, right? It was just those 4 legless climbs for Sydney. She wasn't bad at them.
No.
Right? Just not at the speed as other girls had.
Well, and what part of it makes me want to think that it's okay, if it's only 4, and you're going to do one every 30 seconds, one every 40 seconds, maybe because you have to rest. But one of the things about a movement like that you can't do a lot of, even though you're resting to make that one rep count, you're resting everything else too. So she's reserving a lot of her strength for the rest of the events that are coming up. I keep seeing her going down, taking that little squat position. It makes me a little nervous because usually when that happens, it's like, okay, I'm kind of at the end of my rope on this one. I don't want to push it too hard. But she looks great on every single one of her reps. I mean, she's still moving the dumbbell well.
And what is
still
that?
being very smart about when to do her lunges and everything.
Body language never lies.
I know. It's because it's speaking from the inside, you know? Oh, I'm fine. No, you're not.
It's like I'm speaking from my heart. No, I'm speaking from my lungs and my legs and my shoulders.
I'm not taking a knee. I'm taking two knees.
Kira Milligan and Lexi Neely working through their 12 dumbbell snatches as your top four, Annika Greer, Sydney Wells, Hattie Canio, and Alyssa Fuliano, are about the midway point of the dumbbell snatches. Once they finish that lunge, they'll work 12 dumbbell snatches on the other arm. Overhead walking lunge on the same side to finish out their dumbbell work. Here comes Sydney Wells.
And again, that was a big, long rest before that last snatch because she is prepping for the lunge. And then, again, right off the lunge, she's going to get herself back to the wall to do those handstand push-ups. Wants to make sure she's as ready as possible.
Lexi Neely is finishing up her first set of dumbbells. She still have halfway to go as Sydney Wells is finishing her dumbbell work. 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 90-foot handstand walk, and 75 heavy double unders. She has just under 4 minutes to do all of this. If she wants to catch the time set by Chloe Govine-David at 15:37. 4 minutes left before we hit the 16-minute time cap. Annika Greer in the all blue, making her way to the wall.
Man, there are all kinds of, I'm sort of kipping, not really kipping, doing whatever I can to get up there. And again, I get it, man. Like, you're tired. Your body's going to do whatever it can do to make that work.
Yeah, it's like if I bend my body in 6 different joints, I can lock my arms out.
Eventually, I'll get there. You know, and again, for the athletes is whatever the standard is, and usually a lot of times it's here's what the start is, here's what the finish is. I don't really care what happens in between. And if that's what the case is for this wall-facing handstand push-up, then go, man.
Also,
do what you need to do.
I am fully aware that I can do only 3 wall-facing handstand push-ups as a max effort. Sydney Wells is done. 90-foot handstand walk all the way across the competition floor, must be done in 2 unbroken 45-foot handstand walk sections as we are just past the 13-minute mark. Eyes on the clock as Sydney Wells makes her way across the floor. Halfway through, 45 more feet to go. She has 2 minutes to try to beat the time like Chloe Govine-David of 15:37 starting now. Second best time is 15:53 set by Lucy Campbell in heat number 1. Lucy Campbell is tied on top of the leaderboard in total points at 194. Sydney Wells has about 5 feet left to go. And now,
man, I like that.
About 90 seconds if she wants to beat the time set by Chloe Govine-David.
And she took a long break in between the first 45 and the second 45, which I think was really smart. Not so that she could do it. I know that she was confident in actually completing it unbroken, but being able to go directly from the ground to grab the rope and get to work.
There's a break for Sydney Wells as Annika Greer makes her way across the floor. She's done with her handstand walk into the rope. Less than a minute. Not only does he have to finish the 75 double unders, but you have to sprint across the floor to the finish line, and Sydney Wells breaks again.
Oh, look at Annika Greer. She is so fast with that double under rate.
And just hand position alone, turning those handles in will help spin the rope a little bit quicker. Both athletes, third break for Sydney Wells, and it is coming down to the wire.
Ah.
And it's going to be close. 5 reps left to go. And she's going to have to sprint across the floor.
Oh, she doesn't know she needs to sprint.
It's going to be close. And it looks like Chloe's time should stand. As a time cap 16 minutes. Around 15:40 for Sydney Wells. Lucy Campbell's time at 15:53 will still hold for third. And in 4 heats, we've had 3 finishers. But the 5th and final heat coming up. Four heats down at the 5th and final heat. Take the floor here at Tier Arena for the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grundler. We've had 4 heats, only 3 finishers underneath the 16-minute time cap. Your top 2 athletes on the leaderboard already went way back in heat number 1. That was Astrid Lynn and Lucy Campbell, both tied at 194 points. Laura Horvath is sitting in third at 179. And this is the single event that Laura is going to have to navigate that may take some points out of her back pocket, because the next events going into tomorrow shouldn't be any problem for her.
You're right. We know, I mean, classically speaking, deficit handstand pushes have been something that has been not just a weakness, but like a true Achilles heel. Now, granted, these aren't deficit, but it's the number in whole, 42 total, on top of all the other shoulder work that you have to do. the nice thing is like, I mean, she is decent at handstand walks, and that'll be good.
Yep.
She is strong, so the snatches won't be an issue. Supporting that weight overhead is not going to be an issue, but is she going to have the capacity to race that 21 down and then to 21 on the backside, which is going to be really, I'm interested. I'm curious.
9 athletes on the floor, but all eyes are going to be in lane number 5. Laura Horvath, your 2023 CrossFit Games champion. This is her first appearance at Tier Wodapalooza, as all athletes will start with 75 double unders. Scan the QR code for our title sponsor, Tier. Always in front. I remember growing up, Tier was the swimsuits I wore for Summer League.
I know that, man.
And now here it's kind of wild how full circle my sports in my life has come.
I mean, if it was that way, everyone would be cruising around in little swim trunks, right? In little swim trunks the whole time.
75 double unders. Laura Horvath and Danny Spiegel are the first ones done, and they wasted no time getting the handstand walks. Now, Danny Spiegel is another athlete whose skill sets fit this event near perfectly. Really, the only box for her is those 4 legless rope climbs in the middle, but it's only 4. Oh, my goodness. Ariel Lowen.
Wow. Take some of that.
Ariel Lowen.
90 feet unbroken. Okay.
First athlete we've seen pull the trigger on that, and it is one of the big strengths for Ariel Lowen is that gymnastic capacity. 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Ooh, but here's the thing, though. We already have, I mean, that was a rough set of 3 and even had a no rep coming off of that. So great that you can. You say this, Chase, all the time. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, especially in the first part. We talk about, the keys to success in this event.
Bill.
It's the buy-in. Be smart about it.
Lane 15, Laura Horvath is kipping handstand push-ups.
Well, we kind of saw that in the last event.
Well, and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because it doesn't say strict. I'm just saying I've never seen someone try that before.
When they first had the wall facing handstand push-ups, we had a handful of my athletes at my gym that were doing that.
It doesn't say strict. it says 21.
Straight, exactly.
Yeah. I've never seen that
Play
before,
within the
but
rules.
look at that. Laura Horvath.
Play within the rules. That's all right.
Bending at the waist, bending at the knees, and kipping her feet to help her out. That answers that question. Can you kip a wall-facing handstand push-up?
Yes, apparently.
Alexis Raptis, Brooke Wells, and Danny Spiegel are to the dumbbell first. Danny Spiegel is basically laughing at the dumbbell.
Look at the way she's doing it, though. There's a break. There's a reload every single time, where most people, we talked about this.
And a reset, though.
A reset
I don't know
every
if that's
time. Now, the only thing I could think is, okay, I'm going to go a lot more here. I'm trying to save my grip for the rope climb because we said that's going to be her hitch is that rope climb. So if she's trying to contain that and relax that as much as she can, okay, I can buy off that. She's still not having a problem with the weight.
See Amy Kringle in the 4 part of your screen. Kringle's currently sitting in 4th overall. She has 170 points. She's 9 points behind Laura Horvath, who's just getting off the wall. Top 2 leaders in this heat, Danny Spiegel and Alexis Raptis. Alexis Raptis at the upper part of your screen in lane number 2, Danny Spiegel at the bottom. 2 athletes that are very good inverted. So it comes to handstand walks, handstand push-ups. Both very strong athletes. Dumbbell not an issue. Brooke Wells is in the mix. And we'll see how Brooke Wells, again, the same thing we saw with Sydney.
Right.
That upper body pulling strength and stamina tends to be one of those crux for her.
She just got a no rep. Brooke Wells got a no rep for dropping the dumbbell. That's one of the stipulations. If you drop it, you got a no rep, so they're making her do one more.
12 dumbbell snatches on one arm, followed by an overhead walking lunge. Then they'll switch to the other side. All snatches must be done on the same arm, the weight being 70 pounds for the women. This is the 5th and final heat of the final event of day number 1 here for the individuals at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. Your overall leaders after 2 events is Lucy Campbell and Astrid Lynn with 194 points. That's after 2 events. Lucy Campbell still holds the 3rd best time to beat at 15:53. And then we have a close time between Chloe Govine David and Sydney Wells between 15:37 and 15:40. And it is still Danny Spiegel and Alexis Raptis still leading as Sydney Wells is close into 3rd. And the big question here, how are these athletes going to handle these 4 legless rope climbs? We've seen our leaders get to this point about the 6-minute mark. Danny Spiegel gets done at 5:30. Alexis Raptis is 1 step left to go. Same with Brooke Wells.
Now, this is where I think Alexis Raptis is going to be able to make a move on Danny Spiegel. They've been basically rep up and down the whole part so far. But this is where she needs to push because they just think she has a better shot on the back side of this than Danny does. And you can see Danny, I mean, she's pulling up there. She attacked the rope first, but those were already big kips. Granted, it's only 4 reps, but that's something that Raptis really needs to think about and get after it here, really put the pedal down.
Yeah, that kip swing, usually we call it the kip swing of death. When it originally was created, it was 2013 legless, and it was affectionately called the Pacelli kipping legless rope climbs. 2 down for Danny Spiegel already, as we are just 6:30 in.
I mean, I'm really glad that Alessandra got that for us and brought that to the world for all of us to be able to do.
Oh, who got it for us?
Oh, they got it for us.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, they.
Yeah.
And we mean
Right over there.
the collective.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, we got some coffee. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
We got some coffee, so we're warm now.
I just actually poured it all over myself. It's not even worth drinking right now. I'm so cold. 7 minutes in, 16-minute time cap, 9 minutes left to go. Lane assignments on the left side of your screen, clock in the upper left corner of your screen. All athletes on to the 4 legless rope climbs as Danny Spiegel on the left is working on her final climb.
Raptis coming down. She just hit that last one. She's going to make her way out onto to the floor.
Brooke Wells
for her
needs
lunges.
to watch pinching that rope with her legs. Could get called for a no rep. She's got to be careful. Looks like 1 more rep.
Oh, wow.
Now, lane
Laura
number
Horvath.
5. This to be expected.
Yeah.
Horvath is going to smash the dumbbell, smash the legless rope climbs, but it's that handstand push-up in the middle.
Well, now we knew the handstand push-up. I mean, she got kind of pushed. I don't want to say to the back. She was in the 5th position got pushed back a little bit because of those. She needs to make up some distance now on the rest of the field. Use the strength that she has for that with that snatch and with the handstand walk so that she can get ahead of the field with those handstand push-ups.
Top athletes making their way to their 2nd set of dumbbell snatches. Danny Spiegel was first off the rope. Ariel Lowen. Brooke Wells, Spiegel onto her lunges. Laura Horvath, Alexis Raptis also onto her lunges. So Raptis still able to keep pace with Danny Spiegel. Moving into 3rd, just to the right of your screen in the center lane, Laura Horvath. See Amy Kringle, Emily Rolfe, Emma Tall. Behind your 3 leaders. Danny Spiegel, the bottom part of your screen, already onto her 2nd set. 2nd and final set of dumbbells.
And look at the way Danny's working the dumbbell now. You saw her resetting every single time for that rope climb. Not doing it anymore. Holding onto that thing and rapid firing those reps.
Alexis Raptis at the top part of your screen in lane number 2. Working on her last set of dumbbell snatches. Again, it's 12 reps at 70 pounds. Laura Horvath in lane 5. Starting her set of dumbbell snatches. After that final rep, they'll have to lunge across the floor 1 more time before they go back to their final 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Laura Horvath taking a break. Emma Tall's joined them in the middle. Alexis Raptis to the left as 4 reps left to go. We are approaching the 10-minute mark. 3 athletes in 4 heats have finished this event in total underneath the 16-minute time cap. One of them, being Lucy Campbell, is sitting on top of the leaderboard with a 15-point lead on Laura Horvath in the center lane in lane number 5.
Alexis Raptis, very short rest. She was about 4 reps behind Danny Spiegel on those snatches and was able to make up almost all of that time to where they're just about 5 feet apart on this lunge. That was an impressive rest.
Danny Spiegel, 1 lunge left to go. She'll finish as Ariel Lowen, Brooke Wells, Laura Horvath, Emily Rolfe, and Emma Tall are trying to keep pace.
Oh, no
and
rep
Danny
for Danny.
Spiegel, you just saw it off camera, but Danny Spiegel just got a no rep, had to back up 10 feet, which leaves Alexis Raptis all alone on the wall. Here comes Laura Horvath and Emma Tall. Alexis Raptis right into it.
Go to Nico's camera.
We talked about Alexis Raptis. You think about Echo Press from the 2022 CrossFit Games, which brought the wall-facing handstand push-ups into competition for the first time. She was a rookie, and that was her event win for the weekend. Lane assignments on the left side of your screen. We have 5 minutes left to go. 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Alexis Raptis trying to hold off Danny Spiegel and company. Also trying to chase the time to beat. 15:37. Chloe Govine-David. Sydney Wells has a time of 15:40. And Lucy Campbell at 15:53. Emma Tall on the wall. Here's Laura Horvath. And you can see that knee bend and kip to help get her off the wall. And if there's no designation as strict, it's get it up.
Or
get up there any way you
facing
can.
handstand push-up. That's all they're saying.
And that is, if given the opportunity, a smart move.
Absolutely.
By Laura Horvath.
Play by the rules. You're playing the rules.
12 minutes in. 4 minutes to go. Alexis Raptis onto the handstand walk. Laura Horvath taking a break. Alexis Raptis is about 10 feet away from that green line. He's got to get across it. Unbroken. Danny Spiegel's kicking up. Danny Spiegel looking a little more confident and quick on the handstand walks. Time ticking away. Still 3 minutes from the time to beat.
I think Alexis Raptis is a little nervous as she's doing her walk. She seems a little scattered. You can see her legs are all over. Almost missed it on like 2 steps before the finish line, whereas Danny didn't have that. Danny's just very comfortable up on her hands. This is a great position for her.
Alexis Raptis gets across. Ooh. But Danny Spiegel is closing the gap. And Raptis now has still well over 2 minutes to get the best time.
Crazy fast.
It's all Alexis Raptis and Danny Spiegel. Right side of your screen. Who's going to break first? It's Danny Spiegel. Danny Spiegel on the bottom right in all black. Alexis Raptis takes her first break. Danny Spiegel back onto the rope. 75 heavy double unders to finish out.
Brooke Wells getting in the mix. She's coming back with the great handstand walks by Brooke Wells. Wow.
Brooke Wells, one of the better handstand walk athletes in the history of the sport on the women's side. In fact, I believe it was Brooke Wells that won the handstand walk race in the 2020 CrossFit Games.
Well, yes, it was.
3 athletes on 75 double unders.
And if you look at these 3 ladies who are all on their ropes, look who has the most calm jump. And honestly, it was Brooke Wells. Nice and fluid, not trying to rush it, just trying to make it so she hits every rep.
Oh, Emma Tall's got to get across. Wow, what a save by Emma Tall. That was huge. Alexis Raptis is done. And not only should we get the time to beat, she will smash the time to beat by over a minute. Raptis gets her first win of the weekend. That is Alexis's her first win at Wodapalooza. This is her first time competing here.
You can see the shoulder fatigue on these ladies as they're trying to get through those jumps. Danny trying to do everything she can, trying to whip it with her hands and not use her shoulders. That's why she's jumping up so high. Shoulders are just fatigued out.
Brooke Wells is done, and she'll finish right around the 15-minute mark. So your top two athletes in this heat are now the top two athletes in this event, and Emma Tall, who just barely made her last handstand walk, gets ahead of Danny Spiegel. Laura Horvath just got off the wall, and now she's onto the handstand walk, and she is in crisis management mode as she came down too early. She went to the yellow line. Oh, no! It's green line to green line, and it has to be unbroken, and Laura Horvath
went to the yellow line.
Went to the yellow line and came down. Ooh. 4 athletes finish in this heat. Also the top 4 times in this event. And as we close things out for the individual women, we'll be back with a leader interview with Bella Martin and Alexis Raptis.
Alexis, congratulations on an event win of day 1 at Tier Wodapalooza. You're no stranger to Tier Wodapalooza. We saw you at SoCal. What's different about you as an athlete coming into this new season, 2025? Here we are.
Yeah, this is the healthiest I've been in years. So I'm just so happy to be here and have fun and enjoy the experience and get to be out here with my friends and be on the beach. And it's amazing. Very grateful to be here.
Well, we're grateful you're here. A lot of times all we see are the highlights of you as an athlete, whether that's on social media, here winning events. Tell me about some of the setbacks that you've had to overcome to get here this weekend.
Yeah, so I mean, as many of you know, I have been battling colitis for years now, and it's honestly been, I mean, probably over 6 years since I've actually been really healthy. And the past few months training healthy has just been so eye-opening because I really didn't know how horrible I felt. So I'm just truly so happy and filled with joy, and it just makes this so much more fun. It's instead of just doing this and getting through the weekend, it's actually being present and really soaking up every moment. And I'm the happiest I've been in such a long time. So I'm just really, really grateful.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alexis Raptis, congratulations.
I'll do time.
90 seconds.
Gentlemen, make your ways to your starting line.
with our 75 heavy double unders into that 90-foot handstand walk. Kicking things off for us down in lane number 1, George Sterner. Lane number 2, Diego Freitas. Over in lane number 4, Pedro Martins. Lane number 5, Nicholas Vidon. Lane 6, Joshua Hong. Lane number 7, Connor Volts. Lane number 8, Brandon Skipper. And lane number 9, Sam Packin. Once done with those heavy double unders, we're going to be on to those handstand walks. Down to the dumbbells. The wall facing handstand push-ups. And then off to the dumbbells as they make their way down the floor.
Is that lane 9? Packing.
Sam Packin making quick work of that 90-footer. Going to be your first athlete. Inverted, starting off a cartwheel into his first 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
George Sterner now is well to the wall here in lane number 1, and Joshua Hong down there in lane number 6 will be upside down. Peach shirt, black shorts. Let's see if Samuel Packin can hold on to the lead down in lane number 9. As we saw with the ladies, anything can happen here with 16 minutes on the clock.
Yes, once we're done with those handstands, that wall-facing handstands, are going to be out to that 100-pound Rogue dumbbell for 12 single-arm dumbbell snatches and a 12-meter overhead walking lunge. They're going to do that each arm, so a total of twice as they make their way down the competition floor back to the other side, where they will perform 6 legless rope climbs. As Packin down in lane number 9, getting to work on his dumbbell. 1 lane over. Brandon Skipper. Lane number 1, George Sterner, getting to work on his 100-pound dumbbell. We're just 3.5 minutes in, athletes. 3.5 minutes in, 16-minute time clock.
So tight race here, just like it's always been in this event. With Packin trying to hold off the field as he's got multiple athletes breathing down his neck. We'll see how this story unfolds as Samuel's on the move down in lane number 9.
Big shout out to Miami Beach Rescue up here on the tower, checking things out with the binoculars. Yeah, we see you guys. Keeping us all safe here this weekend. If you guys could turn up the heat just a little bit, that'd be all right. Just bump it up a little bit.
Nicholas Badon now will have the lead as he keeps going. But big steps right next to him. Pedro Martins will overtake him, now take the lead. George Sterner now right in front of me here in lane number 1. Just a few steps ahead of Packin. He will drop it, and Samuel Packin now will be your number 2 athlete. Hey, Mike, that's 100 pounds. That's my body weight.
That's my deadlift.
We got to get those numbers up.
I'm working on it, my man. I'm working. It's a work in progress. 5.5 minutes in. Here comes Connor Volts. Hanging on to his dumbbell. Nice big set of walking lunges for Volts. Anybody's game. 4 total heats of your elite men's division. We'll say it over and over again. It is not how you start, but it's how you finish. 100-pound dumbbells, a whole bunch of wall-facing handstand push-ups, a whole bunch of handstand walking, double under jumping. There's a lot of shoulders. Looking for our time to beat here out of heat number 1.
I know we said it like 50 times, but another tight race here in heat number 1 of your men. Looking to set the time to beat.
Oh, yeah. We're going to do it right here. Time to beat's coming out of heat number 1. And it's going to last. I know it. I feel it. Miami, you got to get behind your fellas. Help them out. Packing on the march. Martins on the march as well. Making their way down the competition floor to those legless rope climbs. Going to be looking for 6 legless rope climbs as Martins crosses over that green line.
So Martin's your number 1 there in lane number 4. Looking to get some company under the rig down there. Samuel packing down in lane number 9. And George Sterner in lane number 1, rounding out your top 3 at the moment.
Martins, 1 down, 5 to go. Out of Brazil. Sterner 1 down, 5 to go. Watching those judges' hands chipping away at our 6 legless rope climbs as we cross over the 8-minute mark.
Packing taking about a 10-second rest and going right back up. Now you have 3 more to go, if my eyes don't deceive me down here. Down in lane number 9. Sterner as well. But it
2
is your...
now.
Go ahead, Mike.
2 now for Martins in lane number 4. Holtz now done with his overhead walking lunges. Heading over to the ropes for his 6 legless rope climbs. 2 more to go. Make it 1 more to go for Sterner down in lane number 1. 1 more to go for Martins. That'll do it for Martins. Off of the ropes, back to the dumbbell. Gonna march his way down to the opposite side of the floor. Time slipping away.
So Martin strapping up the bell here with that 100-pound dumbbell. Can he open up the lead here on the rest of the field? Samuel packing down in lane number 9. Looks to be done. With his 6 rope climbs, he will head back to the dumbbell.
Been over that 10-minute mark, athletes. 10 minutes in, 6 final minutes remaining. 6 minutes to go.
So you're 1 and 2 in lanes 4 and 9 here at the moment. But you got George Sterner down here creeping up on him in lane number 1. He might be your overall leader at the moment now. He's got one final rep on this right arm before he goes on that lunge. And there he goes, Redemption Fitness's very own George Sterner, making his way down the lane and possibly setting the best time of the day to beat.
Sterner making quick work of those walking lunges, just about the halfway point as Martins gets moving.
Martins with some big steps here. Packing now Samuel down in lane number 9 on the move. Your top 3 there on the overhead walking lunge. Sterner, Martins, and Packing down. You're rounding out your top 3.
Three events here for your elite athletes today. Just day number 1 of our 4-day Tier Wodapalooza Miami event. Our elite athletes today and tomorrow. Our team event coming up on Saturday and Sunday. So much going on here this year on beautiful South Beach. So if you're getting here just now, I feel bad. I don't know where you've been all day. We've been throwing down since this morning. 3 full days of competition remaining here at Tier Wodapalooza. Our elite competition on the downhill for day number 1.
Sterner 2 more to go before he makes his way down the lane. As we got a 16-minute time cap to this one. And that time cap is approaching. We're at 12:50 on the clock. And Sterner trying to hold off the rest of the field. Samuel Packin taking a little peek-see down to Sterner to see where he's at. But it is Sterner on the move. Down to finish out this overhead walking lunge.
3 minutes in, athletes, 3 minutes to go. 13 minutes in, 3 minutes to go, I should say. 16-minute time cap for your 3rd event of the day.
My man Sterner on an island by himself down here. He's got the rig all to his lonesome, Mike. Wasting no time. He is upside down. 1 rep. 2 rep, 3 reps in, nobody on the move yet. At the 13:50 mark, Sterner chipping away at these final 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Final 2 minutes of work here for heat number 1. Sterner all out in front. You said it, Chris. Trying to get done with those 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Martins, next closest competitor. He'll drop the weight belt, head over to the rig.
Sterner 12 reps in, 12 reps in. Redemption Fitness, where you at? Make some noise for your athlete down here in lane number 1. George Sterner trying to get to the handstand walk. And this judge's hand is in the air, Mike. With time ticking down, though. We'll see if he can get to that rope. 4 more reps to go for Sterner. Martins making his move on the handstand, wall-facing handstand push-ups. Judge's hand in the air for him.
60 seconds remaining, athletes. 1 final minute to go.
Sterner, uno mas in the bank, but it is Martins. Pedro Martins now looking to go upside down on the handstand walk.
Chris, we're going to keep an eye on the clock. We got 30 seconds left. Martins and Sterner upside down, battling it out. See who's going to hang on. Martins out in front. About 20 seconds remaining.
You heard the man, athletes. Keep it moving. Martin's trying to finish it.
10 seconds.
Finish it out, and you got the call, Mike.
We're going to count you guys down. 5 seconds. Make it 3, 2, 1. Time.
Big round of applause for heat number 1 of your elite men.
So Pedro Martins.
One heat down, 3 heats remaining for the individual men here at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grundler, and it is the men's turn to take on high-stakes tight ropes.
Now, we've seen what this looks like. We saw with the women. We saw what happened. We saw what the dumbbell snatches look like. For the guys, a couple differences here. We have a 100-pound dumbbell that these guys have to move, and we have 6 legless rope climbs. But other than that, it's exactly the same. We got the heavy dubs. We got the handstand walks. We have the overhead lunges. We have the wall-facing handstand push-ups. We have a grab bag of shoulder extravaganza elements to test your shoulder capacity and see what you got.
We are on the sands of Miami Beach as Tier Arena filling up. Dymatize brings the excitement to you. Discover why everyone loves their top-selling products and explore the full range of offerings at Dymatize.com. Fuel your fitness journey with Dymatize and check out everything they have to offer. Scan the QR code or go to Dymatize.com for more. No athletes finish in heat number 1. In fact, on the women's side, only 7 total in 5 heats completed this entire event underneath that 16-minute cap.
You know, when you have an event that's like that, when it appears that there are going to be such few people that are making it through to the end, then it becomes very important about how many reps you're able to get. Can't think of like, oh, I'm not going to be able to finish. No, you have to push all the way to the end to get as many of those reps as you possibly can. It gets really important. And that last heat, honestly, in all reality, was decimated by those dumbbells. Decimated.
Your lane assignments on the left side of your screen as men will take on the first set of 75 heavy double unders. 2 athletes in this heat that have been to the CrossFit Games before as individuals. That is lane 5, Enrico Zanoni out of Italy and Ruan Potgitcher out of South Africa. And on cue, Ruan is done with his first set of 75. Working his way, 90-foot handstand walk. 2 more athletes kick up, make that 3, 4. 45 feet unbroken. Remember, it's to the green to green. Not green to yellow.
But I don't think that Ruan accepts your challenge of the green to green. He's going to go the first green to the last green instead of that second green.
Tenley's still going green to green.
You're right.
Pecker's still going green to green. Ruan is done, and he'll work to the rig for 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Oh, now here's the thing. If you can kind of see him, I think it's underneath the our little name board there of everybody. But Ruan really struggled with his first and second rep. So again, should you do the 90 feet unbroken because you can't? Probably not, especially early in this. Because if you think about the keys of this event, you're looking at a big buy-in in the beginning. So you have to be very smart for the first half of this because it really doesn't matter if you can do the first 90. Who cares?
We saw the same thing happen with Ariel Lowen, who went end to end and started struggling on the handstand push-ups.
We talked about her there, and then that was it. So we had that big buy-in in the beginning. You have to be very smart about what you're doing. Don't try to win everything in the first half of this. And again, battle the bowling balls, those shoulders. What sort of capacity do you have, not just in general, but at the second half of the event? Are you able to do the second set of 21 handstand push-ups? Because that's been just murdering people.
Well, you mentioned earlier when we were watching the women attack this, and there's so much sneaky volume in here, split up into little tiny chunks, and it's not necessarily of, well, I need to go fast, big sets are unbroken. It's just like you just need to consistently keep moving, and if that means small sets and short breaks, that will lend more to your benefit on the back half of this event.
Well, and usually and we're calling this a chipper, an up and down chipper, however you want to look at it, it's a chipper. But usually with the chipper, once you're done with it, you're done with it. This is like you're done with it for that half. Then on the backside, you get to do that piece again. So there is a compounding effect of all of these different events.
Again, this is heat 2 of 4. No athletes in heat number 1 completed this in that 16-minute time cap. These athletes are now on to 12 dumbbell snatches, all done on the same arm. And then that'll take it straight into a dumbbell overhead walking lunge. And once they get to the halfway point on the competition floor here at Tier Arena, they will do the other side. 100 pounds on that dumbbell. We saw dumbbell snatches at this weight first make their appearance at the 2012 regional back in the day. And Enriquez, you were in that one, as Enrico Zanoni has moved into the lead slightly ahead of Tom Kingdon. After that overhead walking lunge, they'll advance the dumbbell forward and work on the other arm. 12 dumbbell snatches at 100 pounds and one more overhead walking lunge before we hit that 6 legless rope climbs, as I'm trying not to throw up while looking at the camera. Again, all dumbbell snatches must be done on the same side. And Billy, you said earlier, the big difference here, not just the weight on the dumbbell, which is normal, of course, but the extra 2 legless rope climbs, which is a big difference in terms of volume for these men.
Well, I do think that it's a fair, usually to have the men usually can pull a lot better than the women can. And so I think that it's a fair assessment and a fair programming element. But it is still 2 more that they have to do.
And if you gave me the choice, Bill.
I would rather do 4. But but it is, and the guys are going to hang out there for a bit. What's interesting, and we saw it with the women too, is do you use that to try to get through it quickly, or is that your active recovery to try to save your shoulders a little bit before you have to come back on the downside of that pyramid?
1 rep left for Enrico Zanoni in the center lane. But it'll be Tom Kingdon that will start the lunge before him, as Enrico's taking a big break before he gets into his final dumbbell snatch and into his first overhead walking lunge.
You know, we talked earlier about which arm should you use first, your strong arm or your weak arm, and it looks like Enrico, I think he went with his strong arm first because he looks a little bit off balance on this one, and you couple that with a little bit of fatigue, it's going to amplify.
Right side of your screen. Athletes working into their last set of lunges before they get to the rig for the 6 legless rope climbs as we are past the 6-minute mark, approaching the 7. You got to think the amount of time it takes to do these 6. How much time do you have left on the back half to finish this event? And if we're at the 7-minute mark now, that means they need to be done in at least the 9-minute mark.
Right.
And that's assuming they can repeat the same thing under fatigue. And I think getting off around 8 is going to have to be a must for a lot of these athletes.
Well, again, and it really is, everybody wants to finish. That's obviously what everyone's shooting for. But it's more like, what are you able to do on the second half of that? And the fatigue, I mean, just the buildup. And it's going to come down to that last set of 21 handstand push-ups.
And a lot of it is playing to your own personal abilities. Like, yeah, great, I'd love to finish, but if you can't, why try to?
Totally.
Then you make a bad event even worse.
And you bury yourself for, I mean, granted, this is the last one they have today, but it's something you have to think about for your competition. For if you're only doing this, if you're doing this and the team, especially if you're doing this and the team, you got a lot more happening this weekend.
This is the third event of day number 1 for individual competition. We'll have 3 more events to close out individual competition tomorrow. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we'll switch to the same-sex teams of 3, which is a staple and highlight of Tier Wodapalooza.
I can't wait to watch that. That's going to be so fun.
Tom Kingdom in lane number 8, working on to his final legless rope climb. And if we talked about time needed, he has saved the time potentially here. He's at the 8:20 mark, and that's going to give him about 7 minutes and 40 seconds to work his way back. And he was ahead of that pace on the way out,
That's
but
right.
we know that the way back is a much different return trip than it was on the way out. Lane assignments on the left side of your screen. Lanes 1 through 9, 9 athletes in this heat.
So, Chase, I was talking about bowling ball shoulders. When you look at Williams' bowling ball shoulders, things are giant. That's why he's able to whip that dumbbell up overhead like that.
Seven minutes left before we hit that 16-minute cap. Heat 2 of 4. 2 heats will be coming up after this. No one in heat number 1 had finished yet. In fact, the closest athlete was still on the handstand walk on the second half of this pyramid chipper. Working our way in the back half. 12 dumbbell snatches. Single arm, 100 pounds. After that final rep, they'll do an overhead walking lunge. As you have Enrico Zanoni, Tom Kingdom, and William Bennett as your top 3 in this heat. Kingdom is off. Walking lunges on the same arm. Enrico Zanoni off to his first lunge of the set. 6 minutes left to go. The Rogue Invitational returns to Aberdeen, Scotland, October 31st through November 2nd. Coming up this year, they moved to Scotland for the first time last year, and it was an absolute sensation.
So fun to watch.
And they're bringing it back.
So great.
Scan the QR code. Just what a fun off-season competition. Obviously, this is the last one of the season to kick off the new season here in 2025. That is Tier Wodapalooza, but just great to have something like the Rogue Invitational in the space for these athletes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the thing about that is it is just pure, straight-up invitational, athlete highlight, 20 athletes, men and women, and what they've been doing as strongman over the years. Just
Oh, yeah.
the
That
opportunities
inclusion.
they're providing. 5 minutes left to go in heat number 2. 2 more heats after this. And it is a 3-horse race between William Bennett, Tom Kingdon, and Enrico Zanoni.
2-rep difference here between Enrico and William up in the front.
Tom on his final rep, he actually has 2. So he'll have to do 2 snatches before he can go into his lunges. And if he can keep that up, he can go right into it, and he's going to take a break. So you can see the toll it is taking with this 100-pound dumbbell for these athletes.
Oh, yeah. Enrico's rolling the dice, so he held on to that for about 5 straight right into the lunge. Now, we haven't seen that, for the most part, I haven't seen that with any other athlete, going that many snatches into your overhead lunge. But, again, he wanted to get up ahead of Kingdon there. That afforded him a couple more steps. We'll have to see what it does on the handstand push-up, so.
And lane number 2 is Marcus Moreira out of Brazil, as he's just at the halfway point. Enrico Zanoni is done. The dumbbells are over. Now we're back to the wall for 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups for the second time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's not what I would call a full handstand push-up. I'm not the judge, but I am judging.
I can see you
and
judging.
That does not look like an open shoulder to me. However, if my judge says it's good, then I'm going to keep on going.
You're going to keep on going until they say no rep, right?
3 minutes left to go.
All I can say is that was fast.
Well, it's always fast when you do half the range of motion. Enrico Zanoni is on to his 90-foot handstand walk. 45 feet unbroken, green line to green line. We saw Laura Horvath in the final heat of the women trying to close the gap and ended up stopping at the yellow line and had to go back and start over. Zanoni is cross. We're at the 2:30 left.
Finish it.
45 feet left to go. Zanoni kicks up. Looks very good overhead. And he'll be done, and he has 2 minutes to get through these 75 doublers. Now remember, the finish line is on the other side of the competition floor. So not only do you have to do your 75, you have to set the rope down, sprint across the floor before the time stops.
Yeah, we saw Sydney Wells after she finished. She just took a knee. It was like, oh, good, I'm done. No,
like
cross.
You're done with double unders.
Right, you cross. Get across. Enrico looks nice on. Oh, wow, he really bit up on the rope, too. So you can see he's not just holding the handle. He's actually kind of creeped his hands up onto the rope a little bit more to shorten up the length of that rope.
Enrico Zanoni with abs that'll make any man blush. I might be, my inside voices might be speaking on the outside on that one. Enrico Zanoni, as I like to call the Italian street horner.
Oh, wow, yeah.
1 minute left to go. Enrico Zanoni trying to be the first athlete and possibly only athlete to finish underneath the time cap so far.
Oh, there it is, hand in the air.
Now he's got to run across the finish line. That'll be about 15:31 as the time doesn't stop till he gets across the red tape line. And I know this is everybody's favorite word, but that is unofficial.
Unofficial.
Unofficial. 15:31. As we have 10 seconds left.
Tom Kingdon trying to get the last couple reps in there, squeeze it out as best he can. I hate when you you don't stop because you trip. You stop because you have to stop.
Like,
that is the worst when you're jumping rope.
Enrico Zanoni sets the time to beat at 15:31. Only athlete to finish in the first two heats. Heat 3 coming up next.
Number 8, John Wood. Lane number 9, Kaike Servane.
1 minute.
And in lane number 10, rounding out your roster, Trayvon Benton.
"30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. All right, athletes, be ready to go. We're going to
As we've had one athlete only finish this in underneath the time cap, and that is Enrico Zanoni at 15:31.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
High stakes, tight ropes, nice big pyramid chipper to close out day number 1.
Man, I tell you, we've been talking about this jumping warm-up. I want to do it so bad because as I'm sitting here talking, I'm fogging up my glasses, just making it really difficult. But these guys have a bundle of things to do as they make their way through, and I kind of like the way it's set up. We talked about all the different pieces, and it's almost like 6 individual little races in the middle of the race with the way the chipper is set up. You have your double under start off, you have your dumbbell snatches, you have your lunges, you have your handstand walks, you have your wall facing handstand push-ups and the rope climbs. So many little elements to mess with and to strategize that you can almost do that on every single piece.
It looks like we have one athlete that I can't see in the field that is supposed to be in this heat, and that is Alexander Caron. First off the rope is Luka Jukic, coming off his win at the 2024 Dubai Fitness Championship. And Alex Catoulis continues to go end to end. We have yet to see it pay off for anybody, and we'll see if he can break the mold. Catoulis goes 90 feet unbroken as he takes a break to chalk up for 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. And oftentimes we'll see that these dollar mats, as the sun starts to go down, the mats start to cool off. Sometimes you get a little bit of
I can see a little bit of that dew on
mat.
there. Yeah, a little bit of condensation.
Alex Catoulis, first appearance here at the Tier Wodapalooza, Miami. And it's Harry Lightfoot sitting in second. He's in the white t-shirt, black shorts. His second appearance at Wodapalooza. Got 12th last year in 2024. 8th at the French Throwdown at semifinals, making his first appearance at the CrossFit Games.
Well, we know that this race here has a lot of emphasis put on the wall facing handstand push-up. Even with the no rep and having to do another one, blasted right through that set of 22 for him, 21 for everyone else, and put himself right up into that lead position as he grabs that dumbbell.
Scan the QR code to learn how you can become an agent of strength. Put your passion in physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to work with a career at the U.S. Border Patrol. Harry Lightfoot, Alex Catoulis, as well as Traven Benton.
That's manhandling that dumbbell.
I remember what Traven Benton did on the team side. That's an athlete I want to see on the clean event tomorrow.
Oh, man. Yeah. I can't wait to see what kind of weight he's going to manhandle.
We're just 3 minutes in. Harry Lightfoot already on to his first set of overhead walking lunges. Again, it is 12 dumbbell snatches on one arm with that 100-pound dumbbell straight into that overhead lunge across the floor before they switch to the other arm.
Whatever step there.
4 minutes in, Lightfoot having to control that dumbbell a little bit, and he'll get across.
And again, it's early in this event, so that was good that he wasn't trying to rush it. Slow it down a little bit, kind of gain composure, get the speed wobbles out of there, and then finish up with that next step.
Lane assignments on the left side of your screen, as mentioned at the top of this event. Alexander Caron is nowhere to be seen in this heat. As we find out more about what's going on there, we did see him in event 2.
Right.
Alex Catoulis is catching up with Harry Lightfoot, who's in the center part of your screen. You can use the opposite hand to guide the dumbbell down. You just can't use it to help it go up.
Man, I tell you what, I would totally use that. Just to be able to save. Anytime you can save any sort of power, any sort of grip.
Well, and you mentioned it earlier on the women's side, is that saving that grip because we're going right into 6 legless rope climbs.
Right.
5 minutes in. Athletes are working their way through this second set of dumbbell snatches. Harry Lightfoot's got 1 rep to go, and he gets a no rep. Both heads of the dumbbell must hit the ground. Unfazed. Some would say unbothered. Maybe with a hashtag in front of it.
I think it's great that he was able to handle it. That's when you know that he has the strength capacity. It wasn't even a big deal. I do one more at the 100-pound? Not a problem.
You want to do another one?
Sure.
Yeah, all right. Harry Lightfoot in the white shirt making his way across the floor about halfway through. He'll have to cross that green finish line. Little bit of a stumble. Now, these sets, I believe, need to be done in 10-foot segments. So if he were to come down, he'd have to back up 10 feet. We just got word Alexander Caron has withdrawn from competition. We had Jeff Adler withdraw from individual competition before the start of action this morning. As Harry Lightfoot is already up onto the rope.
Didn't wait at all. No hesitation.
6 legless climbs. Jack Farlow done with his overhead lunge. Speaking of athletes we want to see clean some weight tomorrow. I think everybody remembers Jack Farlow's performance in the clean and jerk at the CrossFit Games in 2023. As he's already got 1 rep in the books, as Harry Lightfoot is taking a rest before his 3rd. 15 feet all the way up.
Man, Harry looks fantastic.
Jack Farlow on the left side, looking very strong on the rope himself. We are past the 7-minute mark. Harry Lightfoot on the right in the white shirt has 2 reps left to go. And Jack Farlow is slowly creeping up on Harry Lightfoot. Lightfoot taking a rest. See, Lightfoot using that kip, typically a sign of fatigue.
Yeah.
Jack Farlow still looking strong.
Oh, man.
Farlow already back up.
Jeez, and he looks great. Using that height that he has, big jump, really, I mean, basically eating up over half of that rope on every rep.
Jack Farlow, obviously well known for his strength, but also very good at climbing. So these legless rope climbs playing into his strengths as he catches up to Harry Lightfoot. Lightfoot onto the dumbbell first. Center part of your screen. 12 dumbbell snatches on the same arm. Into an overhead walking lunge. Jack Farlow on the left in all black. Farlow made up a lot of ground on these dumbbells. Just looked a bit more comfortable on the lunges.
He did.
And we are approaching the 9-minute mark. And these two athletes, not to call it too soon, but maybe the only 2 athletes that have a shot of getting underneath that 16-minute cap. Got a lot of work left to go.
Well, you know, we talked at the beginning of the race. All of that buy-in, basically up to the rope climbs, is buy-in to see what you have left to actually really race here. Do you have the capacity to keep going? So far, what we're seeing, like with Harry Lightfoot, he looks great with that dumbbell. He's moving it well. Jack Farlow, same thing, moving the dumbbell well, being able to support that dumbbell up overhead and being as relaxed as possible as he's working through those lunges. You know, even a couple of bobbles that Lightfoot has had hasn't put him into any sort of jeopardy. He's able to just be cautiously moving across the floor to make sure he can just check the box and get it done.
Yeah, the bobbles look less of a failure issue and just maybe a stability thing.
It's 100 pounds overhead. I mean, it's heavy.
Yeah, let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
You got a 5th grader over your head.
Right. But it's crazy when you have a race that we have seen majority of these athletes all take a knee in between every single one. They're trying to get as much rest as possible. This is where you talk about, is it a high-intensity race or is it a hard race? And this is one of those ones, this isn't really high intensity.
Yeah, this is more of a war of attrition.
Right. I mean, it's a muscular endurance event. How much do you have? How much capacity do you have?
Harry Lightfoot still holding on to the dumbbell. Jack Farlow actually moved ahead of him by a couple of reps, took a big break, and opened the door a bit for Harry Lightfoot. So Lightfoot and Farlow separated by actually they might be tied at 3 reps left. I would be surprised to see 3 reps into the overhead lunge as we have 5 minutes left to go. Time to beat 15:31 by Enrico Zanoni. This is heat 3 of 4 with 1 more heat left to go.
Well, this last little stretch here, couple snatches and then overhead lunge going into the last set of 21 handstand push-ups. We've seen how that has done so much damage to the field, whether it's men, whether it's women, doesn't matter. Getting to the wall and then seeing what you have left is always a telltale sign.
Jack Farlow's pulled ahead of Lightfoot. Last lunge. Farlow on the right, Lightfoot on the left. After this lunge, they'll have 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, a 90-foot handstand walk, and then 75 double unders. If they want to get the time to beat, they've got less than 4 minutes to do it. Lightfoot gets across. Now, this is where Harry moved ahead of everybody on the first half. He made very quick work of those 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. 4 minutes to go before we hit the 16-minute cap. Farlow's on the wall first. The rest of the field sitting in the middle of the competition floor trying to keep up. Lightfoot in the back. Now onto his wall-facing handstand push-ups, and you can see why he got ahead of the rest of the field.
Look at that. Beautiful lockout, great positioning, so much power.
Dear everyone watching this,
That
this
is
is
an
what
open
an
shoulder.
open shoulder looks like. Thank you for moving so well. Harry Lightfoot talking to his judge to see what rep he's on, taking a quick break. Jack Farlow doing the same. Farlow on a knee to the left side of your screen.
That's a very, very, very long rest for Farlow. But this is what you do. You're riding that line. You know, you're riding that line.
Lightfoot as well, but I think he's trying to see how many he has left to do, and he's going to try to finish it in this set. 5 left set to go. Last rep, actually. Lightfoot is done. And he has an opportunity. 2 minutes between him and Enrico Zanoni.
Sure is hot out here.
Yep, totally. So hot right now. Harry Lightfoot's up. It's going to be close. He's going to have a strong handstand walk and a relatively unbroken set of double unders if you want to get the time. But there is a chance. Lightfoot, keep looking back at the clock, seeing where he is. Approaching the 14-minute mark. The time on the floor is the same time on your screen in the upper left corner. 2 minutes before the time cap. 90 seconds before the time to beat. Harry Lightfoot's off. Halfway through his second set. 45 feet. Must be unbroken. End to end. Past the green line.
Oh, that looked nice.
There's an opportunity. The window is open. Lightfoot asking his judge which way to go when I'm done. It's not that way, I promise you. You'll definitely lose if you run that direction. Just run away from Patrick and you'll get to the finish line. 1 minute to go between Harry Lightfoot and the time of Enrico Zanoni, the only athlete to finish so far.
And Harry had a little bit of a bobble trying to find his foot positioning. When you're doing double unders, you always want to be able to jump and stay in the one spot. He had a couple where he was bouncing around, just trying to get a feel. And he's just upside down. Shoulders are on fire right now, just trying to control everything, control the breathing, control the jump, control the speed of the jump.
Here comes the athlete curse, unbroken so far.
Oh, way to go.
Can he hold on? Can he hold on? 20 seconds to go, and he does it! Lightfoot will set the new time to beat. 15:21.
Wow. He just took your curse and just kicked it in the ocean, Chase.
I actually feel better that I didn't curse. I'm so glad you held on. That would have felt really bad. I was like, I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it.
I think it was actually better that you said that first.
Maybe that's the trick.
Because you can't, if you just do it, then you ruin it. You're right.
Harry Lightfoot sets the time to beat by 10 seconds faster than Enrico Zanoni. 3 heats down, only 2 athletes to finish. And it'll be Harry Lightfoot with a time of 15:21. 1 heat remaining as final action for the elite individual men will be coming up next.
Everybody loves some swag here at Tier Wodapalooza. Once again, a big thank you to the U.S. Border Patrol.
And your final heat, making their way out to the competition floor. In lane number 1, Luke Parker. Lane number 2, Austin Hatfield. Lane number 3, the pride of Brazil. Give it up for Guilherme Moeros. Lane number 4, James Sprague. Lane number 5, Patrick Vellner. Lane number 6, Ricky Garrard. Lane number 7, Yona Koski. Lane number 8, Saxon Panchek.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Lane number 9, Yola Kai. And in lane number 10, rounding out the roster, Moritz Fiebig.
"30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. 10 seconds, athletes. We're going to count you down. Be ready. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Final heat of the night. Last heat, best heat, Mike. Your gentlemen here at the high stakes tight ropes, 75 heavy ropes. Then they got that 90-foot handstand walk, 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Then that's when they get to work on the 12 single-arm dumbbell snatch, plus the 12-meter single-arm overhead dumbbell lunge down to the rope, where they'll be doing 6 legless rope climbs, making their way back to the dumbbell, doing the snatch on the opposite arm first, then going back to the single-arm overhead walking lunge, then back for 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups, then that 90-foot handstand walk, finishing out back on the ropes. And Mike, no surprise here, a race out the gate on the handstand walk.
Very close right now with our final heat. Gentlemen, 45 feet in, 45 feet to go. Luke Parker looking good down in lane number 1. Everybody else just a few paces behind. But Parker looking to be done with his 90-footer. Saxon Panchek opposite.
Push-ups, 90 seconds in. Saxon Panchek already on the wall.
First to strike. I don't think his head even came up above his hips when he went with the handstand walk to that.
These are your top 10 men ranked coming into this weekend. The Apollo World Ranking is what seeded these athletes coming in based off their competition history over the last year. As you see James Sprague in the orange, that is your 2024 CrossFit Games champ.
Unbroken by Mr. Saxon Panchek.
Saxon Panchek is done. He just went unbroken. He's moving to the dumbbell. He's on the right side of your screen. Austin Hatfield's off the rig as well. Pat Vellner, Ricky Garrard, James Sprague, your top 3 on the leaderboard so far. But on the left side of your screen is Austin Hatfield. On the right is Saxon Panchek. They're already on to their first set of dumbbell snatches. 12 dumbbell snatches on one arm, 100 pounds. They'll take that into an overhead walking lunge on the same arm. Guillermo Harris is done. Pat Vellner still has a couple reps to go. The same with Ricky Garrard. Yonakowski to the right, also on to his dumbbell snatches.
You know, Pat Vellner, we talked to him earlier about this event, and he purposely was talking about breaking up very early because he knows about the second half of this event. This is not about trying to be first in the first half. Doesn't matter. All you need to do is be composed enough so you can finish hard. And so I think that that's what Pat's really doing. He purposely is, what did he say, 5, 5, and 2 is what he wanted to do on the dumbbells. He knew he wanted to break up on the handstand push-ups, even though we know he can do 21 unbroken. So we have to see what that pacing, how it's going to play out for him.
Saxon Panchik is done. He's actually slightly ahead of Austin Hatfield. This is Saxon's 4th appearance at Tier Wodapalooza. Took 4th in 2020. As they move to the other arm, Saxon Panchik at the top part of your screen, Austin Hatfield at the bottom. Janikowski working on his overhead lunges. He's in the orange shirt, white hat. And Yellow Kai in the yellow shorts is having to back up. But your top 2 in this heat are Austin Hatfield and Saxon Panchik. The time to beat 15:21 by Harry Lightfoot. And Saxon Panchik, who is some of his best movements are handstand push-ups, and he proved that by going 21 in a row on the first half. And we saw it with what Harry did, is that is a nice arrow to have in the quiver in the back half of this event.
Yeah, we've said it. We've seen it on the ladies. We've seen it on almost every single heat that has made it to that part. If you have the 21 reps on the second half, you are going to be in a very good position.
Ricky Garrard on the left side of your screen is last off the wall and just got a no rep. So he is in the back half of this pack. He's currently sitting in 3rd overall behind James Sprague and Pat Vellner, but it is all Austin Hatfield and Saxon Panchik. Hatfield has now moved ahead at the 5-minute mark. So it took him 5 minutes and 10 seconds for the first half of this chipper as we move into the 6 legless rope climbs. Austin Hatfield right up the rope, followed by Saxon Panchik. Panchik on the left. Austin Hatfield just at a screen on the right is now 2 reps in. So Austin Hatfield just put down 2 legless rope climbs in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's crazy. And he looks fantastic. He's looking across the field to see where everyone is, but I don't see a look of fatigue. We've seen a lot of athletes at this point already taking a knee, already showing that fatigue. I don't see that with Hatfield at all.
Hatfield looking over to his left to Saxon Panchik. 6 minutes in. James Sprague is now to the rig. Sprague on the left in all orange. Janikowski on his first rep. But Austin Hatfield has yet to slow down.
1 left.
Panchik takes the shirt off. He's still holding on to second place. 2 reps left to go. Austin Hatfield in the back, black shorts, no shirt, is on his final rep. And Hatfield is done. Hatfield moving to the dumbbell, top right part of your screen. Took him 5 minutes and 10 seconds to get out. He is under the 7-minute mark as he's heading back.
And look at the way he's ripping that dumbbell up off the ground. So much powerful pull. Big, fast, quick elbow as he snaps that dumbbell up overhead.
But what is he doing? He's doing, we said, this is a war of attrition. Yep. This is about the accumulated fatigue and short sets, short rest.
Yep.
Can he do all 12 unbroken? Yes, he can. Can he do all 21 handstand push-ups? Yes, he can, but he didn't.
No. And I think that's he's intelligently moving through this. And this is one of the things we've seen him do before. We know he has the skills. We know he has the power. Sometimes we've seen him kind of trip up on the strategizing of what he should be doing, whether that's confidence in what he can do or needs to do. And sometimes the confidence is, I need to use my strategy, not use my strength. And that's what we're doing. We know he can do this. 3s? Okay. That's cool. 3, 3, 3. Go to your last one, then rip through these lunges.
1 rep done. On to the lunges. James Sprague is also on the dumbbell snatches along with Janikowski. Austin Hatfield past the 8-minute mark. Finishing up his first set of dumbbell lunges on the second half of this event. Hatfield at the top part of your screen. One more lunge to go, and he's done. James Sprague is now moving into second place to challenge Saxon Panchak. He's going to have to move ahead quite a bit because we saw how well Saxon can handle those handstand push-ups. But James Sprague,
you know, everybody, and I'll admit, I was one that also did this. All we talked about is that he's only endurance. He's not a strong enough guy. He can't do it. Maybe he's not a one-rep max guy, which is great because he needs to be doing really well on these events because we do have a one-rep heavy lift coming up that he needs to kind of hedge against. But this is no slouchy weight, 100 pounds, and he's moved himself right up into the mix with these two guys.
Well, and let's be real. For James in an event like this, coming off of his win at the 2024 games, people wanted to see more.
Yeah.
People wanted to see if it wasn't a fluke. Or did the programming fit him? We know his performance at Rogue wasn't the best, but he's coming off.
And that didn't count.
He's coming off pneumonia.
Right, totally.
And as someone who just got that about a month ago,
It
I
sucks.
have no clue how he even did the Rogue Invitational. And here he is. Look how relaxed James Sprague's look. We're talking about how he looked like in Event 1.
Yeah.
He was talking to other athletes during the box step-overs during that event.
You know you have to be pretty confident. Oh, my gosh. And look at the way he's stepping through this. Again, we've seen how this dumbbell has been mashing people. And right there, Austin just dropped that.
Oh.
That shows what could happen and what that weight is. Dude, James makes that look like it's 50 pounds.
James Sprague has now taken the lead just at the 10-minute mark as he looks over at Austin Hatfield. Now, the question is, Hatfield broke up his handstand push-ups on the first round. Is he going to do it on the second round? Sprague kicks up, 21 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Time to beat 15:21. 5 minutes to go between these two athletes and the time to beat. Austin Hatfield, right side of your screen, comes down. James Sprague kicks up.
You know what? There's a lot of range of motion on there, and he's still moving really well. Again, we're talking strength here. We're talking strength.
And pressing isn't a strength for Sprague.
No.
Yet here he is.
Doing what this is. I think this is great for him, for his resume, because everyone will always say, well, yeah, you won the game, but you didn't have any strength pieces in there. You didn't have to showcase any of that. We didn't get to see it in Rogue. We're starting to see it now, which is really great. When you see what he is doing with the dumbbell, and then you look at someone like, you can kind of see off in the background, Guy Maeros in the back. We know how strong he is. We know how strong Austin Hatfield is. And James is throwing that weight around just like everybody else.
3 reps left for James Sprague as Austin Hatfield has moved just ahead of him. So Hatfield is on his first handstand walk. Green line to green line, 45 feet. 90 feet in total. James Sprague is done, taking a break. Hatfield keeps going. Hatfield is done with his first set. Hatfield kicks up right away and goes right into it. We're at 12 minutes. The time to beat's 15:31. James Sprague has hit the halfway point of his handstand walk. Sprague hanging tough.
Saxon's right in there, too. Man, these guys are battling all the way to the end.
Gotta get across. Gotta get across.
Woo! That was close.
Hatfield grabs the rope. 75 double unders left. He has 3 minutes.
Crazy.
To get the time to beat. Set by Harry Lightfoot. James Sprague is on the rope, though. Sprague's only about 10 reps behind. Now, it's not about how well can you do, but you can't miss.
You can't miss.
If you miss and he holds on, you're out.
Yeah.
Saxon Panchak on the left. It is a race on the rope with 3 at the 13-minute mark.
And look at the way that Austin's jumping. A lot bigger jumps than what we see with Panchak and with James. just trying to hold on to that. They all know they need to hold on to it. Ooh, but we got a hand up for Hatfield.
Hatfield, hand in the air. 5 reps left to go. Can he hold on? Hatfield will. And Hatfield will get his first event win of the weekend. Here comes
Holy
James
cow.
Sprague. And James Sprague, I tell you what, I don't know anybody that's going to pick James to get second in this event. And Saxon Panchek also crossing the finish line, all under the 13:40 mark.
Crazy.
2 minutes faster than the fastest time we've seen. Only 2 athletes finish in 3 heats. 3 finished underneath the time to beat. Pat Vellner sitting in second overall.
And
3 points behind James Sprague.
Was almost last going through the first half of that round, coming off the handstand push-ups on the first part. So we talked about that pacing. Crazy.
Jonakoski trying to get across his second set of 45 feet. Looks like he is the leader of the athletes left on the competition floor. He has 1 minute 40 seconds to get underneath that cap. So we have 3 athletes with the top 3 times in this heat and the event. The next time to look at is Harry Lightfoot's 15:21 and Enrico Zanoni's 15:31. So Jonakoski, who's actually sitting in 6th overall with 167 points, could see himself in a top 5 position after this, with James Sprague extending his lead on the field. He got first in event 1, third in event 2. I'm sorry, first in event 1, second in event 2, and second in event number 3.
And again, we know that he needed to hedge against the lifting event that's coming up tomorrow, so that's huge for him.
Jonakoski is done right around the 15:22 mark. So depending on the official time between him and Harry Lightfoot, that could be a top 4 finish for Jonakoski. Pat Vellner finishing up his 90-foot handstand walk. We have 20 seconds left to go. Guy Majeros has to sprint across the floor. Guy Majeros will get underneath that time cap. Good
That's
time.
a great finish for him.
For Guy. And that'll do it for the individual elite men for day number 2 as Austin Hatfield takes the win, but James Sprague is taking the story for day number 1.
Austin Hatfield, you're going to have to be careful. People are going to start finding about it a little bit more about you if you have performances like that. Last time I saw you do this event, no one was near you. This time you had James Sprague at your heels the entire time. What'd you need to do to turn on the gas to win this event?
Me and James were back there. We were messing with each other. Even after this one, he was like, I didn't expect to race you in that one, but it was good to have him push me. It's always fun to be out here. If you're not first, you're last.
I knew that was coming at some point this weekend. Austin, it's been amazing to watch you the last couple of years really coming into your own as an athlete. What are some of the things that you've done differently to build yourself not only as an athlete in this space but in the history of the sport?
Just, focus more on training, getting a coach, being with Mayhem, trying to do all the right things, just trying to be the best that I can be.
I like that. Now we got one more day left of competition. What are we going to see from you tomorrow that we haven't seen today?
Hopefully some more event wins. Get me out of the sand. I think we'll be better off.
All right, Ricky Bobby, congratulations. Great event win.
Thank you.
Take it slow. Any bad vibes, hit the road.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, guys.
How you doing? Let me just walk this with you. I know you already saw it. Yeah. Right? Yellow is the start of the instant walk. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then we just, for Nico to have some painting view. That's a good TV shot. Cool. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then the back. And the reason the back is here is so these pickup it's out of the way. That's why it's here. If it was here, it could be in the way of them kicking up. So
Makes sense.
that's why it's off-centered.
Yeah, I mean, you still have
still got this lane too. Just,
He said we could warm up here.
okay.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know. Did Phil tell you that?
Yeah, he was like, you could warm up here as long as they start, but yes, we're in the lane.
This is Ryan gave it to me. I had a great Innovate sweater. He's like, here, just wear mine. I don't want to fucking. I mean, I can't change my shoes though, but.
Now to learn the hard way that you need to like look at what you're doing before you do it. I mean, I just found out you don't start where you left off. Which was the only reason I thought it made sense to send it. I'm fucked. I can't not send it now. I'm as well.
Yeah, it doesn't reset.
No, that's
it resets every round.
Yeah, which it's crazy to me, but it's getting
What you think of was like a UFC fight. You have that, straight to the 5 rounds.
Because that's what I kind of thought was like, right, you get in, right? You get, so you're like, almost let's say you finish 2 rounds, I'm back on the bike, and I've got 6 calories on the bike, and I'm like, and you've still got a speed to go, lanes to go, like, his 2 lanes, his wife can get off the go, like, I'm gonna have to see
Hey, what time are we starting on the clock? Well, I need to know what time we're starting. Okay, 6 o'clock? All right. I don't know if someone can reset that clock.
Master guy has it.
Who has it? I don't know where it is. Which one? Oh, Wilson? Hey, Wilson, do you have the clock? Okay, who's the stage director?
We're gonna use this though.
Okay, well, I just need to know like where.
I would confirm with Phil. If we have a clock here, let's just use this clock.
Okay, but I want something to kind of go off like for.
How the signal is gonna be in that TV? Okay, ask him. Can you do this clock as a backup to the screen
Yeah.
for Patrick? Awesome.
Yeah, if you could have it going up. Can we start at 6 o'clock?
Like 3 minutes from now. Stop it right now.
Or you could just go now.
I
And
reset
okay.
it.
Okay.
When you tell me, I'll start it.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
cool. I didn't
Yeah.
move on.
Hey, are we doing intros at 6 o'clock? Who are we waiting on?
Waiting on the internet. Yeah.
Okay.
Tell him when he's good. Let me know.
Someone tell me.
Outside media, come closer.
Felt like it was gonna rain. Are we gonna get blocked? Hey,
What's up, Miami? Welcome back to Miami Beach here at Tier Wodapalooza 2025. My name is Brian Friend. I'm joined with Andrew Hiller, and we got Reps Ahead Pro Showcase 6 coming up tonight. Appreciate the patience for you that were waiting on the stream there. We got 4 great matches ahead of us, and you see the first 2 competitors there on the screen. On the left side, no hair, Riley Humringhouse. On the right side, a beautiful head of hair. Con Porter all the way from Australia, the first Australian athlete to take place in this new fitness fight night format. Andrew, we've been standing around all day. It's been a cold day here, and it's going to be a hot finish to the night, I think.
You know, you said Con had a beautiful head of hair, and some people might just say that Riley has a beautiful head.
Absolutely. If you are familiar with the Reps Ahead format, you know that this is a knockout-style fight one-on-one, and the goal is always to achieve a specific and pre-designated number of reps ahead of your opponent. The sequence tonight is called Mo, and the reps ahead that they are chasing is 8. Andrew, we got echo bikes, handstand walking, and sandbags, some new implements in the Reps Ahead format.
Yeah, I kind of thought again that Phil was out of his mind when he showed me this the first time around. I saw that these were going to be what was happening, and I just didn't know how it was going to go. He seems to be confident in it, and I'm excited to see it.
New implements on the floor, but a familiar face out there. We got PC on the mic, who's going to intro our first 2 athletes. Riley Humringhouse is going to be on the left side in the pink there. He'll be in lane number 1 as it's designated tonight. Con Porter will be in lane 2. And PC staging the athletes for their intro. We're going to send it out to him here in a minute.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to figure out what Tom's doing here. Our opening bout of Reps Ahead Pro 6 is one of our most unique matches we've had. A battle that transcends different eras of the sport. First is a Reps Ahead veteran with a perfect 2-0 record in pro matches. Standing 5'8", weighing 185 pounds, training out a westbound CrossFit and repping step-up training, Riley Humringhouse!
I'll be honest, Brian, I don't know who that is.
All the way from down under. A member of the fittest team on earth. An 8-time Games athlete. The originator of going full send. Standing 6 foot, weighing 205 pounds. Con Porter, you legend!
Con Porter, 8-time Games athlete, and as Andrew was saying there to me, Riley Humringhouse, relatively unknown. However, he has podiumed at Wodapalooza before in the RX division. Last year, he took a podium finish here, and he won 3 of the 7 events in that division, including the really nasty ones with burpees and thrusters and all the stuff that hurts bad, and that's what Reps Ahead's all about. He also has a 2-0 record in Reps Ahead, and one of the things that Phil is really adamant about is that guys like this, who basically can't make a semifinal because he's not strong enough, that prove themselves in the ring of Reps Ahead, get a chance to go against people who have established themselves in the game season over a long period of time, like Con Porter.
Hey, Brian, you're going to have to tell me this. Riddle me this one, dude. Is it more impressive that Riley podiumed at Wodapalooza last year or that Con won the games last year on the team?
That's tough. I always say that the RX division at Wodapalooza is like an elite division or a pro division at most competitions. It's so hard to qualify for it. I think you've done that in the past, though.
I have done that in the past.
But you missed the podium by a spot, if I remember.
I sure did. Freaking Gee, dude. That freaking dude.
I have this database on my computer. It has all the reps, the Wodapalooza finishes over time, and I highlighted that in red. Andrew Hiller one spot off the podium.
Red. Did you see that Con just chalked his sandbag?
Here we go, 10 seconds to the start. It's going to be 2 minutes and 30 seconds of work, followed by 1 minute of rest for a maximum of 4 rounds tonight. They're going to start with 7 calories on the Echo bike. They have 40 feet of handstand walking that counts in 5-foot sections, so it's 8 reps per 40 feet, and then 7 sandbag cleans. And one of the things that I've been looking forward to since I found out that Khan was on this card is, I mean, you've been watching the regional
This
since the regional
first
days.
round.
Yes, Khan lives to burn it down.
Hey, dude, it's eight reps per handstand walk section, isn't it? He's going to try to put Riley in the dirt right away. He said so in that press conference earlier.
Yeah, and we've seen athletes do this before. And in fact, the last time we spoke together on a Reps Ahead broadcast, we saw Tudor Mac actually earn a knockout in the first round. So it is something that's possible.
Yeah, but they're not going to go touch and go with the bag. I'm going to say that's a big miss, especially when Khan said he was going to try to sprint this first round. And especially considering Riley is still sticking with him.
When you see Khan, he's done 4 reps and he's made a full circle on the floor. How do you explain that one?
I don't know. I was just really caught up with the fact that his shirt was around his face during the handstand walk, and he hadn't considered that either.
That happens all the time where the athletes kick up and the shirt comes down. But despite that massive effort and output on the first bike, it was Riley who actually got through the first round of the sequence first.
I'm not sure I understand that. Like, did the bike not turn on soon enough? Because Khan was going noticeably faster on that first round, but Riley was not far behind him. I know he got the no rep on the handstand walk, but I'm not sure.
Did Riley put a fan cover on his bike?
That had to have been it.
Well, actually, on the Echo bike, you will know this as well as anyone. Going super hard that first 5 seconds sometimes can be a little bit of a detriment. Once it clicks past the first calorie, I think that's when it really can kick in.
Correct, and I'm also not aware on how they're setting him up. So there's a real world where they just hadn't turned on yet as well. Khan is screwed, dude, because he thinks he was going hard and he's losing.
We still have 40 seconds left in this interval. Phil has a series of athletes in the Colorado area who often test these events. Malachi Bennett is one of them. Malachi Bennett is the guy who Riley has beaten in his 2 previous appearances.
I was going to push you on that one earlier. I'm like, you said he's 2-0, that being Riley, but both of his wins are against Malachi.
2-0 is 2-0, but he's got a different opponent on his hand tonight than he's faced previously, and it's definitely a new challenge. Approaching the last 15 seconds of the first interval here, and relatively close. It's just about a rep back and forth. See if they give that last rep to Riley.
What do you mean that last rep to Riley?
Oh, I thought I heard a horn. Excuse me.
I thought I did too. And Khan just stopped a little bit early. Is there a clock out there I don't see?
We let the reps tick over here. So it's within 1 rep after 1 round. And one thing that we often do see in this format is different strategies that come into play during this 1-minute rest interval. Khan immediately bailing the bike to go to the box. Riley hanging out for a bit on the bike. Explain this face.
Khan's looking all right. Hey, I was going to ask you beforehand. There's no box jumps in this workout for the first time I figure ever in the history of Reps Ahead. It's just for sitting. They put that box out there just to sit on.
Yeah. It's like the equivalent of the chairs we had in Colorado.
I mean, seems a little extra, if you ask me, but I like it.
And there was 1 Reps Ahead with no box jumps. They had double unders instead.
Oh, so still bounding.
Still bounding.
Still bounding.
And it's something that Phil and I have talked about over the years, or the last year that we've been working together, is when to introduce some new things. Because, when he's done all the 15 or so non-pro versions back in Colorado, he really has found something that he likes in terms of the expression of the stimulus, which is that he wants this to hurt by the time you get to the 2-minute mark in every round, and he wants knockouts at some point. So he decided finally, here, we're going to do something different. It's not a barbell, a box, and a gymnastics movement that we're used to seeing.
And I was honestly a little worried for him. Like I said earlier, hey, before this started, who would you have figured would have taken this? Between
this
the two
event?
Of them? Yes, between the two of these two.
I wish we would have spoke about it before, and that's probably on me. But I would have expected Khan to go for it early and Riley to outlast him in about the 3rd round. And I still think that might happen.
You think Riley's going to outlast him?
I think he has the potential to, yeah.
You're talking about a CrossFit Games champ over there. Some might take that as insulting, Brian.
Does that mean you're taking Khan?
I am also taking. What I said in the press conference earlier is I was hoping that Khan didn't win in the first round, because what it's going to look like is quite a bit of pain later on then.
And I mean, look, if there's people who have been watching this sport for a long time like you have, they obviously know who Khan Porter is, and they likely don't have very much familiarity with Riley Humringhouse. Is hanging with him for 2 or 3 rounds, even if he does end up losing, a win for him tonight?
There is no win except for the win itself. Have you ever seen Fast and the Furious? Doesn't matter if it's by an inch or a mile, Mr. Brian Friend. Winning is winning.
I wish I had the movie quote recollection that you do. I've seen those movies many times, but I'm terrible at pulling a quote out of thin air like that.
The blessing and a curse. That's all I think about. Khan looks like he's going to be a couple of reps ahead after this round.
Do you anticipate this handstand walk ever becoming an issue for athletes like this?
Oh, dude. And I am really looking forward to the Alex Kazan-Haley Adams match, for being honest. Only because I think that Haley's ability to handstand walk will supersede Alex's.
Well, the thing that is, I think between the sandbags and the bike that the heart rate really ends up getting jacked. And then when you have to kick upside down like this, as we talked about at that 2-minute mark, the high heart rate and being inverted, it's only 20 feet, which is a pretty achievable distance for athletes like this.
Riley approaching the sandbag for that handstand walk looked defeated. That is not a good look at this point in this workout.
Last 5 seconds of the second interval, and Khan opening up a little bit of a lead. It's always the question that you have to ask yourself at the end of these intervals. If you're not sure if you're going to get that last rep, do you go for it? Because they're only chasing 8 reps. So one extra rep, I mean, that it's 12.5% of what you need to do to win the match. But if you miss the rep, it's an extra energy expenditure. It's less time to rest.
If Khan can figure out how to ride the bike this round, he could probably take him out on the next time around.
I mean,
that's what I'm hoping for here. I'm hoping he goes bike, handstand walk, sandbag clean, and then he knocks him out on this bike.
That is the window. I mean, someone like Khan who has this massive power output when he wants to do it, what's the fastest amount of time he can hit 7 calories?
Dude, he could hit it in 4 seconds if he stopped messing around. I don't know what he's doing out there.
And I think that we will eventually see an athlete do that tonight. It could be Khan in this round. 4 rounds is the maximum potential. You see the sequence on the top of the screen there. No matter where they were in the previous interval, they always start back at the top, which means...
Oh, it looks like he broke his ankle on that pedal. Sometimes when they're trying to go real fast, they'll roll their ankle, and you saw it with Khan there. I mean, it does not really matter at all. I don't know why I'm talking about it so much.
Definitely an aggressive start here on the bike again for Khan. It's been the pattern, and he gets off the bike quickly, kicks upside down.
Jeez,
fast.
What are they going so slow on their hands for? You think he's a CrossFit Games athlete?
Well, the second round, it's definitely, I think, the heart rate. But right now we see Khan is smelling blood in the water again. Every one of those lines counts as 1 rep, and he's got a chance to close this out here. Any mistake from Riley will likely result in a knockout. And Khan is seeing the reps on the board there and knows that he's within 1 or 2. Look at this. This is what happens in reps ahead. And Phil always briefs the athletes on this. When you're really close to winning, he tells these athletes you're also really close to losing because you have to push the throttle to try to get there.
It makes absolutely no sense when he says it, but it's worked out a couple of times, so I can't argue with him.
Just past the 1 minute mark, Khan had a window there. I think if he could have strung even 2 or 3 touch-and-go reps together, he might have been able to close
This is it. This is what I said. This is the window. He's going to put him in the hole right here. Take him down, baby.
Khan has the chance to do what Andrew prophesized prior to the start of this one. He's on the bike here in the 3rd round.
Is he out? Did he get him? What are you doing, dude? You're just going to stop? What do you think this is, Australia? You're taking a dirt nap in the middle of the day? Oh, my
Khan
God.
Porter seems to be
confused.
Yes, I was going to say he's in purgatory. He's in 2 minds. He doesn't know whether to push or whether to call it in. He gets off the bike, kicks up for the handstand. Riley is still grinding through.
Oh, no. You know, Brian, I wish I had a better idea what's going on. I cannot see a clock, but what I can see is Khan laying in the middle of the floor.
Fails the handstand walk. Riley Humringhouse up on his hands. Passes him on the handstand walks here in this round.
Is this going to be a 2-1? Is that it right there? I don't know. Nope. Wrong clock. What I do know is that Khan said if he did win this event, he was going to take that $750 and go straight to the bar. Khan Porter looks like he's already had a night at the bar as he just lays on the floor. He's not defeated, but you could have fooled me.
3 rounds are done here. And Khan Porter, knowing he has 1 round still to go, Gives a thumbs up, I guess.
30 seconds. Hey, Riley. Edward Norton looking dude out there. American History X looking over at Con Porter. Yep.
And I mean,
got some swagger to him.
And obviously, he looks much more fresh at this point. He's staring at Con. Con's staring at the
Good angle.
ground.
I like that. Over here in front of us, seeing Haley Adams do about a 500 feet of handstand walks in preparation for the reps ahead tonight. Con, you're going to want to get on your bike, dude.
First match of the night, final round. So whether we get to 8 reps ahead or not, this match is going to end in this 2.5 minute window ahead of us.
I cannot believe that Con did not take him down on that bike. I thought he had him. I don't know what he was doing. It's only 7 calories, dude.
Phil calls it a pendulum when something like this happens, when an athlete gets within a rep or two, a couple seconds of potentially winning, and the other one comes back. We'll see if Riley can pull the full pendulum and actually knock Con out in this interval, or if it's going to come down to a rep or two 2 minutes from now.
Dude, he's going to do it. Phil's going to call it again. I really strongly dislike that because it makes no sense. He was about to beat him.
Well, I mean, that's what he's seen over and over again, is that something like this can happen, and it's kind of what I thought. It's like if Con doesn't take his shot, Riley might be able to outlast him. We know that Con is great in these short time domains. He always has been.
Hey, Brian, what is that? Why does that happen? Is it Con just really tries to go somewhere he's not used to and it never works out for that individual, or what?
It's because you can't go there forever. You can only stay in that place for so long.
It's like Toys R Us.
And Riley, when we've spoken with Riley in the past, he just thrives in this darkness. I mentioned that he's one.
Riley thrives in darkness?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Thrusters and burpees and pain. That's what he. It was a Devil's Press event last year here that he won.
You're talking my language now. That's why Con went the team athlete route.
And you see Humringhouse, who was 5 reps behind at this point in the third interval, is now 5 reps ahead, and he has the chance to get the knockout. He doesn't necessarily need it here. He's got 40 seconds, and all he has to do is maintain the lead. So this is a choice that Riley makes. Do I go for the knockout or I secure the win?
Bada bing, bada boom. Down goes Con Porter. He's going. See you later, baby.
30 seconds to go. Con grinding through the last sandbag clean. Riley on the bike.
He's about
within a rep or two.
All right, well, he's got a
Con's not getting it started. And
I really wish you would just get up on your hands, dude. Oh, jeez.
Phil's got the horn in the air. A no rep on the handstand walk. Final couple seconds.
What?
So it's going to go the
over?
distance. We will not see a knockout in the first ever time we get to see the sequence Mo. But I would say on paper, the underdog, Riley Humringhouse, against the 8-time games champ, Con Porter, takes it the distance, but takes the match and extends his record to 3-0.
Hey, you know what I don't like, Brian? I don't like a humble CrossFitter. I know you were at the press conference earlier, but there was not one thing about Riley that made me think he was going to beat Con. Not one.
No confidence, no trash talk.
No confidence, no trash talk. He just did it. I wish I would have had a better idea about that.
For you, what's worse, a humble CrossFitter or a humble YouTuber?
Oh, there's no such thing as a humble YouTuber, Brian, so can't be the worst one there.
Well, Riley Humringhouse is absolutely a good dude. He's also incredibly fit.
Where did he finish in the Open last year? Do you know?
I can't remember the Open, but I know in
quarters.
In quarters, he came within maybe 20 spots of making it to semis. It was just the heavy lifting every time that gets him.
I guess we can ask him right now. Awesome.
Welcome into the booth, Riley. How did that feel?
Not bad until round 4 started.
Riley, can you hear me?
Yes.
How did that feel, Riley?
Yeah, it was okay. So that round 4, and you're tied, and it's basically 0-0 in the first round again. It's just who can grind it out a little bit more.
Well, you're telling me you didn't feel bad till round 4, but how about Con? It looked like it felt bad for him at about round 2.5.
That was a little bit of a confidence boost, not going to lie.
if he was walking around with his chest up a little bit more, it probably would have mentally hurt me just a tad. But he was struggling.
Extend your reps ahead record to 3-0, but did it on the big stage against an 8-time games athlete. How does this feel different?
You know, I'm competing this weekend as an RX individual, and as this was approaching, I became more and more excited for the Wodapalooza competition and more stressed about this, just because RX individual, you know that there's a ton of other people there, and you can, kind of place top 5, place bottom 5, so what? With this, it's in front of everybody, and I know everybody's going to want to watch Con, which means as a byproduct, they're going to be watching me, and that's pretty stressful because I've never done something like that before.
We'll keep you on here for a couple minutes. We're going to bring the girls out for the next match. So catch your breath for a second, and we're going to ask you a couple extra questions here when they come on.
All right.
weighing 150 pounds, repping CrossFit and fitness, and every evil girl in the world, Jesse Smith!
Just in case that happens again. Which camera? Your yes. Or this one. Oh, where's my other phone?
30 seconds, Adam. 30 seconds.
All right, PC gave the intros there. We got Lena Richter. She'll be on the right side of the screen representing Norway. Another team athlete with a high pedigree in her resume. Doesn't often dip into the individual field, but has a couple times in the past, going against Jessie Smith, who was a replacement for Brittany Weiss about a week ago. Or actually, she replaced Sydney Smith. Lena replaced Brittany Weiss, so these were some late additions, and we appreciate having them here. They're taking on the same sequence. Mo, 7-cal aqua bike, 40-foot handstand walk, 5-foot reps or sections, and 7 sandbags. The sandbag drops in weight, but the calories stay the same. How much different is it for men to women on the echo bike?
It's significantly different, but the thing it's not going to do is it's not going to allow people like Khan to lay on the floor after the second round. The women just don't have the ability to power the bike the same way the men do, so they can't hurt themselves the way the men can.
Yeah, and I would say Khan and Riley both kind of slow on the handstand walk compared to some of the faster athletes we've seen in the field. And usually in elite level competition, the 150-pound bag takes a bigger toll on the men than the 100-pound bag for the women.
So Brian, if you ask some people, the 100-pound bag is a little bit light for the women. It should be about 120 pounds, but nobody wants to alter the size of the bag or fill up the ones they've already filled.
I completely agree with you on that. I'm often asking competitions
Jesse's go
about
and touch
that.
and go.
They
That's what
both
I'm
are.
talking about. You know why that is, Brian?
It's not 120.
That's exactly right, Brian.
And yeah, I think that eventually we will see a competition that makes that that change. You know what I'm looking at actually to see that happen? If the sandbags come out at the Mayhem Classic this year, Rich said at his party, come on, man, we all want it. Make the girls lift that 120 bag.
Amen. Absolutely. Or just make them lift the 150. We know they can do it.
Well, yes, they can. And, I mean, we saw them squat that bag in Dubai, for example. But I think if you're going to go 150 for the men, the women have had this steady growth and proved themselves strength-wise that I think with the sandbags we can afford to give them that challenge.
Has Jessie been to the CrossFit Games as an individual athlete?
Not as an individual, no.
She was on a team last year?
Yes.
Do you know with whom?
It was Chandler and the Invictus team.
Chandler and the Invictus team.
Yes.
I was wondering if we were going to have something similar to this past event where a team athlete, because I know Lena Richter was on a team last year with Noah, right?
Yeah, and kind of funny because that team, those two teams, obviously the sort of rivalry would be between Noah and Chandler, but it's really a friendship on the competition floor. They're competing.
Is that a play on words with you? A friendship. The Brian friendship.
Like ours?
That just like the, yes. Andrew and Brian friendship.
Like you
Hey,
and
did
me?
you see how Jessie appeared to have her shoulders blow up a little bit there?
On the handstand walks towards the end?
I'm not familiar with Jessie's handstand walking ability, but if you are unable to keep up, which it doesn't appear Jessie can at the moment, it's going to be over shortly on this next round. Sounds like a 2-rep lead. All right, so go on over to their boxes. I'm unsure whether or not it's a mandated box sit. Do they have to go sit in their boxes, Brian?
Just by the way, the names are inverted here. This is Jessie Smith. She's on the left.
Oh, yeah, I know.
But
She's wearing the cool T-shirt.
Yes.
You
but
didn't know that?
She is in the lead. So that we're going to try to switch the names there to get them to match the lanes that they're in. And that's Lena.
Oh, unbelievable. So it's actually Lena's shoulders who blew up, not Jessie's. Jessie's the superior handstand walker.
But either way, it was a very similar pattern to what we saw with the men. It's that second set of handstand walk that's about that 2-minute mark in the interval where I think everything just starts to accumulate for the athletes.
You know, this is one of the first times I've ever had that broadcast thing where it's a little bit inverted. Left to right, right to left.
Yeah, so if we are looking at this, Jessie is on the left and does carry a 2-rep advantage into the next round. So I apologize for the confusion there, but she is definitely on the left. Lena Richter's on the right, 2-rep disadvantage. Starting the second of 4 possible rounds, 2.5 minutes of work, 1 minute of rest. And they always start back on that bike.
So, and for those of you watching, if you want to make this easy, it's the blonde girl.
With all black.
But seriously, Jessie's the one wearing the shirt that looks like the Hulk threw up on it.
Both women off the bike relatively similarly paced there. Jessie faster on the turnaround with the handstand walk transition, and we'll try to get back to the bag. She did gain a rep or two there. Let's see how fast she can get to the bag. A couple touch-and-go reps here.
I can't imagine that. I mean, what I could imagine is that the first individual to not want to do those touch-and-go will be the first one behind overall.
It looks like she's going to carry at least a 4-rep advantage to get on the bike, and you see how close her sandbag is to the bike. So this transition could be relatively quick. We're only 1 minute and 15 seconds into this interval. Now is the chance to see if Jessie can push hard enough on this bike to do something about it. In the transition, she lost about 2 reps, so we'd expect her to make those back relative to Lena here.
Earlier today, I asked Jessie the question, how prepared she was versus how confident she was she would win. Her answer on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the most confident, is both a 9.5. She was 9.5 prepared, and she said that her and Chandler, her husband, had actually gone through the sequence a handful of times. And also, due to all of that preparation, she was almost certainly confident that she was going to take down her opponent. And it looks like that's about to happen.
And she said that while Lena was sitting there.
She sure did. And I loved that.
No rebuttal from Lena?
Her rebuttal was that she felt about 6 confident. And I'm like, well, that doesn't sound very good. But she also says she likes to surprise herself. And I don't see a surprise coming in the near future. Looks like Jessie's kind of angry. She's going Hulk smash with that shirt on. Taken down.
Second match of the night, second round knockout for Jessie Smith. She'll achieve the 8 reps ahead. And the first knockout of the night, she sits down on her bag, and when she gets up, she sees Lena right there, and they hug it out. But pretty impressive. I would call that like a start to finish knockout performance from Jessie Smith. Never trailed.
I wonder how well she can see. We're going to have to ask her when she comes over here. Because she wears those big old glasses.
I do wonder that. I think there are some men and women that wear some glasses like that for a look. But I think that it definitely helps out with her vision. And overall, I mean, pain is pain. But I think whether you win or lose, 2.5 rounds of this compared to 4 is a big difference. We'll try to get Jessie over here and talk to her. One of the things about Reps Ahead that's different than a traditional event that you guys would watch when it comes to fitness is that you never know when it's going to end. So we had a pretty quick turnaround from the first match to the second one because it went the full distance.
Does that mean that we're going to have more time with Jesse because the next athletes have to wait 10 minutes?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. So they got everything kind of segmented out. Oh, we still got Riley over here even. All right. What's up, Riley?
We were going to try to get him back on, and I said, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to. He goes, dude, I'm just sitting here because I can't walk yet.
You know, sometimes I really wish that these athletes are going to go back and listen to some of the stuff, I got to say. And Riley's going to be like, I can't believe he doubted me. But I showed him.
Hey, I mean, certainly you weren't alone there. He's not a known commodity, but he's certainly making a name for himself in the reps ahead.
You know what we need? Like phone the friend, or in the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where you can like ask the audience who's gonna win. So there's about 75 or 100 people out there. Okay, audience, go under your seats, pull out your finger pad, and everyone choose who you think is gonna get knocked out.
The live audience, yeah, that would be cool to poll. We did do some polls on both Reps Ahead and my own Instagram, and then those women weren't in the poll back then because it was a different matchup.
I think I prefer these women, to be honest.
I think it was a great matchup. And
Yeah,
Jesse's making her way
Jesse.
over here. And we got Jesse in the booth here. We saw you just take your glasses off your head. I wasn't sure if you're going to put them on your eyes. Andrew was asking about how much you can see without them on.
Not a lot.
I figured they were fake, not even real glasses.
It's just a fashion statement. Everything I do is
What's
a
your
fashion
prescription?
statement. It's like a negative 2.5. It's
pretty bad.
And I have astigmatism, so
Okay.
yeah.
I missed the press conference earlier today, but Andrew told me you carried a lot of confidence into the match.
Yeah, and it worked out.
I don't think you were ever trailing.
No, I don't think so. I mean, honestly, I saw this workout. I don't love the Echo Bike as a machine, but like I love sandbag cleans. I like handstand walking. 2 out of 3 is pretty good.
Something we noticed as a pattern in the men's match, which before you, they went 4 rounds, and we saw a little bit in the first round, I think, even for Lena, is that second handstand walk, which was about 2 minutes into the working interval, it looked like it was, like, for only a 20-foot section, kind of challenging.
For sure. I would say for that, like, there's a lot of turn your brain off because, like, you come down and you just have to, like, switch and go up. It's a handstand walk. For the most part, a lot of us, like, we're not going to fail it. You just have to be able to breathe. So that's, like, pretty much what I was telling myself. I'm like, you're not going to fail it. And if I do, I do. But for the most part, you're probably not going to.
You said you'd been pretty prepared for that. Was there ever a world where you were going to have to go to singles on the sandbag?
No.
No? It's pretty light for you?
Yeah, I
What
love
if it were
sandbag
120 pounds?
I actually practiced at 125 the other day because at peak there were millions of people there. Somebody had the 100-pound sandbag. My coach was like, "There's a 125," and I was like, "What do you want me to do with it?" He was like, "The workout." I was like, "All right." So I did it with 6 reps at 125 instead of 7. But
Would you, do you think that just in general that the women at the top end of the sport are ready to see the 120 bag when the men get the 150?
100%. I think that like comparison is not super equivalent for the girls. Like, I mean, just percentage-wise, 150 to 100, like, we're easy on that. The first round of boys, like, they had to do singles. A lot of boys are going to do singles on that. I think 100 for the girls is a touch and go, no question. So I'd love to switch to 125.
Reps ahead, first experience, fun one, and would you do it again?
Yes, I had a really good time. I was nervous to go into it as we were talking in the briefing, and I was like, I don't know what it's going to be like to be by myself out there. But it's actually really cool. All the people that stayed and watched and cheered made it really, really great. I thought we were going to have like 8 people here, but like...
There's at least 8 out there.
It's 9. I'd
Yeah.
say 9 even.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and they were all cheering. It was
Probably
super
about
great.
7,500 people over there.
Oh, yeah, at least.
I counted them already, don't worry.
It's like when you see numbers in a jar. I'm like, yeah, 7 up, 8 across.
Oh,
Whatever,
my God.
circumference.
Well, Jesse Smith, you were in the first knockout of the night. You got a 1-0 record in reps ahead, and we're going to fade out here and pave the way for the next round of women coming up. PC on the mic with the intros for the third match of the night right now.
Jesse, your hands are still cold. You're still...
Should I take this off?
Yeah.
I lose, so when I lift my hands, it's circulation. When I'm like, like my hands and my lips are like,
Here we go.
Chandler was so nervous. It's so cute.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hippie queen herself, three-time team judges, Alex Gazelle.
Can they hear? Are we hot? Can they hear? Can they hear what we're talking about? Yeah?
We're just not going to talk until Patrick.
I'll just wait until you ask me questions.
We have the protege herself.
Haley Adams agreed to join reps ahead and fill in for Emma Lawson yesterday, and she's out here having a great time in Miami. She's going up against Alex Kazan, and this is, I believe, the only competitive output that we'll see from Alex this weekend, where Haley will also be competing on the teams starting on Saturday. We do have some company in the booth for the final two matches of the night.
Who does this guy think he is? He thinks he can just come here because he won the CrossFit Games and then he's leading the competition?
And he's got, well, actually, it's the first pro match in Reps Ahead history that he's not a part of. Mr. James Sprague.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me in the booth. And disclaimer, they actually invited me in here, so I'm not just showing up. And
Hey, James, don't get me wrong. I love you here.
Hey, I love being here too, man. It feels really weird being on the other side of this thing, but also kind of relieving. I'm watching all the stress these guys are going through, and man, the nerves get high for these matches. I'll tell you what.
You are leading day one, right? Wodapalooza?
I am leading.
Cheer Wodapalooza?
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, shouldn't you be like recovering, relaxing, getting ready for tomorrow? What's going on here?
It's funny you say that. Everyone recovers in different ways, and one of my ways of recovering is just hanging out and getting my mind off the comp floor. But now let's watch these ladies crush it, man.
It's kind of like Superman, but instead of the sun, you use the people.
Exactly. It's pure. What is the word? Where you're a people person, you recharge off people.
I can't tell you that.
Extrovert.
Extrovert.
Pure extrovert.
We'll let you contemplate that word. We got the third match of the night underway here at Reps Ahead Pro at 6. We're live on Miami Beach at Tier Wodapalooza, and furious pace on the bike. Alex Kazan racing about a 1-rep lead after Haley Adams, but Andrew, very aggressive start from both women.
Brian, I am indeed a betting man, and if I were to put a line on this one, I would put it at negative 600 for Haley.
Man, I really like seeing this full send pace in the beginning. I was curious if we'd see it in this kind of, sandbag and echo, and it's apparent they're not holding back anything.
Brian, I think I'm going to lose a whole bunch of money with the stat line I just gave, because if Jessie Smith is correct with what she just said, touch and go versus singles, it's not going to play out well for Haley.
Well, maybe not. Let's see how far of a lead she surrenders here to Alex, because you watched the first match. You get a chance, Con and Riley.
I did. Yep.
And
Sure did.
Con. I mean, it was the full pendulum. Con came within potentially 5 seconds of winning the match, and by the 2 minutes later, he was laying on his back and pretty much had to accept defeat.
Very, very crazy to see someone go like Tudor, where they fell over literally and were kind of like not able to move. I wasn't expecting to see that again for a while, and especially from this sequence as its own.
And I think we say that it's a fitness fight night feel. And if I'm Haley Adams right here, this is experience, if you're going to compare it to boxing, is like you're pinned in the corner and you're taking punches, but you just got to hang in there.
Totally.
The punches that Haley is taking are ones in which she is not prepared for. Another thing that was in the press conference there today, she said she had no thought about this. She signed up for it basically this morning. Alex looks like she's put the work in. She knows what's going on.
Alex has been prepared for the sequence. One thing Phil loves to do is release it early so the athletes have plenty of time to prepare to give their best on the floor. And obviously, Haley just joining this yesterday is a huge differentiator, and you can see it play out a little bit.
Haley, very well known for her proficiency in the sport overall, especially when it comes to kind of long and grindy workouts. I think if she can hang in this and make it a 3-rounder, she will have a chance. If I'm Alex Kazan, I'm thinking, how do I end this thing in round 2?
Totally.
I'll tell you how. Alex told us earlier that she's going to have to pay some bills with this money that she's potentially going to win over Haley. And Haley's motivating factor is Disney World, which is somewhere we know she wants to go, but how bad does she want it?
I heard that she could spend this whole paycheck in one day at Disney, and I call BS to that because how can you spend that much at Disney in a day?
Obviously, you've never been to Disney, James.
Dude, I thought the fast passes were like $30 and the ticket was like $200. Like, Oh my gosh, you have to buy everything at that point.
I think there's also like a room you can buy at the top of the castle. It's pretty expensive.
Oh, King of the Castle type of situation.
I think a lifetime membership to Disney is like $4 million.
Whoa. Is
Yeah.
that a real thing?
Yeah, if you
Oh my
win the
gosh.
games a couple more times, you can probably hook that up.
There's some like Mickey Mouse club card that Haley's trying to get, I guess. You have to have some status, but maybe you have to know Mickey Mouse himself, but maybe she'll get it if she wins this match.
Hey, James, what are you seeing between the two of them right here? Being someone who's done this quite a bit and being ready to fit yourself.
You're trying to size up the other person. I really think that this rest period is crucial for showing the other person how composed you are. And whoever gets up first typically is someone you're going to look at as they're going to win the match. And I saw Haley get up first, actually, and look fine. So we'll see if that's any tell. If Alex left some in the tank, she could really close it here.
Second round of a potential 4, 2 minutes and 30 seconds of work, 1 minute rest. They always start back on that Echo bike. And it showed 4 reps ahead for a while, but it ticked to 5 right before they started. So Alex had technically done half of the job in the first interval, and she gets off the bike first again.
Haley is in the danger zone. Alex Kazan is at that spot, Brian, that pendulum spot.
Pirouette. Oh, she's got to go.
She cannot do singles on that sandbag, guys. Oh, this could be it right here.
Alex smells the blood. The shark is hunting.
The shark. Haley's got. Oh, she's doing it.
Oh my gosh.
Haley is a competitor.
Oh my gosh. Haley, hold on. She figured it out. I didn't think she knew how to do the touch and go until now. Wow.
Dude, this chick's been to the CrossFit Games more times than you've been alive. She knows how to go touch and go.
Dude.
Phil blows the horn and ends the match. 8 reps ahead achieved in the second round for Alex Kazan. Heads over to her husband. Just a handshake for the husband there. No,
all in a day's work, Brian.
Is that her husband on the floor?
That's Jake.
Yeah, he's on the barricade there.
Pit crew.
Phenomenal beard that man has.
Come on. Yes, he does.
Well,
Blue collar.
And it looks like Haley's going to hang around to congratulate Alex. I got to say, like, we had Jesse Smith in the booth earlier. We had Riley Humminghouse here, both of them who won on the floor, but they talked about the nerves of doing this. And as you mentioned, James, like, Haley signed up for this 12 hours before, I guess, maybe 24 hours before, something like that.
100%.
Like, you got to have a lot of confidence in yourself as a human to put yourself in a situation like this. Going against, I mean, look, Alex Kazan is undoubtedly one of the 10 best on earth, possibly one of the 5 best on earth.
Yep.
Haley's been in that echelon before, but we also know that she's had this history of an internal struggle, and I think that it is, despite the loss here tonight, I think it is a really positive expression of her as a person and a woman.
Totally. You love to see athletes that have a tough year and just rise up and compete for different reasons. I think Haley's competing for her now rather than anyone else. And you just love to see that she came out and, you know, she still cares about winning, but really what she cared about was just coming out and doing something she didn't know she was capable of, and it was really cool to watch.
You didn't think she thought she could ride the bike or do some sandbag cleans?
Just like fill her weekend up more. I think she expected to come do just a team competition, and even though this is one workout, it adds a lot of strain on the body, more than you expect. From the warm-up, the cool-down, the whole workout itself, it's a strain, and it puts more on the athlete than you really can tell.
We haven't even brought it up yet because we've been having so much fun, but there was a $4,000 payout for the winner of that match and an invite to a season-end tournament coming up later in the year. So it wasn't just a win for Alex Kazan. As you mentioned, Andrew, she gets the money in the bank. She gets a chance to potentially come back and do this again later this year. So for a first time out at Reps Ahead, pretty cool opportunity there for Alex.
Yeah, man. Phil really is doing a great job growing this thing. He's got a great team behind him. I think you guys have probably mentioned it, but it's really cool to see a format like this where an athlete can come, do a workout, and leave and still feel like they had a full competition weekend without having to crush themselves.
Alex is going to come and join us here in a minute.
I'll retire for a second.
We'll let James step out, and when he comes back on, we're going to have 2 of his
That's a very nice way of asking the CrossFit Games champion to leave the booth, Brian.
Get out of here, James. We'll see you in a minute.
Fool.
2 female matches, 2 knockouts in the second round. And I'm just curious how much that bike is factoring in for the women compared to the men.
I think it's going to be very interesting. I'm very excited for this match. Alex, how mad are you at me right now?
I'm not.
Why not? I wanted you to be angry.
I don't get angry.
Oh, my God. Ever?
Not really.
When's the last time you were angry and why?
I get angry at myself. Like, at the games when my running sucked in all 3 events. I cried and was really upset.
Are you angry at Jake?
Why?
You only gave him a handshake after the win.
I was just like reflex.
No, but we were, Haley stepped into this match last minute, and we were talking about how courageous it is because it can be a very intimidating environment to go head-to-head against someone else that's a great athlete in this sport. You'd had a while to prepare for it. Did you still feel some nerves out there?
Yeah, and when I prepared for it, I read it wrong. I did the 150 bag.
Oh. Well, so far we've had 2 female winners. Jessie said she practiced with a 120. You practiced with a 150, so maybe that's the way to go.
I think for me, I just didn't have a choice but to grip and rip the bag because Haley's so fast on her hands. Like, I could sprint the bike, but she makes that up in one round of the handstand walk. So the bag was really the only place I could make up ground.
Was it in your mind at all that, like, the longer these things go, the more dangerous that an athlete like Haley is?
Yes. Like, I think because for me, I tried to go fast on those cleans in the bike, so I knew, like, that was going to be a bigger price, that if we went into rounds 3 and 4, I was hurting more than she probably would have been.
There's a movie out there called Warrior, and I should have known that you were going to win the second you said that you had bills to pay. Because that's a pretty damn good motivating factor. And then also the second thing that I noticed is that you were doing a touch and go.
Yeah.
And Jessie was doing a touch and go, and that seemed to be the differentiator.
Yeah, I think for women, the 100-pound is just that weight where, like, at this point in the women's field, like, you just can't not do it. Like, maybe if it's not...
Did you see her doing that, and you're like, oh, you're done?
No, not because she's fast on her hands, but I think just, like, in a workout like this that's 2.5 minutes, you only have so much time to make up reps,
Right, or get reps ahead.
Yeah. I didn't think I didn't realize I got her on the bag. And they're like, you're done. I was like, yes. Not because I beat her, but because we were done.
You go and do the team portion of the competition the rest of the weekend, right?
No.
Oh, no, this is it for you.
This is it. I pulled out. I hurt my shoulder at Rogue and kind of a slow recovery, but luckily I handstand walking. And there's a lot of movements I can do. I just didn't want to be depending on the programming for the weekend, so I pulled out.
Well, Alex, a great debut in the reps ahead format.
Yeah, I want to do it again. This is fun.
I heard you got a shot at that now, right? Because you won. There's like
I don't know. Is that how it works?
Oh, yes. Besides the money on the line tonight, there was an invite to a season-ending tournament, so we'll be in touch with you for sure.
Damn, she would have had even more motivation had she known. Good thing she did it anyway.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, Alex Kazan, congratulations on the win.
Are you going to bet on me next time?
Damn, I should have.
Should've.
Did someone already tell you?
Tell you what?
What my stat line was on you.
No.
I would have lost a good amount of money on my fake bets.
Like you bet against me?
I did. Andrew's betting of bookies constantly reminding him that he shouldn't be doing it.
Yes, exactly.
All right, we're going to turn it back over to PC to intro the last match of the night. Congrats, Alex.
I know. I'm like, you guys.
We're going to pass it off to PC on the floor to intro the headline match of the evening. It's 2 of the top 5 fittest men on earth at the moment. 2 great friends that are absolutely not here to lose. We'll let PC do the intros. We'll bring James back into the booth, and we'll get ready for the 4th and final match of Reps Ahead Pro 6.
You chalk your bag, you lose, Brian. I'll tell you that right now.
Con Porter did that.
And he lost.
Thanks, Papa.
Oh, James is back.
Last one of the night, boys.
We're going to turn it over to PC here in a second, but just rapid fire before we go. Andrew, who you got?
I got Dallin. I got Dallin today, yesterday, and tomorrow.
I got Dallin again, too. We go way too far back, and I know that...
That has nothing to do with it.
I just have seen him train more, and I trust that he's put in more work and time and thought into this event. And I just want to see Jason lose because of the tie gate in our Pro 4.
Oh.
Okay, well, I cannot.
That's what it really was. It came out.
Jason to me, is far too good to not get a single vote on the ballot. So I'm going to take Hopper on this one.
You're a populist.
Here's my prediction.
No,
it's going to be a tie. Till the end, it's going to come down to a tie again or one rep. Because these guys don't want to lose to each other.
No, this is brutal. And, if you're just looking at the stats, the Echo Bike is almost a split. I think it's like a 5-4 The sandbag goes to Jason. The handstand walk goes to Dallin.
Really?
Yeah, but let's let PC bring him in, and then we'll get back to the conversation.
You said brutal. That's ironic. Brute.
Nice.
Newest brute. Repping brute strength.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Reps Ahead Pro 4 champion, Jason Hopper.
I hate that. Pro 4 champion.
Salty boy.
Salty. Relight.
Final match of the night. Dallin Pepper will be on the left.
Jason will be on the left. Oh, wait. I messed that up. This is from my view. Sorry. Everyone tuning in, I'm new to this. Let's go. Do you know what they're both weighing in at for this event?
About 250.
250?
Yep.
That's cap, bro.
They're large men.
Large men. I'm going to say Dallin's looking like a 218 and Jason's looking like a 222.
You've seen the sequence for this come out, James. Did you mess around with it at all ever? Did you even do a round or anything?
I did, because I was considering trying to fit it in on top of the Indy comp.
Oh my
but now that I
gosh.
got done with the first day Indy, I'm really glad I didn't try.
Yeah, especially if you have to go against someone like this. It's,
Yeah, this is about the best pairing you can get.
well, we talked about it earlier because you've done all these matches, but we've never had an echo bike. We've never had a handstand walk or a sandbag. 3 new implements and Reps Ahead, and at least 2 of them, the sandbag and the bike. It's kind of like a dream for both guys, but a nightmare of an opponent.
Exactly. It's so beautiful.
You know, the better the workout is for you, the less you want to do it sometimes.
Oh, my gosh, bro, you're kidding.
What?
Jason looks at him and just starts sprinting, and then he calms down.
That's only like 90 RPM.
We should have a bet on how many times Jason looks over at Dallin the whole time.
What's
So
he
he's
at, 1?
2. He's at 2.
He's at 2.
There's 3.
One of the things I've noticed through the first match is that they're not really dictating a direction to face on the sandbag. So you could potentially look straight at your opponent, or you could have your back to them, which is different than the barbell, which always forces that eye contact.
Totally.
This is going to
the
be a
way-
pretty good match.
I really like the way Jason got off the bike. If Dallin gets off the bike like that multiple rounds, it's going to give Jason a half-second lead getting off the bike each time.
What was the difference?
Dallin got off from the back. Jason got off from the side. Just watch. I don't know if they'll do it again, but it was a clear difference how they got
I
off.
always took Dallin for a cowboy.
Noticeable difference here, subtle but noticeable. Jason is dropping. He
went
was
touch and
dropping.
go there.
Ooh.
And transition to the
Sneaky,
touch and go.
Sneaky, Mr. Hopper.
Do
So
you
Jason's
think?
at 4 lookovers now.
Do you think that that's a response
5.
to seeing Dallin go touch and go, or do you think that's the fact that he was just feeling good?
You know, I think they're both just staying in their own lane. There's 6 lookovers, and we're not even through round 1.
If I had to take a guess at that one, I would imagine that he's thinking Dallin's watching me do singles, and I'm just going to sneak this double in at the end without him expecting it. Get back on the bike sooner.
Did you notice how they got off the bike differently?
I did that time, yeah. And you're
Dallin's
not wrong.
handstand steps are quicker, Jason's are bigger. So, like, Dallin has a little faster cadence with his hands, and Jason has a little bigger cadence.
Just the sort of man you are.
Yep.
Bigger or quicker.
Yes, sir.
Minute 40 into the first of 4 potential 2-minute and 30-second intervals. We've seen 3 matches already. The men went the distance. The women have both been 2-round knockouts. I do not think this one's going to be a 2-round knockout, James.
I definitely think this is going to go 4 rounds. And
Oof.
like I said, I think it's going to be a 1 rep or a tie. And Phil put in a tie-break clause, hopefully, for this.
Yes, there's starting with Pro 5, there was a tie-break clause input. In Pro 4, it was
Menacing. So you
learning
see
opportunity.
You see a drastic change in pace on the bike here between both of them. They're probably starting somewhere around 90, 95 RPM, and now it looks about to be at 80, maybe 85.
They keep on talking about the winner of this is going to be crowned the king of the Echo Bike, and I just don't think that that's true.
They keep trying to crown that. And in order to crown that, I would say you have to do a 1, 3, and 10-minute Echo Bike test. And
I agree with that.
Those are 3 Echo Bike workouts that I really like in different time domains. You see them share a little smile there. How cute.
That was great. So they finished on the handstand walk, which means they had to walk back there. Almost a third of the resting interval is gone. Jason to the box. Dallin's looking at him. Hasn't gotten off his feet yet. So it's 1 rep to Jason after the first round. We got about 30 seconds to the reset. They'll start back on the bike again. After the first round, you guys still feeling good about Dallin as the pick?
Absolutely.
I do. I do think it's respectable Jason took a seat, though, because, like, you have the opportunity. Recollect yourself. Like, don't fear sitting on the box between rounds. It's actually there to help you.
I just know that Jason's going to be more upset when he loses, and I prefer to see an upset human over a happy human.
I think Dallin would be upset too. He won't show it publicly as much. Jason would post all over Instagram how bad his life is if he lost.
Shirt comes off for Hopper. Second round starts on the Echo Bike. He carries a 1-rep advantage in and more lookovers.
Actually, I think he's still at 6 or 7 lookovers. He hasn't had one in quite a bit here. He's staying in his lane more.
It's about time.
This should have been on the Heat 1 app, not going to lie.
Hey, dude. What do you think about that, James?
I think this is the first time we've seen any bit of a lead open up.
Jason aggressive here in the start of the second interval. His 1-rep advantage has extended to 3 or 4. Let's see if he goes straight for the touch and goes here. His transitions are incredible.
Here we go with singles.
I wonder if he'll sneak in that double at the end like he did. I think that was a great strategy.
Was that in the first round?
Yeah, it was. Jason's so smooth at the bag. If he does end up beating down, it's because of how smooth he is with the bag.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys at Rogue, you saw the final event. They were both top 3 in that clean ladder, and all the reps looked the same, 150 to the 225. So this 150 shouldn't be a problem for them the whole time.
Jason has a history of winning sandbag cleans events, as we mentioned. Dallin has.
James, that was an extended look.
It was. I didn't even notice. So we're at 7 or 8?
That was 7, and it was like a 7-seconder. He's just staring at him.
7's the lucky number, the holy number. Let's see if he can keep it there.
Second round of the sequence here.
Snap, dude. This is good stuff.
Dallin's got a dig here.
He does, bro.
Dallin seems like more of a gardener than a digger.
The 20-foot turnaround makes it so you really have to be methodical on that turn. I'm kind of glad they did it that way over the 40 feet unbroken.
Also, I think just to keep kind of the intimacy of the ring in and make sure they end up back where they need to be. But I really feel like Jason is extremely dialed on the transitions. He doesn't waste a single movement.
You can see the roll under is more aggressive with Dallin. He's rolling under the bag with his wrist.
I saw that. I just saw that.
Yeah. And so Jason's picking it pretty much clear up off the ground while Dallin's rolling under a little bit, starting to really open up a lead. We got 8 to 10 seconds of chasing on the bike.
This is rough. Dallin, you're going to have to go, man.
End of the second interval is approaching, and though it looks like Jason is kind of in control here, the lead's not massive.
No, 4 reps, that's only halfway you need, and those are 4 very hard-earned reps. Okay, now they're both utilizing the box. Smart men.
Yeah, very different look on Dallin after round 2 than round 1. And in the athlete brief that Phil goes through about a week prior to these things, he made sure to tell the athletes that if you get to the third round, it's gonna hurt. And like no matter how good these guys are at these movements, at fitness in general, both of them are now not just in the physical battle, but that internal mental battle. James, how much of what you guys do in the gym every day is in that mental realm?
Yeah, you have to envision while you're training these kind of situations. You have to envision like the guy you want to beat most is next to you. And if you're not doing that constantly, you're not getting better. There's something to be said about staying in your own lane for some workouts, but most of the time you want to envision a guy next to you that you really want to beat. It'll make you push harder.
Is that, were you looking at me on purpose when you said that?
Yeah, I want to beat you, Brian. You're my biggest fear.
Here we go, round 3. Round 3 underway. I want to throw this out there. After Jason beat you,
yes,
he said he wanted all the podium from
on
this.
the podium, and he's getting it. Now Brent's retired, so technically he's getting it all.
I talked to Brent earlier today. I said, if I give you 2-month notice, would you do one of these things? And he just kind of laughed.
He laughed it off.
But I'm taking that as a yes.
Oh, Dallin off the bike first here. Okay.
That's a good omen.
Different.
This is good. I'm wondering if Jason went 2 full send in the beginning. Because 4 rounds, they're only halfway done with this workout, and they both look noticeably a little bit slower on each implement so far.
Dallin looks noticeably better on the handstand walk. For no reason, I just think so.
Well, his history of handstand walking events against elite competition is better than Jason's. Jason has the edge on the sandbag. They're both amongst the best in the world on the bike. And I thought that's what made it so hard to call. But through this particular round, there's been almost no movement. It's just kind of ticking back and forth there.
Man, I haven't been this excited to be a spectator in a long time. I'm not going to lie.
Because it doesn't hurt for you to watch?
Man, no, it's just cool, this matchup. And if you know their brotherhood and you know, Jason coming to Brute and how exciting this whole process has been, it's just a really cool time for them to do this.
Jason has an opportunity here. James, fresh, how fast can you do 7 cals?
7 cals fresh? Ooh, hopefully 7 seconds.
Right, but there's no chance to do that right now.
I think right now they're aiming for somewhere right under 20 seconds on these splits on the bike. That's probably the goal.
Jason's still moving with intention.
Wow, Dallon's got to go.
Oh, Dallon.
Dallon's got to hold on here.
Where's James at that horn?
Did he blow it?
Phil blows the horn.
Oh, Jason with the victory. He's going to be so...
Wow. Will they shake hands?
Look at the body language on Dallon there, man.
What are you noticing?
He's not happy. I mean,
I'm not happy either.
Okay. No hug, just a high five.
A light touch of the hands there.
I hear they're staying in the same Airbnb, too.
They should have thought about that earlier.
Well, so Brian picked the correct winner. Brian, do you feel good about your pick still?
I mean, I took the easy way out, right? I let you guys both pick what I thought was probably the easier pick. Over 70% of the population online also picked Dallon. But, Jason's
undefeated in reps ahead.
He's undefeated in reps ahead. Wow. He also... in the whole site. We just lost internet everywhere.
Yeah, I lost internet. Okay, we lost power. I guess so.
We got the end of the match, though, right?
Yeah. It was, I thought that they were like
Jason!
turning the switch off.
Jason!
It's back. Do you want an interview?
Yeah.
Oh, it's back up?
Yeah, it's back up.
All right.
The camera, yeah,
where is he?
He's coming. Had just a little power outage on site, but we got it back up, and Jason's going to make his way over here.
Look, you decided to win.
Hey,
How
Jason.
you doing, man?
I'm waiting for you to apologize.
I knew something like that was going to come out of your mouth. That's why I didn't want you to win.
Wait, what are we apologizing for?
He knows what he's apologizing for.
Tell
the world.
Hold on, I'm going to give you this one.
I pretty promptly called Dallon the victor. And Jason, it's like, why you say that, man? Like, why are you saying that? And I'm like, I think you know why I'm saying that.
Hey, but you said, guess what?
What?
Before you said the winner of this event would be what?
I did not say that they'd be the Echo Bike champion. I never said those words.
No.
Okay.
You said they would be. The person who wins is mentally tougher.
I did say that.
Hey.
You are without doubt. Look at that man. He looks defeated.
That's my boy. Don't speak on that man's like that.
No, that's okay. You're just tougher. You're both tough.
I will tell you this. You know I like the stats, Jason. On the Echo Bike, you both are very, very good. On the sandbag, your history is almost unmatched. You're winning sandbag clean events all the time, and Dallon's very good on his hands.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there was any one particular implement that was the difference maker?
The sandbag. I mean, I knew I ran through it twice, and at the end of it, it's like, okay, this is a sandbag workout. I mean, he's slightly faster on his hands, so if I just managed and sort of just sprinted that the best I could, I'd be all right.
You know, you've done elite level competitions at every stage all around the world. In terms of like nerves coming into something like this, a head-to-head match against someone who's not just one of the best in the world, but also a close friend. Before taking the floor, how are you feeling?
On the floor, it's fine, but leading up, like the whole day-to-day, you know, we're not talking at all. We're staying in the same Airbnb, and our rooms are right next to each other. We're not saying a word. So the anxiety and the stress and the nerves were like a regular comp. It's also weird, like when you're doing a normal competition, you got 10 guys. So if you're not really winning, you can kind of hide. Out here, it's like if you're not winning, you're getting knocked out or you're losing, and so all eyes are on you the entire time. And this was like a statement of it. I know it's just reps ahead, but it was a statement.
What do you mean by that?
Hey, it's not
just reps ahead.
It's not the pinnacle of the sport. I know I love reps ahead. I'm 2-0. I'm going to continue to do reps ahead because they're fun. But a lot of people don't value the reps that has the CrossFit Games, and we're trying to get it there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's doing great. It's doing great.
I got 2 questions for you. After the last one, you had said you wanted the whole podium. You took out James. You took out Dallin. You want Brent? Do you want him to come out of represent for one rep against you?
I would love that, man. That'd be a good
cool.
time. That'd be a good time.
And the other thing is more of a big picture thing. We were talking about it a little bit. You know, you've been taking top 5 finishes, podium at Rogue. You've been in the fight against the top guys in the world. Do you feel like that you're not necessarily getting the respect all the time as one of the best guys in the world yet, though?
I would say I'm not receiving the respect, but I mean,
that's what happens when you finish 31st at the CrossFit
It's
Games.
fine, and exactly there was a lot of inconsistencies in my career, and there was a lot of hype when I got into the sport. You know, you thought I was going to win the CrossFit Games, so a lot of people, when they think of me, they think of that fitness still, and they're like, "Oh, no way, he can compete with the top because he's still that guy," and that's just not the case anymore. And I feel like I've proven that.
You got a win under your belt today. Got some money in the pocket. Does it free you up a little bit, feeling going into this weekend, or is there still more work to be done?
There is still more work to be done. My team is counting on me, and I'm counting on them. So we're gonna get through it, and we're gonna put on a show. But I will say this win is gonna make the weekend a lot more fun. Because I was gonna be pretty sad. Going home with him, we're getting in the same car. Do you know how awkward that's gonna be?
For him now.
And
you'll be great.
I will say, I am the worst loser. Okay.
That's why I wanted you to lose.
That I'm the worst loser.
That's literally the only reason.
Dallin is a great winner. He's also a great loser. He will lose and come dap you up, and we're gonna have a great night tonight.
Did you have any?
And
side
I will.
bets? Dinner on him or something?
I'll pay for his dinner.
That's the way to do it. Like,
I don't know if I believe you, but hey, Jason, more and more I'm seeing that you're just a competitor. And next time these come around, I'm not going to forget that you just basically win everything that you want to win.
That's right. Whenever it's mindless, whenever it's who wants it the most, don't count me out.
You're really good at that mindless stuff.
Yeah.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't like using my mind.
Don't give this man a book.
Don't give me a book. Don't tell me to figure out how to do a pullover on the fly.
I'm sure you've got those in the back pocket now, though.
I do not.
Well,
I got a few in the front pocket.
Jason Hopper, 2-time winner at Reps Ahead, taking home the title today against Dallin. We've had a long day here in Miami, so we're going to kind of wrap it up. But I think.
How was it for y'all? Good night?
Oh, yeah.
Super fun.
A little
night,
chilly.
man.
Yeah, it is.
How are you doing with your shirt off out here?
Adrenaline.
Don't feel anything.
Feels like a nice summer day.
Give him 5 minutes.
South Carolina.
Yeah,
I'm going to
give
go.
him 5 minutes.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes.
Your nipples look hard, dude.
I know. Sorry.
All right, Jason.
Don't be.
Good stuff, brother.
I need to.
See you on the
grow
weekend.
some chest hair. That's why y'all be doubting me. I don't have no chest hair.
That's it. Dallin's got enough for both of you.
He does. All right. Good to see y'all, fellas.
Yeah, we'll see you on the weekend. Andrew.
Yo.
Reps Ahead Pro 6 in the books. 4 matches, 3 knockouts. Biggest surprise of the night?
Not getting anywhere near as far ahead in that initial round. I was really looking forward to that. His first round, you didn't see the press conference, but he goes, I'm going all out, and I really thought he was going to be able to take him in that first round and a half.
Yeah, I think Riley's making a bit of a name for himself.
How old is Riley?
He's in his mid-20s, mid to late 20s, 26 or 7. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, when this guy doesn't have too heavy of a 1 or 3 rep max barbell implementing the workout, like his fitness is up there. So I think we'll get to see.
How about you? What do you think? Biggest surprise?
I think just how good Jesse looked. Like
Jesse did look
you know,
good.
There was the only match where it was like pretty clear from the start that she had the advantage, never gave it back. I wasn't sure about Alex and Haley because I know Haley's so good over time, and I think that at the end of the night, the match between Jason and Dallin was what most people were looking forward to, and I think it lived up to the billing.
I could say, given the confidence I had in Haley to win over Alex, that should be a surprise. But just watching them, it's like, it really shouldn't have been. Shouldn't have thought that way.
And in some ways, that thing we were just talking about with Jason is also true of Alex Kazan. We're like, she's right up there amongst the best in the world, but you just don't often talk about her because the women ahead of her are so good.
That being Alex.
Alex. You know,
Yeah.
Tia, Laura, Gabby this year, some of these women, Ariel Lowen, they just steal so much of the spotlight that for someone like Alex who's nipping right behind them, taking those 4ths and 5ths, they don't get the credit all the time of being right up there as one of the best.
Kind of like an Alexis Raptis, right?
Same.
She's in that same camp.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Everyone kind of
Alexis
forgets about her.
Had a nice day today,
But she's
too.
damn fit.
And a good name, huh?
Great name.
All right, we're going to wrap it up. For Andrew Hiller and Brian Friend, that was Reps Ahead Pro 6. There's going to be a full day of action going down here on Miami Beach tomorrow. Make sure to tune in on the live streams. There's over 2,000 athletes from 50-plus countries competing this year at the 13th edition of the Tier Wodapalooza. For everyone on Reps Ahead, thank you to everyone at Tier, at Loud and Live, and with Wodapalooza for allowing us to be a part of it. And hopefully we'll see us pretty soon, Andrew.
Did I mention Tier? Wodapalooza?
Yeah.
All right, I just had to make sure I did.
You did. You've been
Okay.
great. All right, we're signing off from Miami. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the second day of Wodapalooza, Tier Wodapalooza 2025.